Chapter 1505. P.S. Thank you, Demonic Extinction, for your precious monthly votes, and thank you, NXCX, for your tip. Sir, please help the country. Satama Kays knelt on the ground, his forehead tightly pressed against the floor, and said sincerely. Beside him, there were two department heads from the Ministry of Environment, several officials from the cabinet, and several members of the royal family who were sent by the royal family. At this time, it had been a few days since the world entered a state of social collapse. Just 2 days ago, Satama Kays, the person behind the scenes who wanted to ask Sei Ito about the future arrangement of the Environment Ministry, came to Akakarino City. Therefore, Satama Kays inevitably found that Akakarino City was not affected by strong electromagnetic interference. Although he had made a soul oath to forever be loyal to Ito Seiji, his inner consciousness was still in the original state. He was an S-class master, so Tsuchimiman Yujin immediately became excited. He turned around and returned to the Ministry of Environment and sent his information to the imperial family and the cabinet. This was the reason why the current situation was like this. As long as Sir is willing to help the country, the imperial family is willing to betroth Princess Yoshiko to Sir as his wife, and allow Sir's children to inherit the palace and the throne. Immediately afterward, among the kneeling members of the imperial family, an old man with black and white hair, who looked about 60 years old, said. On the side, a girl wearing a light pink kimono with red and white cherry blossom petals on the surface crawled forward a small distance while maintaining a kneeling posture, and her forehead touched the ground again. Needless to say, this person was the Princess Yoshiko, who had the right to inherit the Akakarino Palace and the throne. It had to be said that the imperial family of Japan had put in a lot of effort. In Japan, since ancient times, only people with the surname of Minamoto and Heiwa could obtain the inheritance of the imperial family. It was said that it was to maintain the purity and sanctity of the imperial family's bloodline, even if Tokugawa Ieyasu seized power. The fundamental surname was still maintained, because before Tokugawa Ieyasu became famous, he was born with the surname of Heiwa. It was just that he didn't belong to the same family as the surname of Minamoto. But now, in order to restore Japan to a more or less normal state, the royal family not only gave away the dowry of a prince, but also gave up the right to inherit the throne. Furthermore, he even allowed his son to inherit the inheritance rights that only members of the royal family could have. This was tantamount to going against the ancestral rules. It was said that this was a challenge to the traditional rules that had existed since Amaterasu God allowed the Heian and Minamoto families to establish their own country. It could even be said to be treacherous. However, Seito understood that although the conditions seemed good, as long as the other party moved down the line of succession, Seito's son might not be able to inherit it even after he died of old age. It was an empty promise, and it was as good as not saying anything at all. It was just for show. Well, the premise was that he had an heir. Seito narrowed his eyes and fell in a deep thought. However, this was only on the surface. Secretly, Seito was condensing his spiritual power into a bundle. It was released and sent to the capital. At this time, in the imperial palace of Kyoto, Kyubi, who was wearing a black kimono with a white pear blossom pattern that never changed, frowned and asked in a displeased tone, "What's the matter? I want to ask about Takuma Jiehara." Seito's voice rang in Kyubi's mind. "Didn't you ask about it before? What I want to ask this time is about the relationship between Amaterasu and the Japanese royal family." Japanese royal family? The batch that was planted later? Kyubi asked in surprise. "What do you mean by planted later?" Seito asked in surprise. "You don't know? That's true. Although your cultivation speed is fast enough, your foundation and whatnot are still too far away." Nine-tailed Fox mocked in a disdainful tone. "Do you know the story of Shufu Dongdu?" Before Seito could speak, Kyubi asked again. "Yes, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, in order to seek immortality, sent Shufu Dongdu to the east with 500 children and nearly 1,000 guards to search for the elixir of immortality." At this point, Seito suddenly understood something and asked in surprise, "Are you going to tell me?" The Japanese royal family are the descendants of Shufu Dongdu, right? Could it be that the legend of the Japanese being born in the Celestial Empire is true? Yes and no, Kyubi replied. Before Shufu Dongdu, the land called Japan was not called Japan. It was called Zisong. It was an enclave in the hands of the shifters. Originally, it was inhabited by some weak demons and humans who were captured by them to be used as food. But after a long time, there would always be some shifters. That's why a hybrid of shifters and shifters called half-shifters appeared on this land. I understand. There are times when shifters can't control themselves, Seito said with a strange smile. Oomph. Nine-Tailed snorted in displeasure. However, she was well aware of the character of those lowly little demons, so she couldn't refute. But the fate of those half-shifters isn't good. Seito, who didn't want to embarrass Kyubi too much, stopped joking and said in a low voice. Because just now, he remembered the half-shifters he met when he was studying at Eastern University and learned about the half-shifters' living conditions from him. That's right. Humans fear and hate them because of their demonic bloodline. The demonic beasts also look down on and bully them because of their human bloodline. That's why even though many of those demonic beasts are as strong as ordinary demonic beasts, they still live precarious lives. Hearing this, Seito faintly knew what Kyubi was going to say next. Sure enough, as Seito expected, the content of Kyubi's story was close to a pain in the ass drama. Finally, one day, a half-demon who couldn't bear the extreme persecution appeared among the half-demons. Then, he led the half-demons who lived and wandered in Japan, who were still called Zisong, to revolt. They seized a piece of land from the hands of the demon race and built their own clan land. But because of their revolt, the shifters were cruel to the remaining humans, causing a large number of humans to die and reducing the population to a certain extent. So under the desire to survive, the remaining humans asked the half-shifters for help. According to the past, the half-shifters should be against it, Seito said in a timely manner. That's right, but I have to say, you humans are very complicated. Even the half-shifters who were tainted with human bloodline became so strange. Kyubi sighed. Someone agreed to the humans' request and rescued those half-shifters, Seito said with certainty. Indeed. But because of that, the half-shifters who were originally united split into two halves, forming a new tribal alliance that kept in contact with each other while maintaining a certain distance. Then, as time passed, the humans who were protected by the half-shifters began to grow stronger. At the same time, there were new descendants who inherited the half-shifters' bloodline. They continued to travel and act as guardians, protecting the development of the tribe until later, this group of people established their community on this land. At that time, the Central Plains entered the spring and autumn warring states period and the rise of the Qin dynasty. Then, Su Fu led 500 children and 1,000 elite soldiers to the east in search of the elixir of immortality. Seito said softly. He continued, that Su Fu must not be an ordinary person either. Otherwise, even if his bloodline is very thin, there are bound to be a few successors of the half-demon bloodline who have awakened beyond their generation. A mere 1,000 elite soldiers really won't be enough. That's right. Su Fu was an accomplished alchemist. According to the cultivator's realm, he was around the core formation to the golden core stage. Rank A to S. Seito converted Su Fu's cultivation level to the modern standard. He thought to himself, what happened after that? Seito asked curiously. After that, Su Fu, who had come out to seek refuge, led his soldiers to wage war against the half-shifters. After paying the price of 300 dead elite soldiers and 100 wounded soldiers, he conquered the half-shifters and became the new master of this land. The nine-tailed beast's words were filled with schadenfreude at the half-shifter's misfortune and disdain for Su Fu's bullying. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. At that time, in the primitive tribal society, even if there were craftsmen among the humans who were captured as food, they would still die in the hands of the half-shifters. Most of them were killed in the revenge of the demon race in the later period. Therefore, the later tribe was basically a primitive society without any inheritance. It was even possible that they were still wearing animal hides and did not know how to rear silkworms and weave mulberry. Apart from their incredible strength and the inhuman abilities provided by the half-demon bloodline in their bodies, they were completely inferior to the elite soldiers of the Great Qin Empire and Su Fu in terms of equipment, knowledge, and fighting methods. What else could they be if they were not bullies? But in order to appease the natives of this land. After that, Su Fu married the daughter of the chief of the local tribe, and he had a son. These children are the origin of the Japanese imperial family. Seito came to a realization. It's only one of them, the nine-tailed beast said disdainfully. Then the origin of the other one is, Seito asked thoughtfully. The descendant of the maiden who followed him here, the nine-tailed beast replied. Pacify. Itose nodded slightly and said, that was indeed the case. After all, this group of maidens and soldiers followed him across the ocean to this barbarian land. If he only took the daughter of the local resident and didn't give them a status, they would have a reason to be dissatisfied. This would be detrimental to his future rule. Therefore, in order to ensure that this group of soldiers and maidens who followed him here would have something to rely on in the future, taking one of the maidens as his wife and giving birth to children was the best way. In this way, not only could he appease them, but also in the future, he could prevent the children born with the native residents from becoming too powerful. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Amaterasu, right? Seito, who had a general understanding of the origin of the members of the Japanese imperial family and other residents, understood that if he really wanted to count, they were actually all part of the same family. This has to start from a son of Su Fu, the nine-tailed beast said. After pacifying the natives and their followers, Su Fu worked hard to govern the land. Internally, he cultivated civil affairs, and externally, he conquered the demons. He turned the originally loose tribes into a feudal country and built the first kingdom on this land, Yamatai. But because of this, not only did he have problems with his cultivation, his body also became weaker and weaker in the successive expeditions against the demons. In the end, he had no choice but to pass the throne to his descendants. And among his descendants, there is one person that you definitely know. Is it Mimihu? When he heard about Yamatai, Seito vaguely knew who was related to Amaterasu. It's her, the shaman of the sun, the nine-tailed beast said. During her reign, there were 2 solar eclipses. According to the Koji of Japan, it was Amaterasu who hid in Amanoto. It was during the first solar eclipse that she became the witch of Amaterasu and announced that she was the incarnation of the sun god in the human world to strengthen her authority. I see. That's why the Japanese imperial family said that their ancestor was Amaterasu. Seito finally understood the Japanese imperial family's genealogy. Don't be too happy too early. After all, the Japanese imperial family has been worshipping Amaterasu for more than 2,000 years. There is also the existence of Mimihu in the middle. No one knows what was bestowed on her. The nine-tailed beast reminded him with a cold smile. All right, what is Amaterasu's cultivation level? Seito nodded and asked. I've never seen it, so I don't know. Then according to your guess, what cultivation level should she be? Seito asked again. What? You still want to compete with her? The nine-tailed beast sneered. Well, let's be mentally prepared. After all, both of us are now in her territory. If she really makes a move, we have to be prepared, right? Seito ignored the nine-tailed beast's sarcasm and said bluntly. Golden immortal, from the time of its existence and the worshipping situation in Japan, it should be around this stage. However, since she is the sun god, we can't rule out the possibility that she has a higher cultivation level. The nine-tailed beast was silent for a moment before answering. Golden immortal, that's a lot of pressure. Seito smiled bitterly when he heard the nine-tailed beast. It couldn't be helped. According to the Taoist scriptures, the heavenly immortals and divine immortals were the lowest level. The only difference was that one had a divine position and needed to go to the heavenly court for a roll call. The other one did not have a divine position and was considered an itinerant immortal who lived in the 3 immortal islands of the East China Sea. Above that was the true immortal, which was considered a powerful person who could take up an official position among the heavenly soldiers and divine immortals. Above that was the golden immortal, which was the peak that most immortals could reach. It was also the guy who could be a general in the heavenly court. As for the Tai and Daluo, that was the fruit of the Tao. If one couldn't comprehend it, one would be a golden immortal for the rest of one's life. If one could comprehend it, one would be able to escape from the outside world and be able to avoid calamities and extend one's life. One would be one of the few great masters in the heavenly court. Then, above, that was the fruit of the origin Tao. Without that great opportunity, one could forget about it for a few hundred lifetimes. Therefore, one could see how powerful a golden immortal was. Chapter 1506. It seems that I still have to give some face to Amaterasu. Sei Ito, who learned enough information from Kyubi, sighed softly in his heart. Thank you. Then, Sei Ito thanked Kyubi in his mind, and then he withdrew his spiritual power. Of course, everything before seemed to take a lot of time, but in the spiritual communication, at most, it took more than a second. So until Sei Ito withdrew his spiritual power, the people kneeling below didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Little Ling Ming. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly called out, Master! At the same time, a large number of photon particles quickly gathered into a group, and then suddenly exploded, revealing the cute fairy Little Ling Ming in a red and white witch costume. Send the manufacturing information of the special components to the factory. Let them start production now. Sei Ito ordered in a low voice. Yes, Master. Little Ling Ming responded. I agree to your matter. After a day, send someone to pick up the things. Sei Ito glanced indifferently at the Japanese officials kneeling in front of him and said in a low voice, Yes, thank you very much for everything that you have done today. The whole of Japan will remember. The Prime Minister of the Cabinet said loudly with gratitude. Humph. Sei Ito frowned and let out a cold snort. Shut up. The members of the imperial family saw this and quickly turned to the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and scolded. Yes, forgive me for my rudeness. Nippon was the first to apologize with his forehead touching the floor like a grandson. We won't disturb your rest, Master. We will leave. The imperial family elder bowed again and said. Then he slightly raised his head and turned to Prince Yoshiko beside him. Prince Yoshiko, you stay here. I will ask someone to send your personal belongings and maids. Be sure to serve the master well. Don't lose the face of our imperial family. Yes. Prince Yoshiko quickly saluted the imperial family elder. Sei Ito frowned when he saw this, but he did not say anything to stop him. After all, Princess Yoshiko is a bridge between him and the Japanese imperial family. At the same time, she's also a hidden line between him and the Amaterasu. So although she is not beautiful, but Prince Yoshiko, who is generally cute and good-looking, was not very interested, so he silently let her stay. In addition, my lord, please give us a piece of land to build Princess Yoshiko's palace here. After reprimanding Princess Yoshiko, the elder turned to Sei Ito and begged. Yes, Sei Ito said softly, Little Ling Ming, choose a piece of land for them. Yes, master. The royal elder who received permission bowed again. Then he led his clansmen, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, and the Ministry of Environment's Tsuchimikado Yujin and others out of Sei Ito's room, leaving the space for Sei Ito and Princess Yoshiko. Seeing everyone leave, Princess Yoshiko, who was sitting alone, clenched her hands under her abdomen, and her heart was full of uneasiness. What should I do? Princess Yoshiko said anxiously. Also, will my lord want me to serve him in bed? He should. After all, my lord father and imperial grandfather are very lecherous people, and I heard from my classmates that men like to do that kind of thing. I'm just scared. You are called Princess Yoshiko. Just when Princess Yoshiko was thinking, Sei Ito suddenly asked. Yes. Princess Yoshiko was surprised at first, and then quickly replied, Are you afraid of me? Sei Ito asked again. Yes, No. Princess Yoshiko panicked. Oh, forget it. I can tell from your appearance. Seito chuckled. Princess Yoshiko bowed her head and did not speak. Let's go. I'll take you to the room you will be staying in tonight and in the future. Seito stood up and said to the door. Yes. Princess Yoshiko slightly bowed. She stood up elegantly from the ground and took small steps. She followed Ito, step by step, and walked out of the room. But then again, this man is so young. He doesn't look like those old masters in the legends. On the way, Princess Yoshiko looked up from time to time and peeked at Ito-sei's back and side face. And he's so tall, so handsome, in front. Feeling Princess Yoshiko's gaze, Seito smiled and did not say anything. Why? With a soft sound, Seito opened the door. We're here, Seito said as he walked into the room with Princess Yoshiko. The area of the room was not large, about 30 square meters. The floor was covered with 4 tatami mats. Except for a small table placed in the strong corner of the room, there was only one electrical appliance used to light the room. It could be described as desolate, so small and so simple. The moment she saw the room's environment, Princess Yoshiko's heart emerged such an evaluation. So stingy, then a new evaluation emerged. Seito did not care about Princess Yoshiko's reaction after seeing the room. He turned his wrist and took out a palm-sized disc and handed it to Princess Yoshiko. This is a TV, Seito said. Princess Yoshiko, who reached out to take the disc, was speechless and did not know what to do. Seito saw this and smiled, and then took back the TV disc from Princess Yoshiko's hand. Under Princess Yoshiko's curious gaze, he pressed the top of the disc with his thumb and then casually threw it to the ground. Pa! In the next instant, red and green signal lights flashed on the surface of the disc, and a virtual optical screen that was 27 to 28 inches in size appeared on top of the disc. It was currently broadcasting a television program produced by the local television station of Akakurano. Seeing this, Princess Yoshiko's eyes showed a look of surprise. It was the first time she saw such a magical thing. In addition to the function of a TV, it also has other functions, such as Seito directly ordered the virtual screen. Connect to the network. In an instant, the image on the screen changed, jumping to the network page, and the Akiyuko City network was displayed on the screen. Okay, I've introduced everything. You can play by yourself. After a while, Seito finished introducing the functions of the small disc, then turned and walked out of the room. Just as Seito was about to step out of the door, Princess Yoshiko's face was flushed, and she whispered, Will Sir come over tonight? Do you want me to come? Seito stopped, turned around, and looked at Princess Yoshiko with a funny face. Princess Yoshiko only said one word, then she stopped and couldn't speak. Seito smiled gently, turned around, and left the room, and closed the door again. The next time, Seito and Princess Yoshiko calmly passed by. In the blink of an eye, the next day came. This morning, under the protection of the special personnel of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and the ninjas sent by the royal family, a team composed of dozens of men and women passed the inspection and entered Akiyuko City. Then halfway through, the team divided into 3 groups. One group went to the factory under the guidance of Akiyuko City security system to receive a batch of special components that can restore the country's unlimited communications and network communications. Another group, composed of several old people and several middle-aged people, led by multifunctional intelligent robots, went to the blank space that was divided and began to do indoor observation and mapping work. As for the last group of people, it was composed of 8 beautiful young women between the ages of 20 and 25 years old. Under the leadership of the royal family's elder who attended the invitation yesterday, they came to the foot of the shrine and walked up the stairs to the shrine. Needless to say, these 3 groups of people were the workers and technicians who came to receive the components, the architects who designed the palace, and the maids that the royal family promised to send to serve Princess Yoshiko. But from the looks of those maids, it is estimated that they also have other functions, right? And with the nature of the Japanese royal family and the traditional customs of Japan, it is indeed not impossible. However, in this way, the originally deserted shrine immediately became popular. At the same time, Ito-sei was able to live the life of a corrupt royal family, where he was served by others, and even when he bathed, someone would serve him. Just like this, a few more days passed. During this process, Tokyo City, which was adjacent to Akakarino City, had more or less recovered their communications. At the same time, they were slowly spreading to the surrounding areas at an unstoppable pace, restoring communications to other areas. However, on this day, in the vast universe, accompanied by a flash of blue light that covered a very wide range, another fleet of hundreds of alien spaceships appeared in the solar system and flew in the direction of Earth. At the same time, in the fleet docked near the moon's orbit in a spaceship different from other battleships. Report. Come in. The metal door automatically retracted to the side, revealing the person behind the door. Judging from the protruding appearance of the person's head, this person was also a Sirius. The Sirius citizen entered the room and reported to the Sirius citizen who had attended the meeting on Earth before. The Sirius citizen was sitting on a transformative chair and reading an alien book. Captain, a large-scale flux space diffusion reaction was detected near Pluto. According to the waveform jump, it is a space jump. Okay. The Sirius frowned and asked, "Send a reconnaissance ship immediately. I want to know what happened there." Yes. The Sirius soldier accepted the order and then left the room. I hope it's not someone from the Orion Empire. At this time, the Sirius soldier, who was no longer in a mood to read the alien magazine, frowned and thought with a heavy heart. Otherwise, I can only give up this plan. Chapter 1508. P.S. Thank you to Xingji E for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Xingji E and NXCX for their tips. This was a house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen. The total area was about 80 square meters. At this time, Ito, Satori, and Yang Wei, the captain of the Secret Service team, stayed in one of the rooms that looked like a bedroom. Yang Wei went straight to a brown solid-wood wardrobe, opened the wardrobe door, and pulled out the clothes hanging inside to reveal the wood on the wall. Then, under Ito's gaze, Yang Wei tapped the wardrobe 9 times in a specific way. A small window about 15 centimeters in length, width, and height was revealed. What was revealed was a metallic color, and there was a small hole the size of a finger. Yang Wei put his right index finger into the small hole. DNA authentication passed. Please state the password. The next moment, an electronic voice came from the wall, unparalleled in the 3 kingdoms. As soon as Yang Wei finished speaking, Ito couldn't help but show a funny and surprised expression on his face. He looked at Yang Wei with a strange expression. Yang Wei, who clearly felt the stare behind him, froze and showed an awkward expression. I didn't expect Captain Yang to be so interested in games. Ito said. Just for fun, for fun. Yang Wei replied awkwardly. Password correct. As the electronic voice sounded, a door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a small metal room that was somewhat similar to an elevator. Please come in. Yang Wei invited and walked in first. Without hesitation, Ito followed him in. Yang Wei pressed the button and the alloy door closed again. Then they felt the elevator shake slightly. The gravity loss caused by the rapid drop fell on them. Ding! In less than 5 seconds, the alloy door opened to both sides with a soft sound. In an instant, a bright space full of sci-fi style appeared in front of Ito. Yang Wei walked out of the elevator. He led Ito to a closed alloy door. Warning, danger detected. Please report your permit number immediately. Otherwise, defensive attack will begin in 10 seconds. Before Yang Wei and Ito could make a move, an intense alarm echoed in the sci-fi room. At the same time, the door of the passageway that the 2 of them had come from quickly closed, and dozens of small round holes as thick as 2 fingers were exposed. One by one, laser weapons with a red light at the front end were revealed. I'm Yang Wei. Permission number is Z000983756666523. I'm now applying for temporary permission to authorize the people around me. Yang Wei's expression didn't change at all as he replied quickly. Certification approved. Application and submission. Yang Wei didn't speak and just waited quietly. About a minute later, the mechanical voice rang out again. Permission granted. Chi. At the same time, the tightly shut alloy door opened from the middle and disappeared into the walls on both sides. The space inside was also full of sci-fi colors, but it was more human than the outside. Yang Wei led Sei Ito through the door and walked in. The two of them walked through a hall full of idle people and walked into a wide cement passage big enough for a military truck to pass through. Then, after another 2 turns, he arrived at the door of an office. Yang Wei raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Behind the door, Sei Ito was familiar with the voice of group leader Zhao. Oh. Yang Wei opened the door and led Sei Ito into the room. In an instant, group leader Zhao, who was slightly fat and an old Taoist in a Taoist robe, who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed, and a burly middle-aged man with a shiny bald head came into Sei Ito's sight. Oh, he felt that although the two of them didn't deliberately release their aura, they didn't hide it either. Sei Ito sneered in his heart. In Sei Ito's perception, the old man in the Taoist robe was the strongest. He was a cultivator in the gold core stage, which was equivalent to a profession between the S level and the legendary level. However, since cultivators were in line with the world from the beginning, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be considered as a real legendary level cultivator. As for the burly man, it was much simpler. He was an S+ level master. Obviously, they were all prepared for Sei Ito. It seems that the previous minute of review wasn't in vain. Sei Ito almost instantly understood why they were here. Hello, we meet again, Mr. Sei Ito. Group leader Zhao stood up and walked around the desk to Sei Ito with a kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hands and said, during this process, the burly man and the Taoist robe also locked their eyes and divine thoughts on Zhang Han. What a big battle array! Sei Ito stretched out one hand and let group leader Zhao hold it. He glanced at the two people and sneered. After saying this, Sei Ito's mental strength instantly spread out and rushed toward the two people like a storm. Humph! And 2 muffled groans came from the throats of the Taoist robe and the burly man. Their faces were pale and their eyes were full of fear as they looked at Sei Ito. Seeing the change in the two people, group leader Zhao understood what had happened. His face changed slightly and his pupils shrank. Shock emerged in his heart. How is this possible? Qingsong Taoist robe has been in the gold core stage for decades and has never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation with a legendary level master. How can he be defeated in a test? However, group leader Zhao was a person who had been through a lot. His expression changed almost instantly, and he said with a kind smile, I don't know why Mr. Ito is here this time. Sei Ito, who didn't intend to fall out with the Secret Service team, didn't force them too much. He withdrew his mental pressure and took out his mobile phone and played the video that he had played for Yang Wei before. At this time, the 10 battleships that broke through the atmosphere were about to enter the airspace of various countries. Is this true? Group leader Zhao's face changed greatly, and he asked anxiously. I'm not so bored as to joke about this kind of thing, Sei Ito said lightly. So Mr. Ito means? Group leader Zhao raised his head and looked back at Sei Ito with deep eyes. Nothing, I just came to inform you, so that you won't be killed in your confusion. Sei Ito turned off the video on his mobile phone and said lightly. This was indeed his original intention, but in addition, it was also implied that he wanted to use the population base and the strength of the army to delay the invasion of the aliens. But this was an open conspiracy. There was no need for him to say anything. The Secret Service team and the higher-ups would inevitably do it. Well, that's all I have to say. I should leave. Sei Ito finished speaking and turned to walk out. Wait, group leader Zhao quickly called out. Huh? Sei Ito stopped and half turned to look at group leader Zhao. Mr. Ito, you have seen the current situation. The Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis. Should we also give up on each other's suspicion and talk about cooperation before this big crisis? Group leader Zhao said solemnly. What do you want to talk about? Seito asked blankly. Communication system. I don't know if Mr. Ito can give us the technology of this communication system in your hands, Group Leader Zhao said. I don't believe that you don't have communication means to deal with the current situation, Seito said disdainfully. There is, but to tell you the truth, this communication means can only cover parts of the capital, Jinko, and Hebei province, and it can only be used by special departments. It can't be used like the system in Mr. Ito's hands, which can restore paralyzed basic tools. Group Leader Zhao said bluntly. So for the safety of the Earth, I ask Mr. Ito to provide this system so that we can carry out the upcoming full-scale war more effectively. Group Leader Zhao is worthy of his military background. As soon as he opened his mouth, he smashed the name of righteousness. You want this system, same old rules. Give me something in exchange for it. Seito sneered. Mr. Ito is a bit unscrupulous. At this time, you still care about small profits. At this time, the bald middle-aged man, who had been unhappy with Seito for a long time, said sarcastically. However, out of respect for the strong, he still called Seito respectfully. If you think I'm unscrupulous, you don't have to, Seito said coldly. Seito is sure that the other party will want this system. After all, this system brings not only simple communication recovery, but also wartime command system recovery. This is the most useful thing for the upcoming full-scale war. Otherwise, the coverage area is only about a province. A communication system that can only be used by a small number of people to command a war of this scale is completely nonsense. Bam, 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 bam. The bald middle-aged man clenched his fists, making a soft sound. It can't be helped. Who told Seito's identity to be disliked? What's more, Ito Seiji, who was Chinese in his soul, also understood that most Chinese people always had the mentality of those who are not of my race must have a different heart towards foreigners. It wasn't easy to get rid of it. Good. Let's do it according to the old rules. Group Leader Zhao looked deeply at Seito and nodded. Wait, I want to choose the item for this transaction. Seito waved his hand to stop Group Leader Zhao from speaking. Okay, but only one item. Group Leader Zhao bargained. 10 items. Seito replied bluntly. Impossible. Don't forget the significance of this system to you. The value of cultural knowledge and some special items is also priceless. But if no one uses it, if no one learns it, even if it is priceless, it is still a waste. 2 items. Group Leader Zhao gave in. No, 9 items. Think about the number of combatants this system can protect. Seito also gave in at the right time. Otherwise, if his attitude is too tough, the transaction will really not be able to continue. No, it can only be 2 items. Group Leader Zhao firmly said, although this system is important, it's not like we can't research it. So, the value of these 2 items is the highest. But what about the time it takes? And if a war breaks out during this period, what about the casualties of the combatants? What about the losses of ordinary people? These are also priceless. Seito sneered. Group Leader Zhao frowned and finally said, I'll give him one last time. 3 items. No more, and this transaction is over. Okay, 3 things, just 3 things. Ito Sei looked at the determined team leader Zhao in front of him and nodded. Then, Seito took out a USB drive and threw it to Group Leader Zhao. This is the relevant information of this system. Now, take it to pick it up. Seito said. Please wait a moment. Group Leader Zhao, who took the drive, called out again. Seito frowned and looked at Group Leader Zhao with an unpleasant expression. One last thing, I don't know if Mr. Ito can sell a few sets of the Rainbow Light Cannon system to us to fight against alien spaceships. Group Leader Zhao said with a smile. Don't talk about this matter, so as not to hurt the friendship between you and us. Seito narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, Aosong Taoist, please take Mr. Ito to the warehouse to pick something. Seeing Seito's determined face, Group Leader Zhao couldn't say more. He turned to Aosong Taoist with a helpless expression. Okay, Aosong Taoist replied, then stood up and walked to Seito. He opened his arms and said, Please. Seito nodded slightly and turned to follow. Pang Long, Take this to the combat laboratory and let them produce the finished product as soon as possible. When Ito walked out of the room, Group Leader Zhao threw the USB drive to the bald man and said, "I'm going to report to the central government now." After that, he returned to his desk and sat down. He reached out and pressed somewhere under the desk. A secret door opened behind the back of his chair, revealing a small enclosed room about 15 square meters. Group Leader Zhao turned his chair and walked in. On the other side, under the guidance of Aosong Taoist, Ito stood in front of a wall. At this time, Aosong Taoist walked in front of the wall and pressed on a brick. Then, a small keyboard and screen appeared. Aosong Taoist's long sleeve blocked Ito's view, and his other hand quickly pressed on the keyboard. Then, with a soft chi sound, the brick wall and the alloy door behind it opened at the same time. Then, a huge room, which looked like a library and a storage room, appeared in front of Ito's eyes. It was protected by a formation that emitted strong waves. Aosong Taoist made a seal with one hand and waved his long sleeve with the other. The array that blocked the entrance revealed a gap that was large enough for one person to pass through. "Go in. You're only allowed to pick 3 things," Aosong Taoist said coldly. Ito didn't care about this. He stepped through the gap in the middle and walked into the Secret Service team's storage room. The first thing that caught his eye were all kinds of incomplete and rare cultivation techniques and scriptures. Then, there were materials and spiritual items of different shapes and sizes that either emitted or did not emit any energy fluctuations. Finally, there were the completed divine weapons and cultivation technique jade slips that had some background. However, from what he could roughly see, the Secret Service task force didn't try to trick him this time. They really did let someone take him to the inner vault, where the good stuff was stored, and not the outer vault, where the deceptive stuff was stored. Chapter 1509. However, after thinking about it, he realized that Ito could not be suppressed by Taoist Pine Tree, a golden core cultivator who had once fought against a legendary cultivator. Furthermore, he might need Taoist Pine Tree's help in the future. It would be foolish to use something that could fool others to provoke Ito. Ito looked around the inner treasury and released his mental strength. In an instant, a strong pressure from the formation enveloped him, forcing his mental strength to retreat into his body. What kind of formation is this? It's so powerful that even my mental strength is suppressed to a certain extent. Ito frowned and thought to himself. However, this made him even more determined to find a few high-level array formation books. That's right, formation books. For the current Ito, spiritual objects and spiritual plants were not necessary. Even if he wanted them, he could obtain them through other means and then mass-produce them through planting in the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, by analogy, smithing materials were also excluded. The only things left for him to choose from were special items with special functions and some good things that he might be interested in. But again, these were not things that Ito had to obtain at the moment. On the contrary, the array book, which could be used to cultivate and comprehend the rules, could be used to increase defense, and had other uses, became his first choice. Then, Ito raised his spiritual power and forcibly released it against the pressure of the battle array. He began to scan the entire treasury. How is this possible? Outside the inner treasury, Taoist Pine Tree exclaimed in shock as he saw the situation inside the treasury through the auxiliary function of the treasury guarding formation. As the elder of the Secret Service team who was responsible for guarding the treasury, Taoist Pine Tree knew the power of the formation of the treasury. Taoist Pine Tree was well aware of the power of the spell formation in the warehouse. It was created by a nascent soul stage old monster and had the power to suppress legend rank experts. Any legend rank expert who entered the warehouse would lose their ability to influence the outside world and temporarily become an ordinary person as long as they had not broken through to the legend rank. But now, not only did Taoist Pine Tree activate the formation, but he also released his mental strength against the suppression of the formation. Taoist Pine Tree knew very well what this meant. This meant that Taoist Pine Tree had the ability to surpass the legendary realm. How could he not be shocked? Who is this guy? He has such strength at such a young age. Moreover, he has so many good things in his hands. If there's trouble in the future, does the country really have a way to deal with him? Daoist Pine Tree's face showed a hint of worry. I didn't expect the Secret Service team to have so many good things in the inner treasury, Itose exclaimed. He didn't notice what Qing Song Taoist priest was thinking, or even if he did notice, he wouldn't care. It turned out that under his mental strength scan, Itose found at least 4 or 5 good things that made him feel excited. Among them, there were 2 things that interested him the most. The first was a sharp dagger that contained the fluctuations of the rules. The other was a tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura. Should I just take the 3 formation books and leave? Or should I take the 2 formation books and the tower-shaped object? Or should I just take 1 formation book? Should I take the other 2? Seito thought with some hesitation. But soon, Seito made up his mind. He stepped forward and moved with a clear goal in the inner treasury. Okay. After a while, Seito walked out of the inner treasury with 2 jade slips and a tower-shaped object in his hands. That's right. Seito's choice was to take the 2 formation books and the tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura. The reason why he did not choose the dagger that contained the rules was because he had no use for it. Although the rules contained in the dagger were good, they were only good. For someone like him who had the rules in the Rubik's Cube world, they were not valuable at all. Not to mention, Seito had just extracted the information from the rules and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world for comparison. He believed that it would not take long for him to master it with his own ability. So, the most valuable rules were worthless to him. As for the sharpness of the dagger because of the rules, it was even less valuable to him. He could casually use alchemy to forge a pseudo-semi-god weapon. Although it was a bit worse than the dagger, it was definitely not much sharper. Why would he waste a chance to choose something that was useless to him for the sake of sharpness? On the other hand, the tower-shaped object that exuded a mysterious aura was worth wasting a chance to bring out because it would be easy to understand in a short time. That was why he made such a choice. Taoist priest Qing Song glanced at the item in Seito's hand and nodded. He waved his hand to seal the formation and close the alloy door. After making sure that the treasury was closed, Taoist priest Qing Song gestured with one hand and said, "This way, please." Seito nodded slightly, put away the item, and followed. After a while, Seito was sent back to the surface. "I won't be seeing you off." Taoist priest Qing Song stood with one hand in front of him and lowered his eyes. Seito glanced at Taoist priest Qing Song, who had been treating him coldly since the beginning. Seito was too lazy to say anything. He directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of him. Seeing Seito disappear, Taoist priest Qing Song's eyes flashed slightly. He then calmed down and turned around to return to the underground base. You haven't rested yet? Seito appeared at home and looked at Prince Yoshiko, who was sitting there absent-mindedly. "Master!" Prince Yoshiko was startled when she heard the question. She quickly got up and greeted him. "Why haven't you rested yet?" Seito turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 21:48 p.m. and asked again, Sir, are we going to fight with the aliens?" Prince Yoshiko secretly bit her lips, then looked up at Seito and asked with a worried expression. Hearing this, Seito understood. She must have heard the discussion between the 2 maids who served him before. The reason why he didn't say it was the maids who reported it was because the maids were trained to not gossip to their masters. Well, at least that's what Seito knew. Something like that. Seito casually replied. "Oh," Prince Yoshiko whispered. "Well, if this kind of thing happened, it's up to us, the people who were pushed out by you, to take care of it. It's none of your business. Don't think so much, go and rest." Itose walked to Princess Yoshiko's side and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then he walked past Prince Yoshiko and went to the inner bedroom. Listening to Seito's footsteps that were not deliberately hidden, Prince Yoshiko's face flashed a look of hesitation, but she quickly calmed down. She turned her head and looked at the direction where Seito disappeared with a complicated expression, then withdrew her gaze and returned to her bedroom to rest. Just as the people in Asia fell asleep in ignorance, the 10 spaceships that descended over the European countries sent a message to the world in a coded way. Humans on Earth, listen up. Now you have 10 minutes to consider whether to surrender to the Orion Empire and accept the rule of the Orion Empire. After 10 minutes, if there is no clear answer, the Orion Empire will officially launch a landing operation on Earth. Of course, in order to allow the humans on Earth to hear their announcement, Orion used the infinite transmission technology of their super technology to directly activate the transmission tools that could receive signals such as televisions, computers, mobile phones, radio, and so on, which could not function normally due to signal blocking in human society, and sent the channel to everyone's ears. At the same time, because of this indiscriminate announcement, because of the lack of entertainment, the people in Asia who had been reduced to relying on walking for transportation, shouting for communication, relying on dogs for law and order, and relying on their hands and wives for entertainment, were awakened from their slumber and listened to the domineering announcement echoing in the room. Then, after more than a minute, the people in the world who had completely recovered from the shock fell into an uncontrollable panic, including those mutants who were originally lawless. After all, they also understood that for the aliens, they were also humans and could be eliminated. How can a nuclear bomb be launched? In the British Prime Minister's office, the first person who looked at the man in military uniform in front of him asked anxiously, "Yes, but the number may not be enough to kill the enemy." The man in military uniform said helplessly, "Damn it, what are those people in the Ministry of Science and Technology doing? Why haven't they solved the problem of information blocking yet?" The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the desk in front of him and cursed in exasperation. The man in military uniform tactfully did not answer and let the Prime Minister vent his anger there. A moment later, the Prime Minister calmed down a little after he had calmed down a little. He got up and walked to the side, taking out an old-fashioned telephone with a control disc on the surface from a hidden compartment of a bookshelf. Dialing numbers depended on the disc's rotation. He muttered something softly as he dialed the number. "This is Buckingham Palace." Soon, a majestic male voice came from the phone. "This is David Carmel. Please let Her Majesty the Queen answer the phone." Although they were many miles apart, the British Prime Minister still said respectfully, "Please wait a moment." Click. The sound of the phone being gently put aside came from the phone. The British Prime Minister waited quietly. "Hello." In less than a minute, the voice of an old woman came from the phone again. For the British Prime Minister, who often saw the Queen, he immediately knew the identity of the person on the other side of the phone, the current Queen Elizabeth II. Chapter 15:10. 10 minutes was not a long time, but for the European countries that were about to face an alien invasion, it was not enough. It was not short, but it made the Orion people who were waiting for the Earthlings to make a choice impatient. Every minute was so boring. "Sir Commander, there's a communication request." Just when half of the allotted 10 minutes had passed, a soldier from the Orion Empire suddenly spoke. "Where is it from?" The commander was surprised. "Earth, but it's using the Empire's military communication band," the soldier replied. "Connect it," the commander frowned and ordered. At the next moment, a huge virtual optical screen appeared before him. On the screen was a guy who looked exactly the same as a Caucasian man on Earth, with the exception of having a pair of very strange eyes that seemed to contain boundless energy. "Tell me where you belong to." The man spoke in a straightforward and forceful manner. "Who are you?" The commander's eyes flashed coldly as he questioned. "Commander of the Special Forces of the Orion Empire, Sadranskar John." The white man on the screen replied calmly. As soon as the voice fell, the commander who was sitting in the chair immediately jumped up as if there were needles under his butt. He saluted the Orion Empire military salute to the white man on the screen and reported loudly. "Commander of the Orion Empire's 7th Battle Fleet under the Southern Exploration Corps, 1st Platoon, Olegna. Greetings, sir." From his series of actions and the way he addressed him, the white man, named Sadranskar John's official position was obviously higher than his. "Southern Exploration Corps? Who gave you the order to allow you to enter the solar system?" Sadranskar John questioned loudly. "I'm sorry, sir. You shouldn't ask me about this kind of thing. Ask my general nader. Olegna, who was annoyed by the continuous questioning, replied in a neutral tone. Very well. The energy star cluster in the white man's eyes spun rapidly as he said calmly. Then, as the virtual optical screen flashed, it disappeared in front of Olegna's eyes. Damn it. Olegna sat back in the captain's seat and cursed in a low voice with a displeased expression. How long has it been? Then Olegna asked loudly. 3 minutes and 12 seconds until the deadline, the soldier replied. We're not waiting anymore. Attack. Alawina ordered sternly. Obviously, he was going to use the humans on Earth as his punching bag. As soon as his order was given, a dozen or so large openings appeared on the outer deck of the 10 ships. Large cannons with large calibers were released from the openings and transported the energy to the ships. In an instant, balls of light blue energy began to brew in the barrel of the cannon. 2 seconds later, a dozen beams of light bombarded the ground below. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky. A large amount of smoke and dust rose like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion, causing the already dense fog to become even thicker and murkier. The destruction rate of the buildings on the ground is 100%. The city is completely destroyed, the soldier reported. The same thing happened to the Orion Empire's warships hovering over several other countries. Continue, Olia said calmly. Following which, the 10 warships moved one after another, moving toward the neighboring cities around the destroyed city. With the speed of the Orion Empire's battleships, even in their current slow sailing state, the Orion Empire's battleships were still able to reach the Orion Empire. It would take them less than 5 minutes to reach the next location. Fortunately, the humans' counterattack was launched soon after. In the blue sky, dozens of missiles as thick as an adult's thigh, taller than a person, with radiation symbols printed on the surface, with a long tail flame trailing behind them, split into 10 different groups and blasted toward the alien spaceships moving over the European countries. Heat source detected. 15 in number, estimated to hit our ship in 30 seconds. In one of the spaceships, a Orion Empire soldier reported. Activate the automatic defense system and shoot down those things. Then, dozens of green laser beams shot out from the Orion Empire spaceship, instantly hitting the flying nuclear warhead and cutting the nuclear warhead in half like cutting an object. Boom! In an instant, the sky lit up, followed by a violent explosion that reverberated in the air. Then, a large dark mushroom cloud rose in the sky, blocking the sun and plunging the world into darkness. Under the protection of the thick fog, the humans who witnessed all this showed a look of despair on their faces. They clasped their hands in front of their chests or hugged their loved ones, silently praying to God in their hearts. It couldn't be helped. The European countries were Catholic areas. No matter what kind of religion they believed in general, they believed in God, so in this case they would only pray to God, and not to any other god. It was unknown if the prayers of the believers were really heard or if there was some other situation. But 2 angels with wings completely composed of energy flew out from the sky above France and Italy respectively, turning into a stream of light that rushed toward the 10 warships. In response, the humans who saw the angels knelt on the ground one after another and silently recited prayers from the Bible. While praying, the humans' thoughts turned into faith. Faith passed through the void and connected with the angel, turning into energy, causing the angel to become even more powerful. It gave off a gentle glow, comforting the souls of the people who looked at it, and then providing faith even more devoutly. The cycle continued. Hyperdimensional energy body detected, the Orion soldier reported. How many dimensions? The commander asked seriously. 4, the soldier replied. Phew. The commander was relieved. Activate the energy shield and charge the super quantum beam cannon at the same time. Get ready to fire, the commander ordered. At the same time, in another warship above Germany, a series of urgent sirens sounded. High energy response detected. We are locked on. The soldier on the warship reported anxiously. Activate the energy shield and adjust the tilt of the hull at the same time. Get everyone ready to resist the impact, the commander of the warship ordered. Under his order, an energy shield emitting a faint light appeared outside the hull, enveloping the entire warship. At the same time, the hull quickly deflected and tilted into an inclined plane. Then, in the next moment, a blue energy beam as thick as an adult's body flew out from Germany below the warship and bombarded the inclined plane that the warship had just formed. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard. The energy shield is weakening 89%, 85%, 81%, 76%. The soldier reported continuously. Have you identified the type of attack? The commander asked. It's a strong particle energy cannon, the soldier replied. Aren't Earthlings an elementary internal civilization? How can there be a strong particle energy cannon? The commander asked with a frown. However, no one could answer this question. Therefore, no one else spoke except for the soldier's report. 43% stopped the bombardment, the soldier reported after a while. Lock onto the location of the bombardment immediately and destroy it, the commander ordered loudly. Then, an energy beam flew out from the Orion Empire's warship, which had retracted its energy shield and bombarded the location where the bombardment had originated. The energy beam flew very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the starting point of the bombardment and landed. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, a mushroom cloud rose from a mountain forest in Germany. The shock wave spread out and broke the surrounding trees, causing a forest fire to burn and spread. However, the same counterattack took place in the United Kingdom. At this moment, an ink-colored beam of light, only as thick as 2 adult fingers, flew out from the United Kingdom below the warship and landed on the energy shield of the Orion Empire's warship, which had also suddenly deployed its energy shield. Then, with a crisp crack, the energy shield on the exterior of the Orion Empire's warship shattered violently, exposing the hull to the air again. However, immediately afterward, a golden energy beam flew out from the direction of the United Kingdom's capital, London, and bombarded the outer wall of the Orion Empire's warship, which was completely unprotected. Under the bombardment of the golden energy beam, the Orion Empire's warship shook violently. The outer wall began to heat up and turn red. Then, in less than 10 seconds, it was penetrated, allowing the golden energy beam to bombard the interior of the warship. Boom! Then, there was the same violent explosion, but a large ball of blazing fire appeared on the alien warship. Then, the golden beam changed from a direct bombardment to a horizontal sweep. Like an inexperienced boning apprentice, the beam moved slowly and cut through the entire warship. In just over a minute, the golden energy beam completely cut through the alien warship. Boom! An even more violent explosion came from the Orion Empire's warship. Finally, the warship seemed to have lost its power. Amidst the continuous explosions, the warship tilted and fell to the ground. At this point, the United Kingdom has won the first battle since the start of the war. At the same time, as if stimulated, the 2 angels who were soaring high in the sky, deftly dodging the energy attacks launched by the alien warship, quickly rushed to the front of the alien warship. They raised the greatsword in their hands, which seemed to be burning with white flames, and slashed at the warship's energy shield. Creak, creak! An ear-piercing sound rang from the intersection of the 2 warships. The angels ignored the noise and raised their greatsword again, slashing down again. Once, twice, thrice the cycle repeated. But it didn't take long for the angels to give up their somewhat foolish behavior, because at this moment, a team of 5 fully armed Orion Empire soldiers flew out from a landing port and flew at high speed toward the angels, who were like insects to the warship. Chapter 15:11. P.S. Thank you to NXCX for the tip. As expected of the birthplace of Celtic mythology, their heritage is really strong. Saito thought to himself as he recalled the battle scene in Europe he saw through the virtual optical screen. The reason why he said so was because just now, after the United Kingdom used special operations to eliminate the alien battleships that invaded their airspace Germany, France, and other countries with battleships that invaded their airspace also erupted with their own heritage one after another. For example, France and Italy had already dispatched the church angels and the large-scale trial spells that were later cast. For example, the rune spell that Germany launched after their technological weapons failed. And another example was the fairy magic attack that appeared in Russia. In short, under the sudden outbreak of counterattacks from various countries, the 10 alien spaceships that invaded Earth were all destroyed and crashed. The only difference was that one side was completely annihilated without a single alien escaping. On the other hand, some fully armed aliens escaped from the battleships and launched ground operations against the other country like guerrilla warfare. But correspondingly, the alien fleet belonging to the Orion Empire also underwent new changes. In the cosmic scene presented in the virtual optical screen, the Orion Empire's battleships that were originally hovering in the geosynchronous orbit moved. Except for the huge main ship and 50 escorting battleships, all the other battleships started moving again. While using laser weapons to clean up the space debris, satellites, and other debris on the way, they broke into the atmosphere. A new round of landing operations began. As a result, before the fleet entered the atmosphere, the communication system that might still have a chance to be restored was completely paralyzed along with the destruction of the satellites. The European governments were blinded and could only rely on other methods to observe the required areas. At the same time, the Black Sphere transmission transit system, set up over Europe, also suffered a devastating blow. But fortunately, because the territories of the European countries were relatively small and they relied on relatively densely packed areas, the number of Black Sphere transmission transit systems used to support this area was not many. There were only 3 of them, and the distance between them was still very far. Not all of them were in the area where the Orion Empire's fleet was marching. Therefore, except for one that was indeed destroyed, the other 2 were still functioning normally. The Black Sphere network in Europe was not disconnected. About 3 minutes later, as many as 30 to 40 Orion Empire battleships broke through the obstruction of the atmosphere. They entered Earth's airspace. This time, the Orion Empire did not issue any pre-war announcements. Anyway, they had already issued one before. At the same time, the fleet no longer fought separately like before. Instead, they gathered directly. They formed a fleet and flew over the United Kingdom, where the Orion Empire battleship was the first to crash. The intention of the Orion Empire was very obvious. They wanted to beat the guy who stood out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. At the same time, in an underground space in the United Kingdom, Mage Lance, can you defeat them? Queen Elizabeth II of England sat on a red leather sofa and looked at an old mage with a ruddy complexion. He was wearing a luxurious suit with intricate patterns on the surface. His long hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin vine. If it's just 1 or 2 ships, I might be able to eliminate them with the help of the magic tower. But with this number, I'm sorry, I'm powerless. The mage said as he looked at the wall not far away. The image of the outside world was being broadcasted by the transmission magic array. How's Sylvia? Queen Elizabeth turned to look at Valtori, who was standing beside her. Except for the helmet, he was fully armed. The sword in his hand was pointed to the ground. He looked like a handsome statue. She's still resting. I'm afraid she won't be able to use the sword in the stone for another hour. Valtori replied, Bishop Campbell, does the church have a way to deal with this crisis? Finally, Queen Elizabeth's gaze fell on the 4th person in the room. It was a white-haired old man in a white bishop robe. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The Holy Spirit tool in the hands of the church can only guarantee that London will not be destroyed in this attack. More than that, there's no way. The protagonist named Campbell bowed his head and replied respectfully. If it was an ordinary bishop, he would not show such humility to Queen Elizabeth. After all, the 2 sides were not related. At most, he would show respect to the Queen's identity as the head of the country. However, Campbell could not because he belonged to the Church of Light, which was the Protestant bishop. In the United Kingdom, the highest leader of the Church of Light was the Queen. Therefore, he had to show the highest respect, whether from the perspective of the church or from the perspective of the subjects. Queen Elizabeth heard this and slowly closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. When the others saw this, they tactfully kept quiet and quietly accompanied her. More than a minute passed like this. What kind of price do we have to pay for the legendary mage of the magical realm to be willing to help? Queen Elizabeth asked again. Your Majesty, you seem to have misunderstood us. Wizard Lance frowned imperceptibly and said softly, although we of the realm of devils are detached from worldly affairs and do not accept Britain's command, we are still a two-faced existence. When our country is in such a crisis, we are equally anxious. Elizabeth opened her eyes and met Barbara Lance's gaze. But Your Majesty, you have to be considerate of us. After all, the magical realm still needs people to be stationed there. Moreover, even if Mage Fail and Mage Dylan Mary are willing to give up their duties and come out to fight, it won't be of much help to the current situation. Campbell continued softly as he looked at the Queen with his blue eyes without blinking. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Queen Elizabeth apologized. There's no need for that. The Queen Wang Ning is just too concerned about the country's safety. Campbell nodded slightly and said politely, That's right. The United Kingdom is hopeless this time, isn't it? Queen Elizabeth clenched her hands together and said softly with a voice full of uncontrollable unwillingness and sorrow. No one answered. For a moment, the underground space, which was still considered wide, was completely silent. As long as the people are still here, as long as the Queen Wang Ning is still here, the United Kingdom will not be destroyed. Probably because he could not bear to see the Queen's sorrowful expression, Voltor's voice was soft but firm. Thank you, Valtori. Queen Elizabeth thanked him softly. Then she reached out and pulled on a thin string hanging by the side of the chair and gently tugged on it. Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of a bell rang out immediately after. Clang. Then, less than 5 seconds later, the closed door of the room was opened from the outside. At your command, Your Majesty. A man in a black tuxedo with a solemn face and a somewhat rigid appearance walked into the secret room. His dyed black hair was neatly combed to the back of his head. One hand was behind his back. One hand was pressed against his chest. He bowed and said, How is the execution of the royal evacuation order? Queen Elizabeth asked. Except for His Royal Highness Prince Hungli and Her Royal Highness Princess Beatrice, who have yet to enter the underground bomb shelter, the other members of the royal family have all arrived and are resting in the side hall. The man who looked like a butler straightened up and replied, What about the national evacuation order? Queen Elizabeth nodded slightly. She did not pay much attention to the two members of the royal family who she thought would die outside and asked again. It has been sent out, but as far as the current situation is concerned, the effect may not be ideal. There is a hint of hesitation on the butler's face, but soon, under the influence of the butler's ethics, he answered truthfully, Go and call all the members of the royal family over. Queen Elizabeth, who was also aware of the current situation, basically accepted the situation that the country might face in the future, and she ordered with a tired expression, At your command. The butler saluted and then quietly stepped out of the room. After more than 5 minutes, he returned to the secret room with a group of more than 30 members of the royal family, men and women of all ages. Your Majesty. The members of the royal family saluted and greeted. Get up, Queen Elizabeth said in a low voice. The members of the royal family straightened up and then looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Watch it. Queen Elizabeth stretched out her hand and pointed to the magic array that was playing the image of the alien fleet's movement and said in a low voice, Watch carefully. Watch how our country is destroyed. The expressions of the members of the royal family changed, and their eyes fell on the image in the magic array. In the image, the alien fleet, which seemed to be full of oppression and deterrence, slowly sailed into the airspace of the United Kingdom. Then, the hull of the ship unfolded, revealing a series of penetrating barrels of different calibers. They adjusted their angles and aimed downward. Blue energy light began to brew in the dark muzzles. In the next moment, dozens of blue lights flashed and flew out from the alien warship, bombarding the ground below. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and then a mushroom cloud formed as if an atomic bomb exploded immediately rose, emitting a dazzling light, shaking the eyes of the members of the royal family who watched all this in the secret room. Even so, from the old duke to the children who had just learned to speak, all of them stared blankly at the mushroom cloud that had not dissipated yet. In the image, the fleet that completed the destructive blow did not stop and continued to move to the next city. One city, 2 cities, 3 cities. After less than an hour and a half, there was no intact place in the entire United Kingdom. It was all dark and even crystallized. Thick black smoke filled the sky above the United Kingdom, reflecting the destruction of the United Kingdom like the end of the world. A deathly silence spread in the underground space that was more than 100 meters deep. Suppressed cries came from the mouths of several women, and then like a signal, it led other women and some men to also cry in pain. Damn aliens! The old duke, whose eyes were red, cursed with hatred. However, at this moment, Voltor's voice suddenly sounded, and he sang the United Kingdom's national anthem in a loud voice, "God Save the Queen." Then, as if infected, more songs filled with anger and emotion rang out in the underground space, forming a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the entire underground space. Listening to the song, 2 clear tears flowed from the corners of Queen Elizabeth's closed eyes. Her lips trembled as she sang the national anthem, "God Save the Queen." In the sky outside, the alien spaceship that completed the mission of annihilating the United Kingdom did not stop for a moment. It turned around and headed towards France. However, the moment the Orion Empire's fleet arrived at the border of France, as many as 12 two-winged angels suddenly appeared in the sky above France and rushed towards the alien fleet. The Orion Empire's fleet charged their artillery and launched an attack on the angels. The small angels dodged nimbly like swimming fish, but even so, they still couldn't withstand the intensive artillery fire of the Orion Empire's fleet. It didn't take long for 3 angels to explode, turning into holy light energy and dissipating. The emotionless angels showed no fear and continued to rush towards the Orion Empire's fleet. Although they still couldn't make any substantial progress, the flying speed of the Orion Empire's fleet was indeed forced to slow down. It was just that the price was a little high. But at that moment, 3 streaks of light cut through the air like shooting stars. They came from the northeast, southeast, and southwest directions of the alien fleet. Like a sharp blade, they easily pierced through the outer armor of the alien fleet and came out from the other side of the first 3 battleships. Then, they pierced through the other 3 battleships, and they pierced through the other 3 battleships like candied haws. 10 seconds later, the 3 rays of light collided fiercely. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded in an instant, and at the same time, a huge burst of holy power erupted. Like a tidal wave formed by holy power, it violently spread to the surroundings, enveloping all the battleships almost instantly. Along the way of the surging tide of Saint energy, all the warships that were affected by it seemed to have been attacked by some kind of power. Amidst the deafening roar and the continuous explosion of fireballs, the warships exploded into huge fragments of different sizes and fell rapidly into the sea below. This tidal wave lasted for half a minute before it slowly dissipated, revealing the 3 weapons at the core. The shape of the 3 weapons were all the same. They were scarlet spears with a handle and a blade of the same length, like a double-pointed fork. They floated quietly in the air without any external support. Chapter 15:12 Longinus Spear. Seito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the images transmitted from the virtual optical screen in front of him, especially the shape of the 3 spears that caused the complete destruction of the alien fleet. That's right, the 3 spears were the new spears that existed in the main world. They were made from 3 fragments of the original Longinus spear, and it was obvious that the reason why the attack could reach such an exaggerated situation was definitely related to the appearance of the 3 spears at the same time. I remember that the 3 spears in the main world were placed in St. Peter's Basilica in Italy, the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria, and the Glastonbury Abbey in England. How could they appear at the same time? Ito frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. It was reasonable for the spear in St. Peter's Basilica and the one in the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria, to appear at the same time. After all, the two countries were close to each other, and the domestic situation was similar. It was not impossible to obtain the Longinus spear under the overall planning of the Pope. But the United Kingdom was different. Their state religion was more Protestant, the Anglican Church, and they had always been at odds with the Roman Orthodox Church. It was not so easy to get them to take out the holy object, the Longinus spear. It was almost impossible. Could it be caused by the destruction of the United Kingdom? Ito, who had a flash of inspiration in his mind, was stunned. The fact was just as he guessed. When the fleet of the Orion Empire destroyed the United Kingdom and headed to France, France sent a request for help to the Italian side through the church. It just so happened that Italy did not want to let the alien fleet enter their airspace and destroy their country. So the two sides agreed and decided to carry out the interception work of the alien fleet in the French border waters. It was just that the number of enemies this time was a bit too much. It was not something that could be achieved by simply summoning a few angels and a set of great judgment tactics. Therefore, after much consideration, the Pope decided to use the Longinus spear that had been enshrined for many years and was about to explode with the power of faith inside. However, considering that the Longinus spear might not be able to destroy the alien fleet in one go, the Pope personally contacted the Hofburg Museum in Vienna, Austria, and obtained the right to use the Longinus spear. It was at this time that someone suggested whether to contact the United Kingdom. The result was obvious. After a few seconds of consideration, His Holiness agreed to the man's suggestion. He then contacted the undercover members of the Church of England through a secret method. Through them, he found the higher-ups of the Church of England and contacted Longinus about the use of the spear. At this time, the whole of England was grieving, so there was almost no negotiation. The Anglican Church and Queen Elizabeth II agreed to the Pope's request. He lent out Longinus's spear. That was the reason for the exaggerated scene that happened earlier. What a pity. Now is not the right time. Otherwise, I would really want to snatch them over. Ito temporarily put those useless thoughts aside and looked at the images of the three Longinus spears on the holographic screen. The moment he sighed, the three two-winged angels quickly arrived before the three Longinus spears hovering in the air. One of them held a spear in the palm of his hand, then turned around and flew back to the destroyed United Kingdom and Italy and Austria, which were far behind France. I don't know what those Orion people are going to do next. Ito turned his eyes slightly and looked at the holographic screen showing the situation in space. He thought with a gloating expression. At the same time, in the giant command ship of the Orion Empire fleet, the commander with a mask on his face crushed the wine glass in his hand and let the wine inside spill on his body. Order the Vanguard team to attack immediately. Be sure to intercept the three-winged humanoid creatures and take the things in their hands. The commander ordered fiercely. Yes. Also, notify the entire ship to begin the descent. The commander ordered again. Yes. I don't believe that a small Earth can stop the march of Marathaniel. The commander's head, which was composed of dark blue smoke and energy, was steaming like a flame. His sapphire-like eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said fiercely. Outside, a square door on the giant command ship opened. Then, 20 silver-white small aircrafts, which looked like they were made of aluminum alloy and had a shape similar to the U.S. F-117 stealth bomber, quickly flew out and turned into silver light as they broke into the atmosphere and rushed toward the interior of Earth. At the same time, the remaining ships of the Orion Empire that were originally hovering in orbit moved together and followed the small space fighters as they rushed toward the interior of Earth. Are they out in full force? Ito, who saw everything through the holographic screen, raised his eyebrows and thought. The next moment, the 20 space fighters broke through the barrier of the atmosphere and entered Earth. They were divided into 3 teams of 6, 7, and 6, respectively, and rushed toward the three returning angels. The space fighters were so fast that they could cross a distance of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Therefore, in just a few seconds, the space fighter teams appeared in front of the angels that were intercepting them and launched an attack. Their attack method was still light beam energy attacks. The angel's eyes flashed slightly as he nimbly dodged the light beam that flew in front of him. He appeared in front of a space fighter and gently waved the Longinus spear in his hand. In an instant, a wave of ripples spread out from where the Longinus spear swept past and scraped the body of the space fighter that was adjusting its posture to dodge the angel's attack. Bang! A muffled sound came from the space fighter. At the same time, deep, visible traces of damage to the internal components of the space fighter appeared on the body of the space fighter. Then, the space fighter's flight slowed down and fell toward the sea below as if it had lost its power. After completing this attack, the angel did not stop. He leaped straight up into the sky, then turned around nimbly and reappeared next to a space fighter that was chasing after him. He stretched out the Longinus spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear brushed past the side of the space fighter. Boom! A ball of fire and a loud sound appeared on the space fighter. The two consecutive incidents made the soldiers of the Orion Empire put away their contempt and fight the angel seriously. Then there was a flash in the sky, and a large net made of energy enveloped the angel. And there was more than one net. The angel waved his arm, and the holy power that spread to the Longinus spear turned into a blazing white holy flame that collided with the net. Whoosh! Amidst the soft sound, the light of the large energy net rapidly flickered a few times, but it was not completely cut open as expected. After withstanding a round of attacks, the energy net connected with each other and formed an energy ball that imprisoned the angel holding the Longinus spear. At this time, a space fighter flew above the large net and emitted a magnetic wave, pulling the large net that imprisoned the angel toward the Orion Empire's fleet that was about to break through the atmosphere. Two other space fighters were doing the same thing as this space fighter. It was clear that the three angels holding Longinus's spear had all been captured. The three space fighters were getting closer and closer to the warship and were about to come into contact with each other. However, at this moment, a thick dark cloud quickly emerged at a speed that defied the laws of nature and released several extremely powerful lightning bolts downward, bombarding the three space fighters that captured the angel. Boom! Zap! 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 The scattered lightning bolts flowed on the protective shield that appeared on the outside of the space fighters. Boom! However, before the first wave dissipated, a new lightning strike followed closely behind, as if the pilot would not stop until the space fighters were blown apart. During this process, the captured angel's body suddenly burned with blazing white flames. At the same time, it released a dazzling light like the sun. It waved the Longinus spear in its hand and cut through the net. Like a falling star, it rapidly fell down. The space fighter pilot could not react in time to that rapid speed and could not catch up. Boom! Boom! Even if the angel had escaped, the lightning in the sky continued to bombard until the light emitted by the angel completely disappeared. Then the dark clouds dispersed, revealing the white clouds floating in the sky, and the Orion Empire fleet that broke through the atmosphere and landed in the direction of the destroyed United Kingdom. More than 10 minutes later, the Orion Empire fleet landed on the ruined United Kingdom, as if they were ready to settle down here. It seems that this is a long-term war plan. Looking at the Orion Empire fleet on the screen, which did not do anything after landing, Seito could not help but speculate. Then after waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes, Seito, who still did not find any new changes, erased the virtual optical screen in front of him, sighed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He didn't know what the Orion Empire, who was extremely aggressive at the beginning, was thinking. In short, after landing on Earth, they did not do anything excessive, as if they were satisfied with occupying the United Kingdom. Therefore, under this strange calm, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, It was worth mentioning that in the past month or so, the thick fog that plagued Earth and caused the genetic mutation of humans on Earth finally dissipated, allowing humans to see the world clearly again. It's just that by this time, humans on Earth have basically completed their mutation, and there are no longer ordinary humans with only a pair of genetic helix groups. Because of this, the world's population has plummeted from nearly 7 billion to more than 4 billion now, which can be described as heavy casualties. Chapter 15:13. Of course, the actual situation was not entirely due to the mutation that caused the population to plummet to such a degree. There were also the attacks of the mutated beasts, the chaos caused by the mutated humans, the impact of a lack of resources, and some other natural causes. But even so, the death of nearly 3 billion people in just over a month was enough to terrify anyone who heard it. The dimensional space is changing faster and faster. I think the dimensional sea should be starting to be affected by it now. If there are no more problems in Orion Empire, I'll go and bring Big Sis and Ping Linghua back, say Ito thought to himself as he sat on a bamboo recliner and sunbathed in the courtyard. But what was the old saying again? Some people just couldn't resist it. Just as Sei Ito thought of Orion Empire gave him face and sent out Yao Easy Eye. Master, there's a new situation. Little Ling Meng's figure appeared as a large number of photon particles converged. At the same time, without needing Sei Ito's instructions, a virtual optical screen appeared in front of him. Sei Ito opened his eyes and looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen, a huge open door appeared on one side of the huge command ship of Orion Empire's fleet. Then, one by one, strange monsters, like monsters from ancient myths and legends, came out of the door and stopped in the empty space between several battleships. In just a few minutes, the open space of nearly 10,000 square meters was filled with hundreds of huge monsters. Can you calculate the specific data of these monsters? Seito narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes, please wait a moment, Master. Master, Little Ling Meng replied. The data is out. Little Ling Meng spoke again after less than half a minute. At the same time, a group of numbers appeared on the right side of the corresponding monster's head in the screen. In order to allow Sei Ito to better see the data, Little Ling Meng took the initiative to expand the virtual optical screen so that groups of numbers appeared clearly in front of Sei Ito's eyes. 15M, 3M, 8M, 7M, 6M. Just as Sei Ito browsed through the data representing the monster's length, width, and height, a new change occurred. In the picture, an Orion, whose exposed skin part seemed to be composed of dark blue smoke and energy, walked to the side of the monsters, raised his arm, and made some gestures on them. Then, the monsters seemed to have received some kind of order. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Following the Orion, who turned around and left, they walked to another battleship in the distance and boarded the battleship through the tunnel opened by the battleship. It seems that these monsters are biological weapons created by Orion. Ito-sei's heart sank as he thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel heavy. If the other party was just an alien. With the current foundation of the human race on Earth, it was not impossible for them to defeat these aliens. This could be seen from the results of the previous few confrontations. However, if the other party were to create biological weapons, if he played Stormflow, the cost of the battle-loss ratio would immediately become unequal. After all, biological weapons could be built as long as there were resources, but if humans died, they would really die. There was no way to resurrect like a game. In this way, as long as the main base, the command ship of the Orion Empire, was not destroyed, there was a chance to push the human race on Earth into the abyss of destruction. Moreover, other than wasting some resources, they would not have to pay too much of a price. After another 3 or 4 minutes, the battleship with a large number of monsters floated from the ground and quickly flew into the sky, hurrying towards the distance. Little Ling Meng immediately tracked the whereabouts of the spaceship. Sei Ito ordered anxiously. Yes. At the same time that Ling Meng responded, a new holographic screen unfolded. 10 seconds later, Traces of a spaceship that had left England appeared on the screen. The alien spaceship was speeding towards France. However, just as it was about to enter France's airspace, the surface of the alien spaceship quickly became invisible. Without needing Sei Ito's instructions, Little Ling Meng automatically activated the anti-stealth tracking program to search for traces of the spaceship. Unfortunately, due to the lack of data on the alien spaceship's stealth system, tracking and cracking the spaceship would take a long time. Thus, even when the traces of the monsters appeared on the screen, they were still unable to lock onto the spaceship's tracks. "I'm sorry, Master. We failed," Little Ling Meng reported with a dejected expression. "It's fine. This is not your fault. However, you have to keep an eye on these fellows for the time being. Don't wait until the enemy sends all the monsters to our side before we know it." Sei Ito reached out and patted Little Ling Meng's head as he comforted her. "Rest assured, Master. I promise to keep an eye on them. They will never escape my surveillance," Little Ling Meng promised with a serious expression. Sei Ito smiled slightly and looked at the two screens before him once more. On the screen of the Orion Empire's command ship that had stopped in England, a large number of monsters once again appeared. On the other side of the screen, which was originally used to track the Orion Empire's battleship, it was now used to track the traces of the monsters in France. The monsters that were released immediately dispersed, as if they had gone mad. They wantonly destroyed all the buildings they could see along the way. The situation was just like the monster tide back then. However, although France was a country without any mythical background, it was still the international capital of mercenaries. There were countless strange forces there. So soon, groups of warriors with various abilities rushed out and launched attacks on the monsters that were crazily destroying everything. Seeing this, Sei Ito understood that the French government must have issued some kind of mission. Otherwise, with the mercenaries' mercenary nature, unless France was their motherland, they would never put in so much effort to fight. In order to verify his guess, Sei Ito turned his hand and took out the Bounty Union's mission issuing terminal. He opened it, logged into the mission receiving interface, and quickly browsed through it. Sure enough, soon, an unlimited mission jumped into his view. Mission type: guarding mission restrictions, none requirements. Assist the French government in protecting the homeland. Rewards: ability evolution potion, alchemy equipment, special items, etc. Choose one. After browsing through the mission, Sei Ito smiled slightly and was about to close the mission interrupt. But immediately he paused and looked at the iPad-shaped mission terminal in his hand with some astonishment. Should I say that the Bounty Union is indeed worthy of its name? Under such circumstances, it can still maintain the connection between the mission terminal and the host computer. It really can't be underestimated. Sei Ito sighed softly. One must know that on Earth, except for a few major countries that could barely maintain the smooth communication between important domestic areas, international communication was basically cut off, so it was impossible to connect anything. But under such circumstances, the Bounty Union's mission terminal was still intact. Even in Asia, where there were basically no branches in other countries except for Russia and abroad, it was still the same. It could be seen that the Bounty Union's strength was not inferior to any of the top countries. Then, Sei Ito put away the terminal and looked up again at the virtual optical screen in front of him that gradually increased in number as time passed. He watched the monsters on the screen appear, board the ships, transport them away, and then reappear in other countries in Europe to wreak havoc. They then fought with the hidden forces of various countries that appeared later. In just one morning, the whole of Europe had fallen into a tide of monster attacks. No wonder it was so quiet for more than a month before. It turns out that they were secretly mobilizing their troops. It seems that these guys from Orion are not only belligerent, but they also know how to endure. Sei Ito thought to himself. He had already lost count of the number of monsters that were transported away from the Orion Empire's command ship. Fortunately, after a morning of troop transport, the Orion Empire finally stopped their troop transport work temporarily, allowing Sei Ito to breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the Orion Empire's production capacity would be too high and directly drag the whole world into the monster war. But not long after he was relieved, his expression suddenly changed. Because just now, Ito suddenly felt that the three-dimensional space where Earth was located shook violently, producing a change that he could not quite explain. However, he could clearly feel what happened next. That was, the vitality of the whole Earth was rising. If it was just ordinary vitality, Ito naturally would not have such a reaction. Instead, he would be happy because with the rise of vitality, the world's suppression on him would loosen, allowing him to exert more strength. This was also the reason why he supported the so-called ascension of Earth to a certain extent, because he did not want to ascend to the upper realm and leave Earth for the time being. He believed that other cultivators should also have such an attitude, which was why they did not appear at the beginning of the alien invasion. But the vitality produced now was different. It was full of violent factors. In a more straightforward way, the vitality, Ito, was looking forward to was the light vitality mentioned in the Interstellar War, but what appeared now was dark vitality. Although this kind of origin chi could also be used for cultivation, it was the same as the origin chi of darkness. It would cause one to become berserk and irrational, and it was easy for one to fall into the demonic path. It was not an origin chi that one could absorb without reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, Ito did not care much about the current changes in the outside world. Instead, he directly entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, what's the situation in the dimensional sea? Ito asked loudly. Due to the influence of the dimensional offset, the dimensional sea is experiencing a general shock. What about the world? Ito's expression changed when he heard this, and he asked again. Chapter 15:14. Some unstable dimensional worlds have been destroyed. Affected by it, a small number of stable dimensional worlds have been shaken and are on the verge of destruction. Perceiving the information sent back by the Rubik's Cube, Ito's expression quickly changed a few times. In his heart, he was worried about his sister, Suzu Ito, Hirata Linghua, and the others. What is an unstable world? It is a world that has this serious flaw in the setting. In the subsequent evolution process, it did not absorb enough human consciousness to derive protection and was unable to produce enough world force to maintain the world. In simpler terms, it is a world formed by the works of eunuchs. And in the endless dimensional sea that is as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River, this kind of world is the most common. Because as the old saying goes, a world with a thought. So almost at every moment, there are a large number of fragmented worlds born and destroyed in the dimensional sea. Can you transfer it now? Ito asked in a deep voice. Yes, but you need to use the high-dimensional space jump technology and consume a lot of world force. Do you want to use it? Yes. Ito confirmed without hesitation. Understood. In the next moment, although there were no ripples in the world of the Rubik's Cube, the body of the Rubik's Cube that was hidden in the void outside the Earth suddenly became blurred in the ripples of the water. After a while, it disappeared from the void. At the same time, the space dimension began to change. Fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension. It was not until the higher level of the ninth dimension that it appeared again. What is the eighth dimension? We all know that the world that humans live in is three-dimensional, but after the concept of time is added, it becomes a four-dimensional world. And if the four-dimensional world with the concept of time is continuously connected into a line with 1 second as a point, and on this basis, all the sides that may appear when there are time changes are drawn horizontally, it forms the fifth dimension. At this time, the creatures in the fifth dimension have basically reached the level of spying on the so-called river of fate. Then, the perspective is changed, and the entire fifth dimension can be seen from the perspective of a three-dimensional human looking at a two-dimensional world. It can even reach any point in time with its mind. It will enter the sixth dimension. Then, When the six-dimensional space was condensed into a point and the line formed by the same type of infinite world as the rules in the six-dimensional world could be observed, it would be the seven-dimensional space. After that, we will look for an infinite world with different laws from this six-dimensional world, and use the lines formed by these worlds with different laws to connect with the lines formed by the laws of the world we are in to form a plane. This is the world of the eighth dimension. Following that, we will change our perspective this time and look at the picture formed by the entire multidimensional infinite world from the perspective of humans looking down on the picture scroll. We will achieve the same ability as the fifth dimension to jump between world points. When he had the ability to freely jump between worlds with different laws, he was in the ninth dimension where the Rubik's Cube was currently located. As for the higher dimensions, were there any? Yes. Condensing the nine-dimensional world into a single point was the 10-dimensional world. However, at this level, one would have already comprehended the laws of space-time to a fixed point and could no longer use the laws of space-time to extrapolate from it. Therefore, at this time, the concept of dimension ascension had changed. For example, creatures from the 11th dimension had the ability to freely enter the 9th dimension. Creatures from the 12th dimension had the ability to manage creatures from the 11th dimension and kill them at will, and the existence of the 13th dimension had become a pure concept. However, if one were to extrapolate according to the theory of dimensions, gods, golden immortals, and so on could barely reach the 5th dimension. Only Tai, Daluo, and the main gods of other worlds could reach the 7th dimension. The ancient gods who were able to break through the crystal wall system and travel the infinite universe could only reach the 9th dimension. As for the exaggerated 11th dimension creatures, they were estimated to be barely on the same level as the legendary saints and creation gods. After all, in their legends, they had only established a single type of world with different laws and had not reached the level of establishing multidimensional infinite worlds. On the contrary, the legendary Hong Jun, who was the representative of the heavenly Tao, was somewhat similar to the 12th dimension creatures. The heavenly Tao and the great Tao concepts spanned across the 13th dimension. Therefore, in the process of dimension ascension, the power of the world was almost equivalent to the power of the world obtained after swallowing a world. This was the largest energy consumption since Sei Ito obtained the Rubik's Cube world. Dimension ascension complete. Please select the world you wish to go to. These are two worlds. As he spoke, Sei Ito recalled the information about the worlds that Suzu Ito and Shimawira Suzuki's teams had gone to. At the same time, he silently activated the shadow clone technique and split himself from one person into two. World search complete. Space coordinates confirmed. Beginning construction of teleportation gate. At the same time that the Rubik's Cube presented the information in Sei Ito's mind, two middle-style dimensional magic arrays with vortex channels formed by the power of the world above them appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the two Sei Ito did not hesitate and stepped into one of the magic arrays one after another. Then, in the next moment, as the magic arrays soared into the sky, they went straight into the vortex channel formed by the power of the world. Together, they disappeared from the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, in the two worlds with different environments, two beams of light descended from the sky. Pa! The beam of light suddenly exploded, revealing Sei Ito inside. Sei Ito, who opened his eyes, looked around the sky and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, I was affected. Immediately, he unfolded hyperspace perception and searched for Suzu Ito, Shimawira Suzuki, and others. Found them. About 4 or 5 seconds later, accompanied by a sentence that gradually drifted in the air, Sei Ito's figure disappeared from the spot. The people over there, what are you doing? Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and hold your weapons for me. Nanette, the former 9th Knight of the Round Table from the world of Luxu, suddenly turned her head and looked to her right. She roared at the men who were trembling all over, their faces pale and their hands holding all kinds of cudgel weapons. Yes, the men trembled, reluctantly moved forward, and joined the resistance. This was the apocalyptic world that Xia Ping Suzuka and the others came from. It was a man-made, ancient castle-like building. The main part of the building was a large villa, surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall made of thick wood, stones, and abandoned cars. Between the wall and the villa, there were tents for the refugees who came to seek shelter. It was messy and disorderly. As for the so-called resistance, it was aimed at the zombies and monsters that were currently climbing the wall. "Hold on," Nanette shouted as she used her blood-stained blade to slay a zombie that had rushed in front of her. It had no skin on its body, and its muscles were exposed to the air. Its eyes were empty, and its tongue was long. It looked very similar to the licker from Resident Evil. Nanette, however, at this moment, a black shadow quickly rushed to her side and called out in a low voice. "What's the matter?" Nanette quickly glanced at the person from the corner of her eyes. When she saw that it was Sorcerous Sage in a black combat suit, she retracted her gaze and asked while resisting the zombie attack. "There's no more medicine," Cherry Hill Saint said as he sliced a zombie in half. Nanette frowned and didn't say anything. "Master Nanette." At this moment, another figure appeared beside Nanette and reported with one knee on the ground. 50 meters to the north, there's a large group of zombies coming here. Most of them are new evolved types. "Where's Pandora?" Nanette asked with a serious face. "The 3 Pandoras have attacked and haven't returned yet." The ninja quickly replied. "Let one of them activate the suit." Nanette was silent for a moment, and then said with a helpless expression, "Yes." The ninja agreed and immediately used the body flicker technique to disappear. But after this, that Pandora probably won't be able to activate the suit in this world. Sakura Sage looked at the ninja in the distance and reminded, "It's better than everyone dying here." Nanette replied with a stern tone. Then the two of them were silent and began to kill the zombie enemies that climbed up the wall in an even more ferocious state. At this time, in the center of the stronghold, in a room on the 2nd floor of the mansion, Ping Linghua, whose temperament and aura had changed greatly compared to before, calmly wrote something on a piece of paper. Suddenly, Ping Linghua's movements paused, and she turned her head to look out the window. She saw that in the direction she was looking, a large area of light suddenly appeared. Then a powerful aura spread out from that direction. Seeing this, Ping Linghua's hand holding the pen couldn't help but tighten. Clearly, she understood the significance of the light. But then, Ping Linghua's expression changed again. Her right shoulder shook, her right elbow was raised high, and she quickly struck back. This time, Hirai Suzuki's elbow was blocked. Then, a familiar voice that made her extremely excited rang out in the room. "Aya, Linghua, is this how you treat me, who came from thousands of miles away to see you?" "Done." Ping Linghua suddenly turned around and shouted with a face full of surprise. Then she quickly threw herself into Sei Ito's arms. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, and she buried her head in Sei Ito's chest. "Done, I missed you," Ping Linghua murmured with her eyes closed. "Well, I missed you too." Sei Ito, who naturally put his hands on Ping Linghua's back, responded softly. The two quietly hugged each other like this, savoring each other's scent. After a while, Ping Linghua stood up from Sei Ito's arms with a slightly red face. Very intense. Sei Ito turned his head to look at the stronghold that basically ended the battle with Pandora and said, "Has it always been like this?" Then he asked, "No, it just became like this in the last 3 months. In the past, even if the zombies evolved, they didn't launch such a large-scale attack on the stronghold." Ping Linghua explained. Hearing Ping Linghua's answer, Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, call Saint and Nanette back." Ito Sei retracted his gaze and turned to look at Shiba Linghua. "Okay." Ping Linghua nodded. Then she took out her communicator and sent a call to Sakura Sage and Nanette, as well as the ninjas and Pandora. Then after 5 or 6 minutes, accompanied by a slightly messy sound of footsteps, Sakura Sage and the others pushed the door open and entered Ping Linghua's room. "Done, Your Majesty, sir." When they saw Sei Ito in the room, Sakura Sage, Nanette, ninjas, and Pandora immediately greeted him in their own way. "Since everyone is here, Then I will say the purpose of my visit this time. The mission is over. I will take you home. Ito nodded and responded to everyone's greetings. Then he announced with a serious look. Hearing this, Ping Linghua, Sakura Basage, Nanette, Ninjas, and Pandora immediately looked at each other. Their eyes were full of shock. But immediately, the eyes of the three Pandora girls showed a happy expression. After all, even if they were not afraid of killing, they were still girls. Always facing disgusting zombies, not eating well, not sleeping well, and not even taking a bath well, they would feel very uncomfortable. On the contrary, the ninjas didn't show any expression, as if they were well-trained. Why? Ping Linghua didn't understand and asked. Things have changed. It's not suitable to send teams like you to carry out this kind of mission in the short term, so the mission is canceled. Of course, this includes other people's missions. Ito explained. So it's like that. Ping Linghua, Sakura Basage, and Nanette suddenly understood. At the same time, Ping Linghua also felt relieved, knowing that it wasn't because she didn't do a good job that Ito canceled the mission. She secretly sighed in relief. Are we leaving now? Nanette asked. If you don't have anything to pack. Ito smiled and said. Everyone heard this and shook their heads. After all, for them who have a convenient thing like the space bracelet, they basically carry things with them at all times. Even if some things are placed outside, they're all insignificant common things, so it doesn't matter if they take it or not. Therefore, there's nothing to pack. I want to leave some things before leaving. Just when Ito was about to leave, Ping Linghua suddenly said. Then Ping Linghua quickly walked to the table and sat down, picked up the pen and paper on the table, and quickly wrote and drew on it. Ito glanced at it and found that it was all about the arrangement of the stronghold. It really is like Linghua style. Ito secretly smiled. After more than 20 minutes, Ping Linghua finished writing all the things she wanted to write, then closed her eyes and used her mind to open the space bracelet and took out some daily necessities. I'm sorry for making everyone wait. Ping Linghua apologized with an embarrassed look on her face after she was done with all this. Ito and the others shook their heads, indicating that it's okay. Then, Ito contacted the magic cube and activated the dimensional transfer magic array that could carry out dimensional travel with the help of the world force. He took everyone and disappeared into the light that soared into the sky. Chapter 15:15. In a certain world, in an ancient Japanese-style building complex that covered a large area, accompanied by an obscure spatial fluctuation that even a superb ability user would find difficult to detect, Ito's figure appeared in the room. The one who appeared in front of him was Lana Lynchine, who was wearing a pair of torn blue denim shorts and a red tank top that exposed her arms, waist, and legs. She was sitting cross-legged in front of TV, playing a fighting video game in full swing. Looking at Lana Lynchine, Ito was speechless and shook his head. Then, Ito had a strange smile on his face. He squatted down, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Lana Lynchine's full breast from behind. How dare you? You're looking for death. Lana Lynchine's pupil shrank as she raised her head and slammed it into Ito's face. TSK. That was dangerous. Ito quickly dodged the attack and tightly held Lana Lynchine with his arms to prevent her from moving. Okay, it's me. Achung. Hearing the familiar voice, Lana Lynchine turned her head and called out to the familiar face in front of her. Yes, it's me. Ito let go of his arms and smiled. Achung. Lana Lynchine, who was freed, suddenly turned around, stretched out her arms, and hugged Ito's neck. She put her face close to his face, rubbed it with her cheeks, and called out happily. Okay. Fortunately, his waist was strong enough to not be knocked to the ground by Lana Lynchine's hug. Ito raised his hand and gently patted Lana Lynchine's back and asked, Where are the others? Big sister should be working in the Inyang Hall. Yellow Spring is with her. Erica and Niru went out. They said they were going to Hashizu Temple. Liliana and Kagura-chan went out to buy groceries. They probably won't come back until later. As for Hellable and the others, they should be in the basement. They are holding the 12 godly generals that were kidnapped from the Yin Yang Hall. Lana Lynchine tilted her head and pretended to be thinking about something. What about you? Seito asked with a funny face. I'm guarding the home. I'm stopping the enemies. Lana Lynchine answered with certainty. So that's how you guard the home? Seito looked at the screen and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it's too boring. Lana Lynchine awkwardly stuck out her tongue and explained. Let's go. Take me to the basement. Ito Sei patted Lana Lynchine's butt, said, Okay. After saying that, Lana Lynchine stood up from Seito's arms. After that, Ito Sei also stood up from the ground, and under the guidance of Rana and Lynchine, they walked to the basement of the house. After a few turns, the two of them arrived at a dark space. The space was very big, more than 150 square meters. There were 7 or 8 cells with iron bars that were separated by 5 or 6 walls. They faced each other, creating a path big enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Along this road, Apache, Misha, and Sun, Helibal's 3 subordinates, were sitting together and playing a popular game in Hueco Mundo. They were having a good time arguing with each other. As for their commander, Helibal, he was sitting at the end of the path. His eyes were closed. He was meditating there, completely unaffected by the argument between Apache and the others. Helibal, Ah Chung is here. Lana Lynchine, who brought Sei Ito to the basement, said loudly. However, not only did this shout attract the attention of Helibal and the others, but it also attracted the attention of the 12 godly generals and other prisoners to look at Sei Ito, who was walking past their cells. It seems that these guys are very dangerous. They even need special guards. Ito Sei laughed as he casually looked at the condition of the people in the cells on both sides. That's right. These guys all have strange means. Even with the restraining device, they can't do anything. Even with the restraints, they can still cause a lot of trouble if they're not careful. Especially this guy. There's a big guy outside who wants to save him at any time. That's why I have to say this. Lana Lynchine stood in front of the cell where Dao Fengzhen was locked up and explained. Seito also looked at the cell and met Dao Fengzhen's eyes. Sir, at this moment, Helibal walked up to Seito. He respectfully greeted. As soon as he said that, the 12 immortal generals in the cell were surprised again. It couldn't be helped. Helibal had left a deep impression on them. In their minds, he was the most dangerous, desolate spirit. They didn't expect such a guy to have a ruler. How could they not be shocked? Seito nodded, then raised his arm and extended his index finger. The tip of his finger lit up and quickly drew in the air. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a gold and silver cloud-patterned word appeared in the void. Then, Seito flicked his finger, and the rune turned into a stream of light and entered Dao Fengzhen's body. In the next moment, Dao Fengzhen's expression changed. Zhen, the young 12 godly generals, Mitsuki Zenjiro, called out in concern. I'm fine. It's just that my spiritual energy has been completely sealed. Dao Fengzhen replied without blinking. Then he bitterly smiled and sighed. As expected of the desolate spirits, imperial spirit. Such a powerful spell. Can you tell me what spell this is? It's just an application of the Middle Kingdom spell. You can call it spirit suppression. Seito smiled faintly. Then Ito Sei stretched out his arm again and wrote several spirit-suppressing cloud patterns at one time with the space stacking method. He projected them into the bodies of the 12 immortal generals in the prison cell one by one, making their spiritual particles completely lose their activity and unable to move. Then, Seito flipped his hand and took out several triangles and talisman paper. He wrapped the triangles with talisman paper, then used his spatial ability to send the triangles to specific corners in the basement. Then, in the next moment, a barrier appeared in the basement and enveloped the entire basement. Okay, I've set up the barrier. There's no need for anyone to guard this place for now. Seito turned his head and said to Helibal and the others. Then he stopped paying attention to the 12 godly generals and left the basement with Lana, Lynchine, Helibal, and the others, disappearing behind the basement door. It seems that the Yin Yang Hall is really in danger this time. The Eye of the Sky, who was known as the Three Virtues and 10 Comprehensions, sighed. The others were silent, but they all agreed with his words. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had returned to the living room, was pulled aside by Lana and Lin Qin, and they chatted happily. Apache and the other two walked to the front of the TV and started playing the game that was still running. Soon, they fell into an endless argument. As for Hellable, she returned to the room assigned to her to rest and meditate, just like when she was in the basement. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Liliana and Tsutomaya Kagura returned home with bags full of vegetables. Naturally, when they saw Ito say, they had to greet him and chat with him. But because they had to make dinner, they didn't chat for long before Liliana and Tsutomaya Kagura went into the kitchen and got busy. The next time, Sei Ito and Lana, Lin Qin, and Apache's constant argument, the noise from the kitchen, and Sei Ito's conversation slowly passed by. I'm back. At this time, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Suzu Ito and Kanzen Yomi, who were wearing a gray women's suit and pants, walked into the room. They took off their shoes at the entrance while shouting habitually. After taking off their shoes, the two of them walked into the room. Achung! Suzu Ito looked at Sei Ito, who was sitting on the sofa, in shock. Sis. Sei Ito smiled. When did you get here? Suzu Ito asked with joy in her eyes. About half an hour ago. Then why did you come this time? Suzu Ito, who was sitting right next to Sei Ito, asked curiously as she took off her suit jacket and hung it on the hanger. I can take you guys back. Sei Ito didn't hide anything and answered directly. Why? Suzu Ito asked with a frown. Because something happened. For the time being, it's not suitable for a small team like yours to go out on a mission to conquer a world like this. So, for your safety, I've decided to cancel the mission. Sei Ito explained. Can't you wait a little longer? Suzu Ito argued. What's wrong? Sei Ito looked curiously at Suzu Ito. If we give up now, it'll be too much of pity. Suzu Ito sighed. Then, she briefly explained the current situation of the world to Sei Ito. It turned out that ever since the attack on Yin Yang Hall's headquarters, the prestige that Yin Yang Hall's Hall Master had built up took a hit. Some organizations that were originally operating in the dark quickly became active, causing Tokyo security to become very chaotic. However, Yin Yang Hall was currently in an awkward situation where the higher-ups had all been wiped out. The lower-level branches were also disunited because of the Twin Horns Association's cleanup activities. So, they couldn't deal with these incidents as quickly and straightforwardly as before. This caused Yin Yang Hall's deterrence to drop significantly. But at this time, Hashizura, who Erika had taken the initiative to contact, took the opportunity to jump out and suppress Yin Yang Hall's survival through various activities. Correspondingly, Suzu Ito became very active during this period. With the secret assistance of Erika, Liliana, Lana, Lin Qin, Jinshan Yomi, Nero, and Hellable, she rapidly earned merits and displayed powerful Yin Yang techniques. Finally, she attracted the attention of the Hall Master of Yin Yang Hall, who was extremely short on manpower. At the same time, he was also the leader of the 12 Divine Generals, Kurahashi Genji, who was specially spared by Erika and the others. He began to promote her. So, after such a long period of preparation, Suzu Ito had already become the deputy chief of Yin Yang Hall's Exorcism Bureau. She could be considered one of the higher-ups of Yin Yang Hall. Chapter 15-16. After listening to Suzu Ito's explanation, Sei Ito couldn't help but frown and ponder. It's not impossible to continue. After a while, Sei Ito spoke again. Suzu Ito's face relaxed when she heard this. But I'll also join in. Then, Sei Ito changed the topic and continued. Although the situation outside seems to be stable for now, we're still in danger, so we need to end this quickly. If Ah-chung makes a move, then what's the point? Suzu Ito curled her lips and said gloomily. Big sister, what's there to be gloomy about? With just a few of you, you're able to establish a third force that's not inferior to Yin Yang Hall and Hoshino Temple. At the same time, you've also infiltrated the highest level of Yin Yang Hall. This is enough to prove your ability. Not to mention, the one who's making a move is your little brother, not an outsider. Sei Ito comforted her with a smile. That's true, but it's just like playing a game. Before, I was just killing monsters to level up. Now that there's a cheat, it's much less fun. Suzu Ito explained helplessly. Sei Ito really didn't know how to refute this. Forget it. My original goal was to help you anyway. Since you're willing to make a move, I have nothing to say. Just do it. Your big sister will cooperate with you. Then, without needing Sei Ito to say anything, Suzu Ito took the initiative to let go. Okay. Sei Ito's lips curled up as he softly replied with a smile. Then, Sei Ito began to talk about the more specific situation in this world with Suzu Ito. It's time to eat. At this time, Tsutomu Kagura's soft voice sounded in the room. Let's go eat. Suzu Ito, who temporarily stopped chatting, stood up from the sofa and called out to Sei Ito. Sei Ito nodded and also stood up from the sofa with Lana and Linshin. They followed Suzu Ito to the dining table that was already filled with food. After a while, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, Liliana, Kanzanyama, Tsutomu Kagura, and Lana and Linshin sat together at the dining table and picked up the chopsticks in front of them to eat. As for Hellable and Apache, as voids, they didn't need to eat, and even if they ate, they wouldn't taste anything. Eating it was equivalent to eating it for free. It was not as tasty as devouring souls, so he did not prepare food for them. Clang, the cell store was opened. With the arrogant look at the cells, he looked at this, who was Teet, S and Lin, who was in Lin, S, and who was in Liz. To this didn't say anything. He stood up from the cold ground. He stepped out of the cell. Clang, when 3 good and 10 comprehensions walked out of the cell. Apache casually closed the iron fence door. Then, thus and Apaches. They both left the basement and disappeared behind the closed door. Lord, Apache, who returned to the living room, called out. Sei Ito looked up at the talls, waved his hand, and motioned for Apache to step back. Then, he stretched his arm forward, opened his 5 fingers, and pointed at his head. The next moment, he saw a white light that wasn't very clear. Thus, who looked directly at the white light, immediately felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Sei Ito's 5 fingers grabbed the air, and this body spontaneously floated in front of him. At this time, the center of Sei Ito's eyes lit up, and 2 pure silver-white lights appeared. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force came out of his eyes, forcibly broke through this consciousness barrier, and pierced into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, a large number of memory fragments and stream of consciousness information passed into Sei Ito's mind through the spiritual force. Sei Ito, who was very familiar with the current situation, didn't hesitate to launch his ability and skillfully modify the memories in this mind. However, this was one of the top Yin-Yang masters in the country and one of the 12 divine generals. Not only was his Yin-Yang technique powerful, but he also knew a lot of secrets in his mind. Therefore, in order to prevent others from using a secret technique similar to Soul Search to search for secret information, or to unconsciously leak information due to the influence of the Soul Speech technique in the battle between warlocks, he simply put a seal spell that could destroy memories in his mind. Unfortunately, what Ito Sei wanted was not the secrets in his mind, but to modify the influence of his memory to achieve the goal of modifying his consciousness and cognition. Therefore, without alerting those sealing sorcerers at all, Ito Sei changed his allegiance from the Yin-Yang Hall and the country to Ito Sei. After doing all this, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and awakened this. This first look was confused as he looked at his surroundings, but when he saw Sei Ito's face, he immediately came back to his senses. He stood up straight and clasped his hands in front of his body. He slightly lowered his head and said, "Greetings, my lord." This action was completely the etiquette of a subject meeting the monarch, but he didn't wear the hunting clothes of a Yin-Yang master. However, this still didn't affect the meaning he represented. Lana, take him down a rest. Sei Ito, who had removed all the sealing spells on his body, turned his head and ordered Lana and Linshin, who were watching the show. Okay. Lana and Linshin agreed, then took this out of the room. At this time, Sei Ito once again signaled to Apache to bring a new divine general. Apache didn't speak nonsense, turned around and left the room to go to the basement where the prisoners were locked up, then brought another divine general back to the room. Sei Ito did the same thing and took down the palace. Then it was Yukachi Mari, Magi Zenjuro Amami Taishan, and finally Otomo Shimizu. In less than an hour and a half, these people had been converted from the enemy faction to their own people. Then, Sei Ito, who had sent them to rest, stood up and stretched. Finished. At this time, Suzu Ito's figure appeared in the room and said softly with a smile, "I'm done here, but I'm going to go to the Lying Star Temple later and deal with the other side." Sei Ito said with a smile, "Is there a need to be in such a hurry?" Suzu Ito walked in front of Sei Ito and handed over a glass of water with a slight frown. Sei Ito took the glass of water to his mouth, took a small sip, and explained, "Isn't Erika and the others over there? We can use them as coordinates and go there directly. We don't have to wait for the next time." "That's true." Suzu Ito nodded and said with a smile, "Big sister, remember to be careful when you act tomorrow." When I hypnotized a guy named Miyazaki, I saw from his memory that Kurahashi Genji's side is not simple. It seems that there is a girl named Soma de Kuko and the Dalian Temple's 12 divine generals. It's a bit dangerous. Sei Ito looked at Sei Ito and said, "I know. Aren't there Yomi and the 12 divine generals who were transformed by you following us?" "No problem." Suzu Ito reached out and pinched Sei Ito's cheek and said with a smile. Ito-sei, whose cheeks were pinched, had a helpless look on his face. After a while, Sei Ito drank the water in the glass and handed the empty glass to Suzu Ito and said, "Okay, I'm going over. If there are no accidents, I probably won't come back tonight." "Okay." Suzu Ito, who took the glass, nodded. After explaining, Sei Ito didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and used hyperspace perception to search for the flying thunder god positioning runes on the space bracelets carried by Erika and Suzu Ito. After locking on, he immediately activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared in front of Suzu Ito's eyes. The next moment, in a room of the Xingqiu Temple deep in the mountains and forests, Sei Ito's figure appeared here. "King?" Looking at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared, Erika exclaimed with a look of astonishment. With a sly smile on his face, Sei Ito quickly lowered his body, sneakily kissed Erika's delicate and bright lips, and tasted them carefully. As the recipient, Erika gently closed her eyes after the initial astonishment and enjoyed the kiss with an intoxicated expression. "Long time no see, Erika." After a while, Sei Ito let go of Erika, who was blushing and panting slightly, and said softly with a smile on his face, "King is really a pervert. As soon as he arrived, he did such a thing that is not in line with the etiquette of a king." Erika's eyes were blurred as she complained, "I miss you so much that I'm sick." "Erika, you're too attractive. You can't deny your charm, right?" Ito-sei laughed. "Of course I won't deny my charm. It's just that I don't know if I should feel gratified or depressed that King used me as an excuse for this kind of thing," Erika said snappily. Then, Erika adjusted her expression, looked at Sei Ito, and asked, "Then, King, why are you here this time?" "It's very simple. Take control of the Xingqiu Temple," Sei Ito announced happily, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, in reality, this matter was indeed insignificant to him. After all, in the original work, although the entire Xingqiu Temple was powerful, there were only 2 people who were at the level of the 12 divine generals. One of them was an old man who could not fight against Sei Ito at all. Even Erika might not be easily taken down by one of them. So why would Sei Ito care about them? Consciousness control? Erika, who understood Sei Ito's plan, nodded and said, "Yes, so my dear Erika, now take me meet them." Sei Ito smiled. After saying that, his body changed. In a sudden burst of smoke, Sei Ito turned into a badge and fell in front of Erika. Chapter 15-17. In a certain world, the second day, a van was parked in the underground parking lot of Enyang Hall's newly renovated headquarters. Wah! As the car door opened, Suzu Ito, who was still wearing a woman's suit and trousers, and Jianshan Yellow Springs, who was wearing casual clothes, along with 6 unfamiliar men and women, stepped out of the car. Suzu Ito turned her head and exchanged glances with Jianshan, Yellow Spring, and the others. They nodded at each other and walked towards the elevator with solemn expressions. Ding! With a soft sound, the elevator doors slowly opened to both sides. The group of people stepped into the elevator and slowly disappeared behind the closed elevator door. 1, 2, 3, for the indicator light that represented the floor of the elevator changed rhythmically. Ding! Then, with another soft sound, Suzu Ito and the others appeared on one of the floors of the Enyang Hall. Deputy Director Ito. Seeing Suzu Ito, the staff guarding the entrance immediately stood up and greeted her. Then, his puzzled gaze landed on the 6 strangers behind Suzu Ito. This is a colleague who was transferred from a branch office. The chief specially approved it, Suzu Ito explained casually. It was worth mentioning that the so-called bureau chief was actually the head of the Enyang Hall, Kurahashi Genji. He was the head of the Evil Exorcism Bureau, which was similar to having military power. Therefore, it was not wrong for Suzu Ito, who had climbed to the position of deputy bureau chief, to call herself the official bureau chief. You can register. This is the rule. Suzu Ito turned around and said to the 6 people behind her. The 6 of them nodded one after another, walked to the front of the floor service desk, and signed their names. After the 6 of them signed their names, Suzu Ito led them through the barrier and walked towards the bureau chief's office, which was where the head of the Enyang Hall, Kurahashi Genji, was. Because they were led by Suzu Ito and her son, although they met several puzzled staff along the way, none of them suspected anything. After saluting and greeting Suzu Ito, they ignored them and walked past. Soon, the group of people stood outside the director's office door. At this moment, Suzu Ito turned her head and looked at the others again. After confirming that there was no problem, she reached out and knocked on the door in front of her. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Clack. After getting permission, Ito Rin reached out and unlocked the door. At the same time, the 6 of them quickly hid behind the walls on both sides of the door, concealing themselves. Then, the door opened. Suzu Ito entered the office. She closed door closed. Chief. Ito Rin's gaze was unfocused. She quickly took in the situation in the room, and at the same time, her face didn't show any surprise. There was no one else. This was the result of Suzu Ito's sweep. What's the matter? Kurahashi Genji looked up at Suzu Ito with a cold face and asked, Director, I have a request. Suzu Ito looked directly at Kurahashi Genji's eyes. She said softly. Kurahashi Genji still maintained a sitting posture and didn't speak, waiting for her to continue. Can you please step down from the position of director? Suzu Ito's face showed a bright smile. Step down? Who is the sage? You? Kurahashi Genji said coldly. Of course, it's the other sages. As soon as the voice fell, the half-closed office door was slammed open, and then 5 of the 6 strangers broke into the office. 4 of them bypassed Suzu Ito and occupied both sides of the office. One person stood at the door, and his hands formed a seal and cast a barrier. In an instant, a transparent shield visible to the naked eye enveloped the entire office, including everyone. Clang, clang. In the sound of metal clashing, 2 long swords appeared in the hands of Suzu Ito and one of the strange men. Who the hell are you? Kurahashi Genji's pupil shrank and asked in a deep voice. Suzu Ito smiled slightly and didn't answer. On the contrary, the next change made Kurahashi Genji's face change dramatically. In a sudden flash of spiritual stagnation, the appearances of the 5 strangers who barged into the office changed greatly. They respectively became the enchantment concubine, Yujima Li, Heaven's Eye, 3 Good Things 10 Comprehensions, Divine Sword, Muchan Jiro, Baora Gongdi, as well as the black child Daiyojun who should have retired. Yes, these strangers were the original 12 immortal generals, Yujio Nori and others, whose consciousness was changed by Sei Ito yesterday. The reason why they used Jinjutsu to change their appearance was to avoid trouble. After all, for the ordinary staff of the Yin and Yang Hall, their prestige was too high. As long as they appeared, it was enough to hide the shock of the entire Yin and Yang Hall, especially now that they were announced to have died in the line of duty. "It's you, Kurahashi Genji," who suddenly stood up from his seat, shouted, "Why? Why did you betray me?" Then, Kurahashi Genji's tone was full of unwillingness. Miyagi. In the infernal demon palace, he was the one he relied on as his right arm. He was the one who captured Amami who was standing guard outside the office with Yomi. However, it was precisely because he couldn't stand Kurahashi Arashi's ruthless methods that Amami was able to survive until Hellable and the others appeared. He didn't die directly in the dungeon. In response to Kurahashi Genji's question, Miyagi lowered his head slightly and covered his eyes with his long fringe and didn't answer. "Surrender, Director Kurahashi Genji." Suzu Ito stretched his arm forward and pointed the tip of the long sword at Kurahashi Genji's face and said lightly, "Do you think you can catch me like this? In your dreams." Kurahashi Genji shouted. At the same time, his guardian type, Yin-Yang Hall's standard G2 Mechanical King of Humanity, appeared in the room. It attacked Sanshan Shirwu, Magi Zenjiro, Miyazaki, and Oda Mizumi, who were standing on the left and right. At the same time, Kurahashi Genji himself took out the talisman. He threw an arrow at Ito Rin and Shirori Numeri, who was guarding behind her. In the flight, the talisman turned into a fire snake and bit at Suzu Ito. "Destroy all evil," Ito Ling shouted in a low voice, and then a spiritual light covered the long sword she was holding. She slashed forward, and the fire snake immediately split into two halves and exploded, turning into fragmentary flames that drifted away. Then, the scattered flames split again, like a popcorn that suddenly expanded. It quickly filled the entire room. It turned into a flame tornado and rushed towards Suzu Ito. Bundo 39, Round Gate. A circular energy barrier appeared in front of Suzu Ito, blocking the flames. But in the next moment, Kurahashi Genji's figure suddenly appeared next to Suzu Ito. He took out several talismans and threw them at Yukinori. Yukinori's expression didn't change. She changed the hand seal in her hand, and a barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the fireball that had suddenly exploded. But then, a Zhanghe barrier spread out, penetrating the barrier that was first set up by Boi Numa, allowing Kurahashi Daichi to run out. In this process, from the summoning of the Shikigami to the other people to the end of Kurahashi Genji's breakthrough, it was less than 10 seconds. Even Otomo and others had just defeated two Shikigami that were obviously modified. It could be seen that Kurahashi Genji was worthy of his title as the leader of the 12 divine generals. Bundo 4, this rope. Kurahashi Genji, who had just rushed out of the office, didn't have time to use Mori's mantra, Wei Guang Yin, to get up, and a rope formed by pink energy instantly appeared behind him, forcibly restraining his hands behind his back. The person who made the move was Yukinori, who was guarding outside to prevent other staff in the hall from coming to make trouble. Then, in the next moment, a new barrier of light expanded, enveloping Kurahashi Moritsugu, Yamashita Yamamoto, and some of the buildings in the hall. Needless to say, this barrier must have been set up by Ji Gongmi after she regained her senses. Only she would be able to set up such a barrier so quickly. Then, Suzu Ito, Kimo Zenjiro, and Otomo appeared next to Kurahashi Genji, who was trying to break the Kido shackles, and handed two swords and a wand to Kurahashi Genji's neck and chest. Asterisk. Kurahashi Genji's tongue curled up, and he opened his mouth to spit out a seed mantra. In an instant, a powerful force was produced, and Suzu Ito and Kimo Zenjiro's swords were shaken away. Otomo Zenjiro's wand was not shaken away under the light of the seed mantra. After the effect of the seed mantra disappeared, it continued to move forward. Kurahashi Genji's tongue moved slightly, and he once again spat out a seed mantra. Boom! A blazing white lightning exploded, making Otomo Zenjiro's eyes turn white, and his attack was finally avoided by Kurahashi Genji. Motionless Wisdom, King Golden, Binding Mantra. In the next second, an invisible force smashed on Kurahashi Genji's body, making his movements stagnate. It was the 3 virtues and 10 comprehensions. The sudden appearance of the dazzling lightning might be a little dazzling to other people who were not prepared for it, and they would need a few seconds to recover. However, it was not a problem for the Eye of Heaven, the 3 virtues, who had the powerful ability to see ghosts. Therefore, when the others barely recovered their vision and were ready to attack again, the 3 virtues and 10 comprehensions had already calmly thrown out their tactics. At this moment, Suzu Ito suddenly took out a talisman, shook her hand, and activated it, and threw it to Kurahashi Genji. In the flight, the talisman turned into a golden light and instantly went into Kurahashi Genji's body. Kurahashi Genji's expression changed, and his face turned ugly. It turned out that the talisman was none other than the talisman made by Sei Ito himself. Although its effect was not as powerful as when Sei Ito cast it himself, it was still able to temporarily seal the spiritual power of a kamikaze Genji, so it was no wonder that Kurahashi Genji's expression changed. Kurahashi Genji, who knew that he would not be able to get away with it, looked at Suzu Ito again and asked, "You will know in the future." Suzu Ito smiled. Then she turned her head and signaled to Kanzenyomi. The latter did not talk nonsense, and quickly walked to Kurahashi Genji's side, took out a set of spirit-restraining equipment from her space bracelet, and put it on Kurahashi Genji's body. "Let's go, it's time to set things right," Suzu Ito said softly with a smile on her face. Then she turned around and walked forward along the corridor. Behind her, San Shanshu, Magi Zenjiro, Amami Yusho, Yukachi Mari, Miyazaki, Otomo Mathuru, and Kanzenyomi, who was holding Kurahashi Genji, quickly followed. A few minutes later, they came to another room. Director Kurahashi, Deputy Director Ito, Minister Amami, Minister Sanshan. This. Looking at the people in front of her, the female staff in the room cried out in shock and bewilderment. "Can I trouble you to turn on the hall's broadcast? I have something to say to everyone in the hall," Suzu Ito said with a smile. Okay. The female staff quickly responded, and then she hurriedly turned on the broadcast system in front of her that could connect to the entire Inyang Hall. Okay. The female staff who moved aside said, "Thank you." Sei Ito smiled and thanked her. Then he went straight to the microphone, turned it on, and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Suzu Ito, the Deputy Director of the Devil Hunting Bureau. I have something very important to announce to everyone, so I'll have to trouble everyone to gather in the conference room immediately. That's all." After that, Sei Ito turned off the broadcast. "You come with us." Suzu Ito turned to the female staff and said, Yes. The female staff responded with an expression that looked like she was about to cry. Sei Ito smiled and led everyone out of the broadcast room. They swaggered toward the conference room that could accommodate everyone in the hall. Along the way, they naturally met many people, and they recognized the 12 divine generals who should have died in the line of duty. At the same time, some smart people faintly realized that something important was about to happen. A few minutes later, Suzu Ito and the others walked into the conference room. Some of the staff who had already arrived were shocked. They walked straight to the innermost rostrum of the conference room and stopped there. During this process, no one in the conference room spoke. The silence was oppressive. In this oppressive silence, another 5 or 6 minutes passed until all the staff on duty in the hall arrived. Seeing that no one else was coming, Suzu Ito walked to the center of the rostrum and picked up the microphone. "Ahem, I'm Suzu Ito. Now, I have something important to announce to everyone." At this moment, Suzu Ito's face was full of solemnity. If one looked closely, they could even see suppressed anger. It could be said that her expression was on point, and she fully expressed the emotions of the person who exposed the truth. That is, the current head of the Inyang Hall and the deputy director of the Devil Hunting Bureau, one of the 12 divine generals, Kurahashi Genji, is a traitor. Wow! In an instant, a large clamor of discussion resounded throughout the large conference room. Chapter 15:18. Bastard. What a shitty descendant. Traitor. Murderer. A large number of curses were heard from the Inyang Hall staff in the conference room. It was the end of the Bringing Order to Chaos conference. In the previous conference, after Suzu Ito's instigating declaration and Amami Ozen and the other 12 divine generals' testimony, Kurahashi Haruji was completely labeled as a traitor and became the target of everyone's disdain. Correspondingly, everyone regained their original positions. For example, Amami Ozen became the head of the Spell Search Department again. For example, 3 Kindness and 10 Awakening became the head of the Monitoring Department. In short, everyone returned to the Inyang Hall as victims. As for the person who exposed all of this, although Suzu Ito did not get promoted, her reputation was greatly improved, and she almost became a hero in everyone's mouth. It was a good reward. However, at this time, Suzu Ito, who almost became a hero, did not appear in front of the crowd. Instead, she went to the corner of the conference room, took out her phone, and dialed Sei Ito's contact number. Big sister. Soon, Sei Ito's voice came from the phone. Ah Chung, the Inyang Hall has been dealt with. You can enter the Inyang Hall at any time. Suzu Ito looked at the angry crowd in the conference room and whispered, although we caught Kurahashi Haruji, we did not find any traces of Kurahashi Haruji. However, we didn't find any traces of Shama Duogwazi and the others in the Inyang Hall. I know. You can leave Kurahashi Haruji to Hellable and the others. As for that Kurahashi Haruji, I don't think he can cause any trouble, but you have to be careful in case that guy is driven to desperation. Okay. After that, the two of them exchanged a few words and then cut off the call. At the same time, in a guest room of Hoshino Temple. It's so noisy. Erika, who was wearing only a set of red lace underwear and her soft blonde hair naturally spread out, turned over her body. He frowned and mumbled in his sleep. Needless to say, Erika was currently in what she considered to be her sleeping period. Under such circumstances, Erika basically wouldn't wake up until noon. Seito put away his phone and smiled helplessly. He reached out and gently nudged Erika. She greeted softly, Erika, Erika, shut up. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Erika casually slapped away Seito's arm, turned over, and muttered. Seito was speechless and decided to use some ruthless methods. Then, Seito lowered his body. He placed his head in front of Erika's face, opened his mouth, and sucked on Erika's soft and tender lips. He stuck out his tongue and entangled it with Erika's. Oh, Erika, who was still in a daze, let out a low moan subconsciously. But soon, Erika completely woke up. She instinctively pushed Seito away and summoned her beloved knife, Reinhardt. She pointed to the side. King, launching a sneak attack in a lady's sleep is not something a gentleman should do. Then, Erika put away her beloved knife and said sarcastically, if you had been obedient and woke up just now, then I would have used this method to wake you up. Seito shrugged and said with a playful expression, but, King, disturbing a lady's sleep is also a heinous crime. Erika said with a dangerous smile on her face, then I'll repay you with my body. With that, Seito quickly jumped up and pressed Erika under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips again. Although Erika looked very unhappy before, after the kiss, she quickly closed her eyes and enjoyed the passionate kiss. During the kiss, Seito's hand began to slide and move to the side of Erika's chest. His finger gently lifted the edge of her bra, which was already an obstruction, and slid his hand in through the exposed gap. He pressed his hand on her chest and gently kneaded. Erika, who felt the attack on her chest, moved her hand forward and pressed on the back of Seito's hand. She seemed to refuse, but her strength was clearly not enough. She said she allowed it, but she stopped his hand from moving any further. Seito ignored this and continued to gently tease her with his finger. After a while, Seito gently let go of Erika, whose face was red, her breathing rapid, and her eyes watery. "King, you're getting more and more insatiable," Erika said softly. "That's because you're getting more and more charming." Seito chuckled. Then, Seito removed his hand and sat up. At the same time, Erika lazily stretched out her arm. Seito saw this and smiled. He reached out and grabbed Erika's hand and forcefully pulled her up from the bed. "I can give you a chance. Serve me and put on some clothes." Erika smiled charmingly. As she spoke, a set of clean underwear, her usual black leather pants, a red sleeveless off-the-shoulder hoodie, and a pair of white socks appeared on the side of the bed. "I might turn into an evil spirit." Seito picked up the new underwear on the side of the bed and laughed strangely. "Then I can only say that Wang Ning is too unromantic. I'll be disappointed from the bottom of my heart." Erika smiled. "It seems that in order to maintain a good image of me in your heart, I'll have to resist the temptation." Seito shook his head and smiled bitterly. Erika smiled and put her white and tender feet in front of Seito. Seito helplessly put down the underwear and grabbed the white socks on the side and helped Erika put them on. Then, he resisted the temptation of Erika's perfect body and took off her red lace underwear and put on a new set of underwear. Then, he helped her put on all her clothes. This simple process was appreciated by Seito and Seito. Erika, who was blushing but still didn't move, cooperated with Seito. It took them half an hour to finish everything. "I'm going to wash." After everything was finished, Erika ran away in a panic and said, "Phew." Similarly, Seito let out a long sigh, then stood up and walked out of the room. The moment he walked out of the room, Nero, who was wearing a white Lost No Chase temple uniform, entered his sight. She was sitting on the side, leisurely enjoying the refreshing summer wind blowing from the mountains. "Morning, Nero," Seito greeted. "Morning." Nero turned to look at Seito and responded, "How do you feel?" Seito walked to Nero's side, sat down, and looked into the distance. He looked at the figures of children running through Xingqiu Temple and asked softly, "What?" Nero didn't understand. "This trip to another world." Seito smiled. "It's a bit strange, but it doesn't feel any different from when I went to the modern world." Nero replied, "Ugh." Seito was stunned. But when he thought about it, although the world of death was a high spirituality world, its lost system and environment were basically no different from this world. If he didn't know that this wasn't the world of death and couldn't sense Hueco Mundo, it would really be no different from the modern world of death. If that's the case, then you can think of this trip as a relaxing one. Ito Sei chuckled. Nero didn't say anything. Seito also stopped talking. A moment of silence passed like this until Erika finished washing and returned. "So, King, why did you wake me up so early?" Erika asked as she flicked the hair on her shoulder. Seito couldn't help but look up at the sky. From the position of the sun, it was definitely 11 o'clock. She actually called it early, which made him feel rather speechless. However, Seito was also aware of Erika's characteristics. He looked away and explained, "Just now, Big Sister contacted me and said that she has taken down the Inyang Hall. So, I will take control of this country's government and then appoint someone to take over the Inyang Hall." "What happens after that?" Erika asked. "In order to increase my prestige, I will bring people to lobby the Xingqiu Temple. I will need your cooperation." Seito smiled. "Understood. I think Liliana's secret society will be one of the targets." Erika nodded with an as-expected expression, then asked again, "Yes, this way, the power of this country will be gathered." Seito nodded in confirmation. "Understood. I will control the situation at the Xingqiu Temple." Erika promised. This was not an empty promise. Although Seito had already controlled all the higher-ups of the Xingqiu Temple last night, these were only the higher-ups of the temple. Although they had a strong influence, they couldn't stop a few extremists from appearing. Therefore, The control that Erica mentioned was aimed at these extremists so that their problems would not affect, say, Ito's arrangement. Then I will trouble you, Erica. Say Ito smiled. Then he stood up, and with the words, "I'm leaving," he disappeared in front of Erica and Nero's eyes. A few seconds later, he appeared in Chiyoda district of Tokyo and began to control his consciousness. Compared to the Yin-Yang masters who had strengthened their souls and might even have some spells to prevent themselves from being controlled by their consciousness, the quality of these politician souls was much weaker. They were only at the top of the ordinary people, so they couldn't withstand the destruction of, say, Ito's mental power. If these people were not too scattered and needed some time to search, he believed that he could control them all in less than an hour. But even so, he achieved his initial goal in less than half a day. After that, as planned, Ito Seiji officially became the new director of the Yin-Yang Hall, which was in charge of handling special affairs in the country and had great power and influence through the appointment of the cabinet and the joint recommendation of the 12 immortal generals. Chapter 1519. A few days later, in the world of the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube, after I leave, start devouring this world. Say Ito ordered in his heart in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Yes. Immediately, a huge, slowly rotating mid-style dimensional transfer magic array unfolded under Sei Ito's feet. Then, a thick beam of light suddenly rose up and wrapped around Sei Ito. It rose up and disappeared into the vortex formed by the power of the world above the magic array. The moment he disappeared, a new vortex appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. It changed and formed an asymmetrical circular body with a wide bottom and a slightly smaller top. It produced an endless suction force and sucked in the sphere on the other side of the vortex, swallowing it inwards. The beam of light exploded and turned into countless photon particles. They flickered and melted into the air, exposing Sei Ito's figure in the beam of light. Then, a mid-style dimensional transfer magic array appeared under Sei Ito's feet again and took him away. Phew! Finally, everyone is back. Sei Ito, who reappeared from the beam of light, exhaled softly and said to himself, "Little Ling Ming, did anything change while I was away?" Sei Ito raised his head and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of photon particles quickly gathered in front of him and formed a petite human body. It solidified and turned into little Ling Ming, who was wearing the red and white witch robes, floating in front of him. "No, master," little Ling Ming reported. At the same time, she waved her hand and summoned several virtual optical screens. They displayed everything that happened while Sei Ito was away. In fact, although Sei Ito was away for a while, not much time had passed. It was only about 2 hours. And this was because he used the dimensional transfer magic array to hurry on his journey. A lot of time was wasted in the process of shuttling through the dimensional sea. The few days that he stayed in Tokyo's Raven World, on the other hand, did not take long, only about 10 minutes. Sei Ito quickly browsed through the information on the screen. Sure enough, it was as Little Soul Dream had said. Nothing had changed. Even Hunter Empire's fleet was the same. None of the monsters from the outside world went out to cause trouble while he was away. After watching the surveillance video, Sei Ito waved his hand and dispersed the virtual optical screen in front of him. He then walked into the house. Seeing that her master did not give any orders, Little Spirit Dream's body exploded into countless photon particles and gradually disappeared into the air. For the rest of the time, it was still peaceful, other than the fact that nearly 1,000 monsters would be released to different parts of the world every 3 days. As they rapidly approached Asia, the spiritual energy in the world continued to rise slowly, as if the tide had returned. This caused the current spiritual energy concentration on Earth to increase by nearly 1 level. Although this level seemed small, it was enough to more than double a cultivator's cultivation speed, allowing many people to take the opportunity to break through their bottleneck. However, as Sei Ito worried before, This group of cultivators was also uncontrollably affected by the negative energy contained in the vitality. Their tempers became irritable, aggressive, cruel, and merciless. Therefore, under the influence of this, the humans who were barely united because of the monsters once again became conflicted. The monster army frequently broke through the defense line and penetrated deep into the borders of various countries. On this day, "Sir, there's a Mr. Valtor outside, asking to see you." A maid in a black and white maid uniform walked into the house and reported, "Take him to the living room. I'll be there later." Sei Ito frowned and ordered, "Yes." The maid left the room. "Valtor, what is he doing here?" Although Sei Ito didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit, Valtor was still a legend under his control. Therefore, Sei Ito still wanted to see him. He immediately stood up, left the room, and walked to the living room. In about a minute, Sei Ito came to the living room. "Sir." Seeing Sei Ito, Valtor, who was sitting cross-legged, immediately knelt down like the Japanese, bowed his head, and greeted Sei Ito. Sei Ito glanced at him faintly, walked straight to the main seat in the living room, and sat down. At this moment, the maid walked into the living room with a tray in her hand, knelt down, and handed the 2 cups of tea on the tray to Valtor and Sei Ito, then got up and left the room. Ito-sei picked up the teacup in front of him and brought it to his mouth and took a sip. "Sir." Valtor wasn't in the mood to drink tea at this time and couldn't help but call out again. "What's the matter?" Sei Ito put down the teacup, looked at Valtor indifferently, and asked, "Sir, please help my country." Valtor leaned forward, touched the ground with his head, and pleaded in a sincere voice, "Whose idea is this?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked faintly, "This is my proposal," but Her Majesty the Queen also agreed. Valtor hesitated for a moment when he heard the words, and then told the truth. Just by looking at Valtor's expression, Sei Ito knew that the Queen of England didn't have a good attitude towards asking him to help. "Oh, so how do you want me to help your country?" Sei Ito sneered and asked again. "Rainbow light cannon. As long as Sir uses the rainbow light cannon to help our country destroy the alien spaceships in our territory, we can take care of the rest ourselves." Valtor straightened up and said solemnly. However, he was smart. He knew that Sei Ito wouldn't give away the rainbow light cannon, so he directly asked for assistance instead of an exchange. "This is still your proposal?" Sei Ito glanced at Valtor coldly and asked, "Yes." Valtor's expression changed, and he lowered his head and responded. It seems that he also knows the hidden meaning behind this proposal. "Yes, the rainbow light cannon is very powerful. Everything within a radius of 100 kilometers will be annihilated into ashes. Even if the alien spaceship doesn't turn on its protective shield, it will definitely not last for 10 seconds. If it turns on its protective shield, it should not last for more than half a minute. It is the best weapon to use to destroy the alien spaceships that occupied the United Kingdom. But what about after that? Who will be the scapegoat? Wasn't it because he had to carry Ito-ci and Eiki Uranashi? If he doesn't want to be too sad by then, he can only hide in the Rubik's Cube world or ascend, as expected of the guardian knight of the discipline. Under the premise of patriotism and loyalty to the king, he can even suppress the hint of the spiritual seed buried in the sea of consciousness. Sei Ito sneered in his heart. "Go back, and from now on, don't come to my Aikido city again, or I don't mind killing you." Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Sei Ito said coldly, "Sir." Valtor raised his head and shouted, "If it weren't for the premise of patriotism, I would have killed you for your proposal. So get out before I change my mind." Sei Ito said coldly. The moment the words fell, Valtor was thrown out of Aikido City by Sei Ito's instant transmission ability. Outside Aikido City, Valtor, who appeared, looked at the direction of the Ice Society with a complicated gaze, then flew back to the United Kingdom. This was just a small interlude. After this incident, life once again returned to normal, slowly passing by while monitoring the movements of the alien spaceship. "Sir, please move." A royal family elder bowed to Sei Ito and invited. Sei Ito stood up, took the hand of Princess Yoshiko, and then, followed by 8 maids, walked down the shrine and went to the newly built Princess Yoshiko's palace not far from the foot of the shrine. After more than 2 months, under the super-exaggerated construction of Akito City's mechanical workers, the construction of the palace complex used as the wedding house and the name of the palace that the future heirs could inherit was finally completed. And today is the most auspicious day chosen by the royal family elders to enter the house. So they had the previous behavior. The group walked and stopped for about 20 minutes and finally arrived at one of Sei Ito's future palaces, Princess Yoshiko's palace complex. The building complex covers a large area of more than 10,000 square meters. The color of the building was designed in an ancient Japanese style. The whole building was built with specially processed ancient wood. The whole structure was designed by Onmyojis. Not only does it have the best feng shui, but it also has a strong defensive effect. In terms of performance, except for the Imperial Palace where the Emperor lives, no other palace can compare. It can be said to be very grand. The royal family stepped forward and opened the door, leading Sei Ito and Princess Yoshiko into the courtyard. What came into view was a spacious courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a path paved with small gravel. In addition, on the right side of the path facing the door, there was an artificial pond. Inside the pond, there were several lively golden carps. Around the pond, there was a stone lamp, as well as some artificial weeds and trees and artificial rockery, which looked very unique. As for the further inside, there was a corridor that led to the bedroom behind the living room, the kitchen, and other miscellaneous rooms, wing rooms, and so on. Please follow me. The royal family elder invited again. Sei Ito and Princess Yoshiko didn't say much and followed the royal family elder along the corridor to the main house. As for the 8 maids following behind them, they tactfully dispersed and went to busy themselves with other matters. Sei Ito felt a bit strange and frowned, but didn't say much and silently followed the royal family elder inside. After a few turns, the 3 of them arrived at the main house. They pushed open the door and walked in. In an instant, 4 or 5 unfamiliar figures entered Sei Ito's eyes. Chapter 15:20. There were 5 figures, 2 men, 2 women, and a child. Among them, 1 man, 2 women, and the child should be the master, and the other man should be the guard. This can be seen from the fact that everyone else was sitting, and only he was standing behind the man. Among the remaining men and women, the man and the woman were older, and they should be the elders. The other woman was younger, only a few years older than Princess Yoshiko. As for the child behind her, he was still a little boy, not even 10 years old. His eyes were full of lively and active look, and he reluctantly sat on the side with a very standard etiquette, not allowing himself to move. However, it is worth mentioning that, except for the man who should be the guard, the other people's faces are similar to Princess Yoshiko, and they should be her direct relatives. Father, mother, sister, and younger brother, why are you here? Sure enough, after seeing everyone in the room, Princess Yoshiko immediately greeted them with a surprised look. Therefore, these people should be Princess Yoshiko's parents, Prince Monin and Princess Yoshiko, as well as her sister, Princess Yoshiko and her younger sister, Princess Yoshiko and her younger sister, Princess Yoshiko. Of course, we came to see you, Princess Yoshiko said with a smile. Then she turned to look at Sei Ito, who was standing beside her daughter Yoshiko, and asked softly, "This should be Ito-sama, right?" Ito Mori slightly nodded to Prince Mongren and Prince Mongren's concubine Kiko as a greeting. For Sei Ito's performance, Prince Monin and Princess Yoshiko didn't say anything. As the son of the emperor and the parents of the woman who was chosen by the royal family for marriage, they were fully aware of Sei Ito's strength, influence, and significance to the country. This can be known from the fact that Princess Yoshiko also called him Lord. However, although they understand, it doesn't mean that their daughter Princess Yoshiko also understands. So after seeing Sei Ito's performance, she immediately frowned with displeasure. But don't know if it's for the sake of etiquette or something else. She didn't immediately question him. As for the Grand Prince's guards, They were also frowning and had ugly expressions on their faces. However, he understood that this was a matter of the prince's family, so he had no reason to interrupt. He could only lower his head and pretend that he hadn't seen anything. After that, the imperial family elder led Ito to the side and arranged for him to sit down. He chatted with Prince Winran's family for a while and got to know each other. After all, in a sense, they could be considered to be in-laws now, even though this in-law was something that the imperial family had rushed to get. Giaco, take me, your sister, and your brother to visit the palace. At this time, Princess Kiko said. But at the same time, Princess Kiko vaguely winked at Prince Yoshiko. All right. The clever Prince Yoshiko didn't understand that his father had something to discuss with Ito-sama, so he immediately agreed. He stood up and said, Mother, sister, little brother, please come with me. Your Highness, Jazzy and I are going to visit her new palace. Princess Kiko got up. He bowed to Prince Winran. Go, after all, you haven't seen each other for a while. Prince Winran said with a smile. Princess Kiko once again bowed to Seito. She took Prince Jinko, Prince Yurin, and Prince Yoshiko, who had already bowed to Prince Winran and the others, and left the main house to the men. After the women left, Prince Winran and the imperial family elder looked at each other, and then said with a helpless expression, This is Ito-sama. From his uncomfortable look, it was obvious that he was very reluctant to call Ito-sama. But thinking about it, in terms of status, no matter what, Ito should be regarded as his subordinate. In terms of age, Ito was his junior. In terms of his daughter Giaco, he should be his son-in-law. But for some reason, he had to do this, which made Prince Winran feel very helpless. Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Prince Winran. Regarding those aliens, Ito-sama, do you have a plan in mind? Prince Winran, who was no longer pretentious, asked smoothly. Who are you referring to? Ito glanced at Prince Winran and the imperial family elder sitting next to him with a smile that wasn't a smile. When he heard the previous question, how could he not understand that the royal family was afraid of the aliens? They were afraid that they would also become a part of England that didn't know the difference between life and death, becoming a piece of scorched earth. Therefore, they wanted to use the opportunity of this warm room in the new palace to sound out Prince Winran's thoughts through his mouth. The monster army and the possible alien fleet. Prince Winran hesitated for a moment, then said, I don't have that much power, and I don't have the leisure to care about other people. So except for Akaruno, the problem of the monster army will be the same as the previous monster tide. You will be responsible for it. Seito replied lightly. As soon as these words came out, the imperial family elder's expression changed slightly. As for the possible alien fleet attack, I can only guarantee that the island will not sink if I think it is feasible. As for the other casualties, it's still the same. I don't have the leisure, and I don't have the strength to care about it. So you'd better be prepared for the possibility of the country being destroyed at any time. Is there no way at all? The imperial family elder asked with an ugly expression. This wasn't what he wanted, and it wasn't the answer that the imperial family wanted to hear after losing a prince and possibly cutting off their inheritance. Way, Seito sneered vaguely. Yes, you can pray to the Amaterasu god and beg for a miracle to protect this country. Otherwise, I can't do anything. For a moment, the entire main room became quiet, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Ito-sama, can you allow the imperial family to build an imperial residence here? After a moment, the imperial family elder broke the silence again. Are you sure? Seito looked at the imperial family elder with a smile that wasn't a smile. The imperial family elder was silent. Jingjia, go to the kitchen. Is the hot pot for warming the palace ready? When the atmosphere in the main room became silent again, Prince Winran suddenly turned his head and ordered the guard beside him. Yes, the guard replied. He quickly walked out of the main room. And with the interruption of the conversation between Prince Winran and the guard, the atmosphere in the room became slightly better. Then Prince Winran took the initiative to talk with Ito about other things, such as his favorite tennis, rare plants, and some other messy topics, which could even be said to be somewhat shameless, to eliminate the influence of the previous conversation. From this, it could be seen that although Prince Wonrin looked kind on the surface, but he was also a shrewd master. After a while, Princess Kiko returned to the main room with the two princes, Prince Yoshiko and Prince Yurin, to join the conversation and continue to increase the intimacy between the two sides. After that, everyone ate the hot pot in the palace before Prince Mongrel, and Princess Kiko brought little Prince Mongrel and the royal family elder who came with a purpose and left the palace that was now named Autumn Palace, rushing back to Tokyo. As for the other Prince Yoshiko, she stayed with the excuse that the sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Regarding this Prince Yoshiko, Ito really didn't have a good impression, so after greeting Prince Yoshiko, he returned to the shrine alone. This guy, Prince Yoshiko's voice was full of anger. It's okay, sister, Darren is very good, although she didn't know how powerful Ito was. But from the situation he discovered during this period of contact, as well as the royal family's attitude towards him, it could be seen that Prince Yoshiko didn't want his sister to offend Ito for no reason, so he quickly comforted her. But what's going on? Without any notice, you will be betrothed to such a guy. This is the first time the imperial family has done such a thing in the past 100 years since Meiji. Prince Yoshiko asked, "This, you'd better ask father." Prince Yoshiko suddenly remembered the confidential matter mentioned by the imperial family elder and felt awkward. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you. Anyway, it's not me who will suffer in the end. Prince Yoshiko curled her lips. After seeing Yoshiko's parents that day, his life had once again returned to relative peace. However, in the special domain that ordinary people could not perceive, the spirit energy was still constantly rising. At the same time, as a monster that could be seen by humans, after a series of havoc, it finally broke through the blockade of Russia 2 days ago and completely entered Asia. At this time, Ito also understood that in a few days, there should be monsters in Japan. However, just when Ito was thinking about whether to make arrangements, a special aura fluctuation broke out from Ye Prefecture where ISC Grand Shrine was located and quickly spread out in the form of a shock wave. Ito, who sensed this special fluctuation, frowned and immediately used instant transmission to rush over. What a strong aura! Ito, who appeared in the sky above Mie Prefecture, looked down at the origin of the aura wave and thought. And that place was none other than ISC Grand Shrine. But in the next moment, a powerful, dignified, and overbearing gaze shot out from ISC Grand Shrine and fell directly on Ito's body. In an instant, Ito felt his body shake and was affected. Ito frowned and suddenly released all of his consciousness, converging it into an invisible fist and smashing it against the consciousness brought by this sight. Boom! A violent explosion immediately resounded throughout the void. At the same time, a huge ripple visible to the naked eye quickly spread out, stirring up the surrounding air and space. How dare you? At this moment, a female voice full of anger came from the consciousness that was attacked. Like thunder, it blasted into Ito's mind. The spiritual force in Ito's mind quickly gathered and turned into a spiritual barrier to resist the impact of the voice. Who are you? Ito, who quickly suppressed this consciousness, asked coldly. A mere ant dares to defy this god? Die for this god. The moment this consciousness finished speaking, a blazing white flame suddenly appeared around Ito. It steamed the air, burned the space, and rushed towards Ito. It's the fire of the sun. As someone who possessed the power of the sun, he immediately noticed the nature of this flame. His expression changed slightly, and he let out a low cry. Amaterasu, Ant, you're quite knowledgeable. A woman's cold voice came from the consciousness. Son of the East, show yourself. Show your brilliance to the world. A sneer appeared on Ito's face, and then he stirred up the power in his body and loudly sang the words of authority. The power he used this time was the power of the sun that represented the sun god of the East. He obtained it when he killed Perseus. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo instantly appeared around Seito. It emitted endless light and heat, forming a huge disk. It made Seito look like a small sun. Under the influence of the light, heat, and flames emitted by the disk, the fire of the sun was completely neutralized. It did not cause any damage to Seito. You have a divine position. How is this possible? Amaterasu's consciousness exclaimed in disbelief. In her consciousness, the power Seito was using now was a divine position. What was a divine position? It was a concept condensed from a certain law of power that was closely related to the world. The god who grasped it would have absolute control over this power, and in some cases, the performance of authority was very similar to that of divine titles. For example, the current effect on the fire of the sun and the power of the sun displayed by it. Ha! I didn't expect that I would get such a reward from conferring a witch this time. Just you wait. I will definitely find you. Amidst the ecstatic laughter, the fire of the sun and Amaterasu's consciousness disappeared from Seito's body and mind. Even so, Ito-Sei's brows couldn't help but frown. I've been targeted, and I've been targeted by a god who might be a golden immortal. This is really Ket up. Seito cursed helplessly. But since you've done it once, don't blame me for doing it 15 times. Which, right? I'll kill her now. I'd like to see how many more suitable candidates you can make. Thinking of this, Seito immediately appeared outside the ISC Grand Shrine and forced his way in. Actually, it was not entirely true that he forced his way in. With Seito's current cultivation, he could confuse the surrounding guards with an illusion. They did not notice him at all, and he swaggered into the shrine. Chapter 1521. Seito did not meet anyone along the way, probably due to the influence of Amaterasu's grace. The entire ISC shrine seemed empty. Seito did not have any objections to this and walked straight to the palace where the Yada no Kagami was. In Japan, the three artifacts were worshipped by three different families. Among them, the one worshipped by Rita's shrine was the Kusanagi sword, and the one worshipped by the royal family was the Magatama. However, it was also said that it was worshipped in Rita's shrine. As for the specific location, Seito was not interested, so he did not ask. As for the Yada no Kagami, which represented Amaterasu, it was worshipped in the royal family's ISC shrine. Therefore, to find the Amaterasu's priestess, there was no doubt that the palace where the Kagami was worshipped was the right place. After a few turns, Seito came to the palace where the Kagami was worshipped. At this time, there were many people standing outside the palace. Each of them looked solemn, and their eyes were filled with excitement. They were like guards guarding the palace. At the front of the crowd was the shrine's grand priest under Seito's control, Minakori. Miko-sama needs a rest now. Everyone else, please leave. Minakori said loudly. Seeing that the grand priest had spoken, although the others were unwilling, they still followed his instructions and returned to their posts to continue their work. After most of the people had left, the grand priest and the two old priests beside him nodded to each other, turned around, and faced the palace. They raised their hands together and formed a hand seal. They mobilized the energy in their body and shouted softly, "Form!" In an instant, a powerful energy burst out from the three of them. Then, they intersected with each other and formed a huge protective shield around the palace. It flashed and disappeared into the void. It was a barrier, and it was a very powerful barrier. Otherwise, why would a S plus master and two half-step S masters work together to cast it? After casting the enchantment, the great divine priest Mingda and the two old men sat on the ground in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Seito frowned. However, since he had already decided to give the Amaterasu a gift, he would not give up so easily. He flashed to the front of the barrier. He pressed his palm against the outer wall of the barrier and analyzed the structure of the barrier with his powerful spiritual power and knowledge of tactics in his mind. With his powerful cultivation and rich knowledge, the structure of the barrier was quickly analyzed. Seito's palm pressed lightly, and passed through the barrier without any hindrance, and then brought his entire body into the barrier. Standing in the enchantment, Ito-sei turned around and smiled silently at the three great priests guarding outside the enchantment. Then, he retracted his gaze and used an escape technique to silently enter the consecration hall. The hall was very large, more than 60 square meters in area. There were no other miscellaneous furnishings inside. Only an offering table was placed in the innermost position. On top of the offering table was a luminous treasure mirror that was flickering with 7-colored light at a slight angle. On the wall behind the mirror, there was a stone statue of the Amaterasu god. But other than that, there was no one else in the room. Seito's target was the Amaterasu's witch. Seito frowned and looked around the hall. Still, there was no trace of anyone. Seito had no choice but to squat down. He pressed his palm against the ground and silently activated his touch-sensing ability. Instantly, a few pieces of information appeared in Seito's mind. But most of them were images of the room and the people in the room being shrouded in a dazzling light. Only the last one was the information Seito wanted. It was about the whereabouts of the Amaterasu's witch. Ito-sei, who withdrew his palm, raised his head and looked at the colorful Yada no Kagami. Secret territory, Seito whispered to himself. It turned out that in the last image he got from the touch-sensing ability, a young woman in a red and white witch dress stepped into the portal created by the mirror and disappeared from the hall. Since I can't kill your witch, I'll just take your body. Seito stood up and sneered. Then he stepped in front of the table and reached for the mirror on the table. But just as his hand was about to touch the mirror, a powerful psychic wave exploded from the mirror. Ito-sei was not willing to be outdone. He also burst out his own strength, resisting the spiritual waves emitted by the mirror, and grabbed it. Just as Seito's hand was about to touch the mirror, a familiar, angry voice exploded in his mind. How dare you? It was Amaterasu's will. Seito frowned and looked at the wall behind the mirror. At that moment, the statue seemed to come alive. A lifelike figure of Amaterasu appeared, glaring at him with murderous intent and anger. Hodian Zhao stretched out his finger, and the surface of Yada mirror immediately lit up, shooting out a thick energy beam that was the same size as the mirror, quickly bombarding Ito-sei. Seito's expression changed, and he teleported away from the mirror. But unexpectedly, the mirror light attack had the power to destroy space. So Ito-sei was immediately affected, and under the influence of the space riot, a large number of fine scars were left on his body. Blood flowed out of Seito's skin. You sure are lucky. Amaterasu's energy form sneered. Seito narrowed his eyes and didn't say a word. But with a thought, he took out the Longina spear that had been placed in the Rubik's Cube world. It had absorbed the power of faith from Asola's holy church. Longinus had sucked the blood of many gods in the world of the deicide. The moment he took out the spear, a curse-like power spread out and Amaterasu's face changed. How is this possible? How can you have a deicide weapon? Amaterasu, let me give you a souvenir. Seito raised the spear and said softly, How dare you? Amaterasu shouted. Ito-seiji ignored her. His movements seemed slow, but were actually fast. In order to achieve the effect of killing with one blow, he even added the superficial knowledge of the time rule that he had recently comprehended and sent the long spear out. Amaterasu pointed her finger again, and the Yada mirror flew into the air and opened up a colorful barrier in front of the spear. Break! With a low shout, the two blades of the front of Longinus's spear immediately twisted into a spear tip, bringing along a wind blade with enough power to cut through space, fiercely stabbing at Yada no Kagami. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound of friction immediately echoed in the palace. Kacha, kacha pack. Then, there was a series of cracking sounds. Several cracks began to appear on the barrier formed by the Yada mirror, and then it exploded. Longinus's spear tip hit the mirror. Clang! The Yada mirror shook violently, and the light on its surface began to flicker. At this time, Ito-sei's body turned, and the tip of the spear cut through the mirror and then hit the mirror with the end of the spear, sending it flying in front of Amaterasu's virtual body. Then, Itose rotated the spear around his waist and stabbed Amaterasu's virtual body again. "How dare you do this to me?" Amaterasu screamed in anger. Pack! Longinus's spear did not stop moving. It pierced through Amaterasu's body and nailed the wall behind her. A strong light burst out from Longinus's spear. Kacha, kacha. Then, with another shattering sound, a large area of new cracks appeared on the surface of the Amaterasu rampart. "I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Your loved ones will be blamed. Even if you fall to hell, you will be burned by the evil fire for thousands of years." In a vicious curse, Amaterasu's body exploded and turned into a black energy that quickly rushed towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito sneered and waved his hand to gather the power of the world and threw it at the black energy. Cheat! The moment the two came into contact, there was a soft sound immediately. Then, Amaterasu's body exploded, and the curse energy that was created by gathering part of the power of faith quickly turned into wisps of black smoke under the impact of the world's power, dissipating within the palace. Sigh, it seems that I have to start increasing my strength again. Otherwise, I will be in danger if I face Amaterasu, who does not need to be suppressed by the overworld's rule power. Seito sighed as he recalled Longinus's spear and sent it back to the sacred hall to absorb the power of faith. However, he was not in a hurry. Anyway, as long as he did not ascend and the overworld did not complete the dimension leap, he did not need to worry about facing the complete Amaterasu. So, in terms of time, there was still plenty of time. Clang! At this time, with a soft sound, the Yada mirror that had lost its support fell to the ground. However, compared to before, not only had the colorful light on the Yada no Kagami disappeared, but there was also a large crack on the surface of the mirror. It had become broken. Coupled with its ancient appearance, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was trash that no one would want on the street. Well, it is still a divine artifact, and it can be used as a material to refine a new divine artifact. I'll just keep it. With this in mind, Sei Ito bent down and picked up the broken Yada mirror, added layers of seals, and threw it into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei Ito looked at the worship palace again, then waved his hand, and the surrounding wood that was blessed with various protective spells immediately ignited without any fire, and then quickly turned into a big fire, burning fiercely. Sei Ito, who no longer had any thoughts about this place, did not stay any longer and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the shrine in Akizurano City. Chapter 1522. Hey, did you go to the ISC shrine just now? Just as Sei Ito returned to the shrine, Kyubi's mind suddenly appeared in his mind and asked curiously, "Did you see it?" Sei Ito asked. "That's a big impact. I'm not blind." Kyubi sneered. "It was the arrival of Amaterasu, right?" Kyubi then asked in a low voice. "Yes." Sei Ito responded softly. "What's the situation?" Kyubi asked. "I destroyed one of her energy manifestations and broke the Yada no Kagami's aura of faith." Sei Ito answered softly. "This." Kyubi took a deep breath when she heard this. "Boy, you're ruthless," Kyubi said with some admiration as she gloated. Kyubi knew very well that if this happened to her, she could be as ruthless as Sei Ito. At the same time, she was secretly afraid of Sei Ito's strength. Although it was just a manifestation that barely reached the limit of the rules of this world, and many things were restricted, a god was still a god. It was not something that Kyubi could compare to, especially the sun fire that was created by his divine power. It was a great weapon for her. But what about Sei Ito? Not only did he withstand it, but he also destroyed one of her manifestations without any injuries. This made her reevaluate her good neighbor who did not cause trouble. "But you may have a hard time in the coming days," Kyubi said in a low voice. Just as Kyubi said, on the third day after Sei Ito destroyed the manifestation of Amaterasu, A large number of divine aura erupted in shrines all over Japan. They selected suitable shamans to become their ling daemons and began their operations. List the names of the gods that are worshipped in these shrines. Ito noticed this, and his expression changed slightly. He called Raimu over and instructed her. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of information about the shrine appeared in front of Ito. Sure enough, they are all gods of the Tianjin pantheon. Ito sneered as he quickly scanned the information displayed on the virtual optical screen in front of him. The so-called Tianjin god is the god of Takamajiro ruled by Amaterasu Omikami. To put it bluntly, they were the gods of the heavenly court. And among these gods, Tensho was their king, the emperor. So it was very obvious. This group of gods that appeared collectively were ordered by Amaterasu to create a miracle. As for their purpose, it was nothing more than to encircle and annihilate Ito-sei. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that they wanted to regain their faith and retransmit the divine light. After all, in this large number of descending gods, many Tianjin gods directly descended into the dilapidated temples that no one was in charge of. They had to rely on the nearby villagers to choose the most suitable woman for their priesthood to complete the replacement of the spirit generation. What are you going to do? Kyubi's voice sounded in Ito's mind at the right time, and he asked with a tone of schadenfreude. As long as they don't descend with their real bodies, what am I afraid of? And even if there are some who are willing to fight bare-chested, I can just run directly to China. I don't believe that they have the guts to cause trouble there. Ito sneered. Then I'll wait for a good show. Don't let me down, Kyubi said with a frivolous smile. If you won't watch a show, you have to pay. Ito curled his lips and said. But at this time, Kyubi's mind had already broken the spiritual connection with him. However, just as he was about to face the encirclement and annihilation launched by the Tianjin gods, on the second day after the appearance of the Tianjin gods, the Dijin gods also began to appear. The so-called Dijin gods. It's the general name of the gods who live on the ground and mixed with humans, and their leader is one of the three noble sons, Susanoo. The reason why there is such a nickname is because most of Susanoo's descendants were conferred the title of Great Country God. That's why there is such a title. The relationship between the Tianjin gods and the Dijin gods can only be described as hostile coexistence. They are hostile mainly because Susanoo and Amaterasu don't get along well. They coexist because both of them are descendants of Izanagi, and most of the other gods were created by Izanagi and Izanami. So they have the same root, so it's impossible for them to destroy each other. It's just that Ito didn't have time to pay attention to all of this. Instead, he went to the main hall of the shrine, full of vigilance, and looked up at the four statues that were shining in the hall. The four gods worshipped by the Edo family were the god of swordsmanship and samurai, the Japanese martial emperor and his wife, the sea god's younger brother, Tachibana, the god of harvest and wealth, and Susanoo. As far as the gods are concerned, all of them belong to the Dijin gods. Because among these four gods, except for Tachibana, all of them belong to the Dijin gods, and one of them is even the king of the Dijin gods. Fortunately, I'm the only one in the family now. The other relatives have been sent to the Rubik's Cube world as early as when the thick fog spread. Otherwise, it would be really dangerous. Ito carefully observed the changes in the four statues. Now I can only hope that the concentration of faith here is not strong enough, and let Susanoo and the other gods go to their respective shrines. But after this, the seal on this place will be further strengthened. A shrine is a shrine dedicated to a certain god, and that god is the main god of the shrine. Just like Susanoo's Izumo shrine, Inari goddess's Inari Taisha shrine, and so on. Just when Ito was on guard, a divine sense, not inferior to Amaterasu, burst out from Susanoo's statue and quickly scanned the entire spiritual mountain, looking for a suitable which to become his Raikes. But now, not to mention a woman, even a human being, except for Ito-sei, was nowhere to be seen. Probably also discovered the situation here. The divine sense finally fell on Ito, but it only stopped for a moment. Then it withdrew from Sei Ito and disappeared together with the divine sense on the statue. It seems that the divine sense was not satisfied with the situation deliberately shown. It turned out that in order to prevent himself from being selected, Sei Ito deliberately restrained all of his essence and spirit, and used some of his world's energy to create a disguise to cover his body, so that his performance was like a man who was hollowed out by wine and women. In this case, let alone becoming a Raikes, he was not even qualified to serve an ordinary priest. Then, not long after Susanu's divine sense disappeared, Japan Wuzun and Dijuan's divine sense also descended. The result was still the same. Japan Wuzun looked down on Seito's virtue, and Dijuan looked down on him because he was a man, and at the same time, this place was not very close to the sea, so it was not suitable for her to gather her faith, so they withdrew from the statue one after another. Then it was Inari Goddess. However, unlike the other three gods, although Inari Goddess also withdrew her divine sense and did not choose Seito, who showed a poor aptitude to become her Raikes, she did not withdraw the divine sense from the statue, but continued to maintain the statue's ability to directly communicate with Inari Goddess's power, which made Seito very confused. What is the meaning of this? But no matter what, this time he dodged the divine sense. Then, Seito left the main hall where the statues of the four gods were enshrined and came to the front yard. Then he flashed and appeared directly above the main hall. Then he turned his hand and took out dozens of jades and crystals. Then he threw them out one by one according to a specific direction. The jades and crystals turned into streams of light, and one by one, they shot to the east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest of the main hall. Then they suddenly disappeared into the ground. Then, a huge light shield that enveloped the entire main hall suddenly rose up. At this time, Seito's arm moved, and he threw out more jades and crystals. But this time, they weren't thrown to the ground. Instead, they were thrown into the air. But what was surprising was that these beautiful jades and crystals that were thrown into the air didn't fall to the ground under the influence of gravity like natural objects. Instead, they seemed to melt into the void. Then the light shield flashed slightly and also melted into the air. But at this point, Seito's actions still didn't stop. He turned his hand again and took out a fist-sized blue crystal. Then he pushed his hand into the void in front of him. A soft golden light spread out from Seito's palm, like a disc suspended in the void above the main hall, like a barrier cutting the main hall and the sky above into two. But this appearance didn't last long. When Seito withdrew his hand, the golden light disappeared like a magic array. It was also at this moment, the light on the Inari Goddess statue in the main hall flickered twice, and it became not as bright as before, looking a little dim. Space-breaking formation. A magic array formed by combining the knowledge in the Chimin Duanjia and the space law that Seito comprehended. Function. Separates the space between two worlds. Save me. Just when Seito finished setting up the formation and was about to go back to the house to monitor the subsequent changes, Kyubi's anxious cry for help sounded in his mind. Seito's expression changed when he heard this, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Who was asking for help? Kyubi. In the main world, she could be said to be the oldest and oldest legend. She was not afraid of even demigods, but now she was asking for help. What did that mean? At least there was a level 1 Tensho who was looking for trouble with her. Combined with the current situation, Seito understood that it must be a god in Kyoto who was looking for trouble with Kyubi. But on second thought, Kyubi was a good neighbor, and when he was about to become the enemy of the Japanese gods, it was good to have one more ally. So Seito immediately erased the hesitation in his heart and used instant transmission to rush to Kyoto. In just a few seconds, Seito's figure appeared in the sky above Kyoto. Chapter 1523. P.S. Thank you to YHDS for your precious monthly votes, and thank you to NXCX for your tips. Let's move forward a little bit. It was still the time when the Dizu god descended. The location, Kyoto, the home of the demons and ghosts. A beam of light shot up into the sky from the Inari Taisha Shrine, the largest shrine in Japan dedicated to the Inari god. Kyubi, who was originally sitting in the Kyoto Imperial Palace, sensed this beam of light. Her expression immediately changed to one of solemnity and gloom. Then, in the next moment, the beam of light from the Inari Shrine exploded, forming a shockwave that quickly spread out in all directions. The beam of light traveled through the entire Kyoto prefecture in just a few seconds. Along the way, all the fiendish demons that came into contact with the shockwave trembled as if they had been frozen in place. They stared blankly ahead. Only when they came into contact with a nine-tailed beast was there an exception. At this time, a round surface with a slight curve appeared in front of Kyubi. The shockwave that was about to hit her was deflected to the side. But then, a large beam of light suddenly appeared not far from Kyubi. It gathered, condensed, and then exploded again, revealing a woman wearing a white short skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful white legs. However, at the bottom of the skirt, there was a large amount of white paper money woven into a back cover. In her right hand, she held a small folding fan with a golden face. Her arm was half bent, and the fan was spread open in front of her mouth. Only a pair of bright and deep golden eyes could be seen. The woman had short blonde hair in the front and long in the back. At the back of her neck, there was a white hairband that was tied with two small neckties. Clang, clang, clang. The wind brought by the beam of light made a clang, clang sound. But the two furry beast ears that stood on top of her head clearly revealed her identity. The person who came was none other than Kyubi. It was the Japanese god of harvest and food. Later on, she was crowned as the god of wealth, Inari god. In Japanese legends, although the image of the Inari god had changed many times, such as a man, a woman, a spider, a fox, and some other messy images, as far as the messenger was concerned, they were all the same, and that was the fox. Therefore, it made sense for Inari goddess to appear as a fox-eared woman. I didn't expect it to be the Nine Tails. Inari god squinted his eyes and said in a strange voice. Kyubi, whose heart was filled with depression, had a gloomy expression and did not speak. Pa! Inari closed the paper fan in his hand. Her entire face was exposed. Inari Kami had an oval-shaped face that no one could find fault with. Her skin was fair and almost transparent. Her facial features were perfectly matched, as if she was the most perfect person in the world. She had a jade-like nose. The small mouth was adorned with a bit of vermilion. Nine Tails, as long as you are willing to become my familiar, I can forgive you for allowing your subordinates to desecrate my shrine, Inari god said in a domineering tone. In your dreams, Nine-Tailed said coldly. Even though Nine-Tailed said it straightforwardly, her heart was filled with resentment and resentment. Back then, she was a heavenly, immortal, demonic immortal, although she was not that powerful in the land of China. However, she was still a famous demon who worked for the sages and destroyed a country. Now, she had fallen to the point where a small god dared to bully her. Thinking of this, Nine-Tailed hated Jiang Zia, who destroyed her body. She wanted to bring him to her, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. Then, she would grind his bones into dust. Clang, clang, the dazzling light flickered, stirring up gusts of wind that blew on Inari god's hair, making the bells on his hair ring in a long and distant manner. Do you know what you're talking about? Inari god asked softly. Nine-Tailed sneered and ignored Inari god. It seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you will not listen to me. Inari god's expression darkened and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful spirit light erupted from Inari god's body. It was like a spherical shockwave that quickly spread outwards. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of more than a kilometer. A large piece of golden rice field that looked like it was ready to be harvested anytime appeared within the area covered by the space. The field of harvest. Nine-Tailed's expression changed as she opened her own rule domain and formed a sphere to protect herself. However, compared to Inari god's huge domain that covered 1,000 meters, Ninetail's domain was only 10 meters in radius. It was really small. Inari God raised his arm and pointed the front end of his folded fan at Ninetailed. In an instant, the golden rice and wheat that were born in the domain shook together, throwing out the rice seeds on them. Like bullets, they turned into tiny streams of light and shot towards QB. Ninetailed couldn't dodge the rice seeds that were flying towards her from all directions. Ninetail's mind changed, and the domain outside her body changed from pure energy to a blazing flame. Under Ninetail's control, it turned into a sea of fire and spread out. Ninetail's idea was simple. She wanted to use fire to counter the wood that represented plants. However, the wheat field created by Inari Goddess was formed by her divine power. In terms of quality, it was a little thicker than the flames released by the Ninetailed Goddess. Therefore, even though she used the principle of the 5 elements to use fire to subdue wood, the effect was not as obvious as it would be under normal circumstances. She only barely managed to prevent the Inari seed bomb from getting too close. At this moment, Inari God raised her arm and triggered a new change. The rice field around her shook and grew crazily, as if it was injected with hormones. In the blink of an eye, it grew from its normal size to the size of a sapling. Then, the rice field flew up and shot out a rice seed that was the size of Lily's fist. Phew! Phew! A clear whistling sound immediately reverberated in the air. If the previous seed bombs were burned by the flames because they were too small, these bigger seed bombs were not affected at all. With the wind, it shot into the safety circle of QB's flames and shot towards QB himself. Ninetailed wanted to burrow into the ground, but the ground did not allow her to enter at all. Ninetailed had no choice but to set up a defensive barrier again. Boom, 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 boom. Violent crashing sounds rang in Ninetailed's ears. However, this method would not last long. Judging from the current situation, Ninetailed would not be able to withstand the all-around bombardment of the wheat seeds and would be injured and subdued. Ninetailed's eyes flashed with anger, and her body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from a delicate girl into a huge brown-furred fox. Her 9 tails were wantonly waving behind her. Oh, the 9-tailed beast let out a loud howl, revealing its most violent side. In an instant, a huge domain filled with lightning, dark fire, dry land, hurricanes, and dead would spread out. It was like the end of the world. It resisted the wheat seed's attack and corroded Inari God's domain in the opposite direction. Oh, divinity has appeared, but this is how you use it. Are you not afraid that your divinity will be exhausted and your path will be cut off? Inari God's eyes flashed with a golden light, and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Compared to becoming your puppet, so what if my path is cut off? Nine-tailed sneered and said coldly, you don't know what's good for you. Inari God's face turned cold. Nine-tailed snorted. The life that I gave birth to, give the greedy a taste of evil. Inari God chanted softly. As soon as she finished speaking, the wheat seeds that flew out suddenly exploded in midair, turning the wheat shells into scattered rain that shot towards Nine Tails, revealing the smooth and white wheat grains inside. Then, the wheat grains began to expand and turned into steaming rice under the influence of a strange power. They disappeared into the void. But at the same time, Nine-Tailed's expression changed. This was because when the grains of rice disappeared, she immediately felt something strange in her stomach. An unprecedented feeling of fullness welled up in her heart and continued to increase, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Food protection God, I didn't expect this rule to be able to penetrate the influence of the divinity domain. I was unknowingly affected by it. Nine-Tailed was shocked. However, it was understandable. The title of the god of cookery was a divine title after all. In terms of its nature, it was also a complete evolution of the rules. It was much more powerful than the power of her own rules. Even if there was a consumption in the process, the rice lotus god's divine title of harvest created a lot of divine food. Therefore, it was normal for it to be affected. Feeling the swelling in her stomach, Nine-Tailed's face hardened. She gathered a flame of the rule into her stomach and burned the food in her stomach in a semi-destructive way. Ugh! The pain of being burned by the flames and the feeling of being filled with food caused Ninetails to let out a painful groan. Her limbs went soft, and she fell to the ground. As long as you are willing to surrender now, I can immediately relieve you of the pain you are suffering now. Inari God opened the paper fan again and covered half of her face as she said softly. Nine-tailed, who was in so much pain that she could only half open her eyes, looked coldly at Inari God. She forced herself to release her consciousness through Inari God's domain and asked for help from Seito. You should be able to defeat her. Nine-tailed thought. Oh, you're asking for help from outside? I would like to see who it is that can make you so confident that you can save you from me. Inari Kami, who sensed Kyubi's will, said with interest. Just as she finished her sentence, a dark space crack appeared above Inari God's domain. Then, Seito, who was holding the Longina spear, appeared in the domain. Inari God and Nine-tailed raised their heads and looked over. However, their expressions were completely different. Nine-tailed's eyes were relaxed and filled with gratitude. Inari God's eyes were filled with doubt and shock. It's you. After a while, Inari God frowned and said, You are really smart. You even managed to fool my eyes. Obviously, she remembered who Seito was. Fox Immortal? Inari God? First, he glanced at Nine-tailed, who was lying on the ground. Then, he threw a stream of life energy to her and healed her body that was burned by the flame. Then, he looked at Inari God and said, That's me. Inari God said proudly, Kid, how about becoming my priest? As long as you are willing, I can release Nine-tailed according to your wishes. Inari God turned around and asked, How lazy was Inari God? Why did he have to find a ready-made Ling Dai? Was he so unwilling to create an expert himself? Thank you for your kindness, Inari God. I have no intention of giving my faith to anyone. Seito lowered his eyes and said softly, If that's the case, why do you still worship my statue in your home? Inari God asked curiously. Because the people need it. Seito replied straightforwardly. Inari God frowned, and his face turned pale. Kid, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you don't want to accept my invitation to become my priest? Inari God's eyes were filled with golden light as he asked softly. I'll say it again. Thank you for your kindness, Inari God. I have no intention of giving my faith to anyone. Seito replied with the same answer as before. Good, very good. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. Inari God said angrily. That's right. She had just arrived and found 2 ready-made candidates for a priest and familiar beast. She was in a good mood to invite them, but she was rejected by both of them. How could she show her face as a god? It would be strange if she wasn't angry. In an instant, the entire harvest field was filled with a myriad of phenomena. One moment, it was a bountiful field of golden wheat. The next moment, it was a field of dead crops. The next moment, it was a field of white rice. The next moment, it was rotten food that emitted a foul smell. It was obvious that Inari God was in a bad mood. Then, Inari God closed the paper fan and revealed an angry face. She then raised her arms to the sky. The next moment, a large number of light spots appeared in the sky above the domain. Then, they fell like rain. However, if one took a closer look, they would discover that the falling light spots were actually rainwater. They were all extremely sharp metal knife coins, flying down like streams of light. This was the manifestation of the power of the god of wealth. Seito raised the Longina spear above his head. A pitch-black spatial crack immediately appeared and expanded rapidly, forming a huge hole with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. Then, the knife coins fell into the hole and disappeared as if they were swallowed. Seito, who seemed to have expected this, did not hesitate. He immediately stepped on the void and rushed toward Inari God with the hole above his head. A different dimension, Inari God narrowed her eyes and turned the knife coins into steaming rice. She treated Seito the same way she treated Kyubi. Chapter 1524. All of a sudden, Seito felt a strong sense of bloating in his stomach. It's Inari god satiety. Kyubi's voice rang in Seito's mind. When Ito-sei heard this, he directly opened a space channel in his stomach that led to another dimension. Then, he ignored the food that kept appearing in his stomach and continued to rush toward Inari god. Seeing that the satiety was ineffective, Inari god changed the rules again. All of a sudden, a rotting aura spread in Seito's body. Fermentation? Or is it just rotting? Seito noticed the changes in his body and thought to himself. However, he did not pay any attention to it other than expanding the dimension and opening up a portal to include the entire inner wall of his stomach. Anyway, in the current situation, unless it was a poison that could kill a god, it would be impossible to hurt Seito's godly body. At this time, Ito-sei had already rushed to the front of Inari Kami. He raised his spear and stabbed Longinuk's spear with his two forks twisted together. The powerful deicide curse immediately made Inari god, who did not pay much attention to Seito's weapon, change his expression. Without hesitation, Inari god's body scattered into countless wheat sprouts and escaped from Seito's attack. At the same time, a large number of wheat bullets were shot toward Seito. With a thought, Ito-sei displayed his domain. In an instant, a territory that covered a radius of tens of meters appeared around Seito. Then, the territory turned into a sea of fire and burned fiercely. However, it was compared to Kyubi's territory flame. In Seito's territory flame, there was obviously a trace of solar fire. Therefore, its effect was far more powerful than Kyubi's territory flame. As soon as the wheat bullets came into contact with it, they turned into black ashes and scattered in the air. "Who the hell are you?" Inari Kami, who had reappeared, looked at Ito Seiju with a serious expression. Seito, who was surrounded by golden flames with solar fire, said faintly, "Aren't you the Amaterasu god's family?" Inari god asked in surprise. "No." Seito raised his eyebrows and denied. Inari looked at Ito-sei from head to toe with a weird expression and then said, "Kid, you are a genius. Thou art very interesting. Seeing that thou hast shown me something interesting, I shall give thee the nine-tailed beast." After that, before Seito could say anything, Inari god immediately retracted his territory, the field of harvest, and allowed Kyubi to regain his freedom. Seeing this, Kyubi did not cause any trouble. He took the opportunity to put away his territory and beast body. He returned to his human form. The only difference was that she was not wearing any clothes and her seductive body was directly exposed to the air. However, a black gas appeared on Kyubi's body and then condensed into a black kimono with a white pear flower pattern on it. It was put on her body. However, as your punishment for destroying my shrine, you must restore the shrines in your territory. Otherwise, don't blame me for continuing to cause you trouble. Inara glanced at Kyubi, who was not in a good mood, and said softly. Kyubi snorted and did not agree. However, judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Kyubi did not object. However, from the current situation, it was more of a tacit agreement than an objection. Seeing this, the divine light in Inari god's eyes flickered twice, but she didn't do anything. She dispersed her body and turned back into a cloud of divine light, flying back to the Inari Taisha in the fusion district of the capital. Clap! Seito retracted his territory and returned Longinus's spear to Kyubi. "Thank you for this matter." Kyubi looked at Seito and thanked him. "It's nothing. After all, we are allies," Seito said casually. Kyubi looked at Seito deeply and nodded slightly, remembering this matter in her heart. "But I'm more puzzled. What does Inari God mean?" Seito turned his head and looked at the Fushimi Inari shrine with a puzzled expression. "Probably has some plans. The Fox clan's mind has always been unpredictable," Kyubi replied. When Seito heard this, he retracted his gaze and looked at Kyubi with a puzzled expression. Because in terms of bloodline and nature, Kyubi is a true Fox clan member. For some reason, She is more orthodox than Inari God. In other words, she even said those words herself. Humph. In short, you should be careful. Kyubi was a little annoyed by Sei Ito's strange gaze. She then ignored Sei Ito and turned into light and disappeared in front of his eyes. Inari God. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the Fushimi shrine again. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the shrine in Akazuno. However, as soon as he appeared, he saw an uninvited guest standing in the shrine's courtyard and looking at the shrine's main hall with interest. It was Inari God. Sei Ito frowned and walked over. Before Sei Ito walked over, Inari God noticed him and asked, "This is a formation used by the Huaxiao mortals, right?" "Yes." Sei Ito didn't hide and answered directly. "You're really interesting. You can even master this kind of thing that the Huaxiao mortals don't teach outsiders." Inari God turned around and looked at Sei Ito with interest. Inari Kami was about 1.7 meters tall, and with the sandals on his feet, he was about 1.75 meters tall. With the distance between the two of them, it looked like Inari Kami was looking at Ito Seiji at the same level from the outside. "What is your purpose?" Sei Ito asked seriously. "Purpose?" Inari God tilted her head and pretended to think. However, when paired with her beautiful face, her actions were extremely seductive. "It's very simple. I like your shrine very much. Now, it is one of my palaces on the ground. You should feel honored, kid." Inari God opened up the paper fan in his hand and covered the lower half of his face. He narrowed his eyes as if he was sneering as he announced his sermon. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He just frowned and looked at Inari God. Inari God's expression didn't change. She looked back at him without blinking. After a while, Sei Ito waved his hand and a strong force pressed down on the shrine's main hall. Inari God waved his hand and a large amount of earth energy was drawn out from the mountain's vein. It flowed through the main hall's foundation and formed a strong effect. Boom! There was a loud explosion and a ripple spread out from the main hall. Whoosh! The ripple created a breeze and blew Sei Ito and Inari God's clothes. Then, Sei Ito lifted his foot and stepped on the ground. He used his identity as the heir to the shrine to temporarily stop the earth energy from flowing up. He then threw another strong force at the shrine's main hall. The corners of Inari Goddess's mouth curved upward. Immediately, the Inari Goddess's statue in the main hall of the shrine burst with a bright light. Once again, she drew the energy from the earth vein and added it to the materials in the main hall. Boom! There was another loud explosion. "Don't forget that I'm the god of harvest. I can use a lot of the earth energy." Inari God smiled provocatively. Sei Ito didn't say anything. Instead, he pointed at the main hall again. The next moment, a large number of branches started to appear on the wooden structure that supported the main hall. They grew and grew. In the blink of an eye, they grew to the size of a baby's arm and continued to grow towards the center. Inari God frowned when he saw this. He waved his hand and created a breeze with his fan. In an instant, all the branches and teeth that came into contact with the breeze withered and dried up. They also made cracking sounds as if they were about to die of old age. However, the wooden structure of the main hall that came into contact with the breeze was not affected at all. It was still intact. This showed Inari God's control over his energy. The harvest of the harvest, or the death of the extreme of life? Then let's compete with the power of wood. With that thought in mind, Sei Ito immediately mobilized more life energy and wood energy into the branches that grew on the main hall. It helped them to resist the power of the wind and continue to grow. Just like that, the two of them were in a stalemate in the main hall of the shrine. If the two of them were to switch positions, Inari God would be in charge of the growth of the plants, and Sei Ito would be in charge of the death of the plants. The result would be very different. After all, for Inari God, the harvest was her priesthood. Although she could use it to create the death of the harvest, it was not her priesthood. Without the support of her priesthood, the power of the rules was much simpler. Otherwise, Sei Ito wouldn't be in such a stalemate. Are you that unwilling to let me set this place as a temporary palace? After a while, Inari God, who was annoyed, said in a deep voice, Or do you have some secret that you are afraid of me knowing? You and I were enemies just a moment ago. Do you think I will keep a dangerous enemy by my side? I am not that desperate. Although Inato Kami had hit the nail on the head, Ito Sei didn't show it on his face and sneered. Are you sure you want to set me as an enemy? Inari God narrowed his eyes and asked. As soon as he said that, Sei Ito couldn't help but be stunned. That depends on your real purpose. Sei Ito said in a deep voice. You are very interesting. I just want to observe you more. Inari God replied. Observe me for what? Sei Ito sneered and asked. The divinity of the sun in you. Inari God ignored Sei Ito's sneer and replied with a serious face. Then he changed his expression and continued with a smile. As a reward, I can make the land under your rule rich and productive. You seem to be dreaming, Sei Ito said casually. Chapter 1525. What was the divinity of the sun? To put it simply, it was a divinity with a special nature. To put it simply, it was something that could form the divinity of the sun and resonate with the divinity of the sun. The divinity of the sun and the divinity of the sun was an essential god in any country's mythological system. It could even be the main god of the pantheon. For example, the pantheon in Japan. For example, the pantheon in Egypt, or some other small pantheons. However, that wasn't the main reason why Inari viewed the divinity of the sun as such. The main reason was because of her divinity of harvest. One must know that one of the main reasons for a good harvest was the weather. The sun was the most indispensable part of it. In other words, the harvest was controlled by the sun. In other words, the Inari god was controlled by the Amaterasu. Whether it was the divinity itself or the nature of the divinity, it was the same. In other words, if Inari could obtain some divinity related to the sun, even if it was just a divinity related to the sun, Inari would have the opportunity to break free from the control of the Amaterasu and become a free god. She would have the opportunity to ascend to a higher divinity and at the same time obtain stronger combat abilities. However, due to the nature of her divinity, Inari didn't like to fight. Of course, there was more than one way to break free. Inari could also use her divinity of harvest to reverse engineer the divinity of life, death, and earth. She could then break free from the control of the Amaterasu and ascend to a higher divinity. Sei Ito didn't think of all these at first, but judging from Inari's persistence, he knew that the divinity of the sun was important to him. He also knew that the sun divinity that he showed before was very important to Inari, so he dared to bargain with her in a business-like tone. Kid, don't push your luck. Inari frowned. I'm just stating the facts. Harvest, as long as you don't do anything with the ability of my technicians, it won't be a problem at all. Wealth, with the state of the city under my rule, there will be a large number of people trying to squeeze in here every day. Why should I worry about the city not being rich? So the two things you gave me are completely useless to me, Saito said calmly. This time, it was Inari's turn to be speechless. She only had a few divinities: grain, harvest, satiety, and wealth that had only been added in the last 100 years. Grain, harvest, and satiety were basically considered as one. Although wealth could be taken out separately, it was generally related to harvest. Thus, the amount of divine might that she could take out was very, very little. It could even be said that she only had 2 items. Now that both of his offers were rejected, Inari God had nothing else to offer. Kid, tell me, what do you want me to do for you to let me stay? A moment later, a hint of helplessness flashed across Inari's eyes as he asked, Sign the divine contract and become my ally, Saito said calmly. The so-called divine pact was a contract signed between 2 gods because both parties who signed the pact were gods. Therefore, in order to maintain the validity of the agreement, the Great Will evolved from the rules would directly supervise. Therefore, as long as a divine agreement was signed, no one would go against it except for the gods who were not afraid of being knocked off their divine thrones. Because of this, aside from very important negotiations, gods rarely used divine covenants. They relied on the consciousness of the gods and their own understanding of the rules to make the agreement. Among them, swearing to the rules was the highest level of agreement under the divine covenant. After all, as long as the god violated the agreement under such circumstances, not only would the god who violated the agreement be severely injured, but it would also take a long time for him to understand the rules. Although it was not as serious as a divine covenant, it was still very serious. If he was unlucky enough to meet an enemy god during this period of time, it would not be surprising if he was killed. Therefore, in terms of danger, it was not inferior to a normal divine covenant. Of course, the divine covenant did not necessarily have to be signed between gods. Otherwise, Seito would not have proposed it. However, it was not unlimited. At the very least, the person who signed the divine covenant had to be a divine creature, a demigod, or a lucky person who had a divine spark. The price of violating the divine covenant would be different according to their identity. However, the overall result was the same as direct death. For example, a divine creature would directly burn its divinity and die. A demigod would forever lose the possibility of becoming a god and would be judged by the heavens. A lucky person with a divine spark would have his divine spark destroyed, and his body and soul would be completely destroyed. Impossible, Inari Kami shouted without even thinking about it. Then I have no choice. To be honest, based on your current situation, this is the only thing worth the risk for me to keep you by my side. Seito shrugged nonchalantly. Kid, how do you know about the existence of the divine covenant? Inari Kami narrowed his eyes and questioned. This was what Inari Kami was most confused about. Seito was just a demigod who had a divine spark, and his soul had undergone a transformation. His body was also transforming into a divine spark. How did he know about the rules and secrets of the gods? No comment. Seito smiled and replied straightforwardly. In fact, the reason why he knew so much about the gods was because of Pandora. That's right, it was the mother of fools in the God-Slayer world, Pandora. After swallowing the entire God-Slayer world into the Rubik's Cube world and turning it into a continent, Seito had the ability to freely enter the secluded world in Pandora's palace. Therefore, whenever there was something he didn't know about the gods, he would run to her place to ask. Of course, other than Pandora, Seito could also ask Athena, who he had subdued. However, compared to Pandora, who had a good relationship with him, Athena's attitude was much colder. She didn't like to answer Seito's questions. Therefore, Seito didn't bother to ask Athena anymore and changed to asking Pandora directly. Kid, it seems like you really want to be my enemy. Inari Kami paused for a moment and said in a deep voice. The colorful light around him quickly evaporated and emitted a majestic aura. When did I say that? Inari Kami, you are the one who is refusing to negotiate with me. Seito took out Longinus's spear and sneered. Seeing Longinus's spear, Inari Kami's expression changed slightly. Other than signing a god's pact, you can change your condition. After a moment of silence, Inari Kami spoke again. Sorry, I only believe in the god's pact. Other than that, I won't let danger stay by my side. Seito shook his head and said, Kid, you will regret your actions today. Inari Kami's expression was serious as he slowly said word by word. If Inari Kami has thought it through, I will welcome you at any time and we can make an eternal pact. Itose, who didn't take the threat in Inato Kami's words seriously, grinned, revealing 8 neat white teeth, and said, Humph. Inari Kami snorted coldly as his body quickly transformed into a spiritual light form and floated from the bottom to the top. He melted into the surrounding air and completely disappeared from Seito's sight. Seeing that Inari Kami had left, Seito let out a sigh of relief. Then he raised his head and closed his eyes to feel the state of the surrounding space. It's still not enough. With this level, how can I dare to break through now? After a moment, Seito sighed helplessly. The reason for this was because Seito did feel that with the rise of spiritual energy, the world's suppression had loosened a little. However, it was still far from enough to withstand the pressure of a celestial immortal or a newly ascended god. Maybe I should take the initiative to look for the Archerman corridor and meet with the Guardian clan there. I should try to see if I can unlock the seal of the Akashic system and increase the Earth suppression. Seito narrowed his eyes as he retracted his gaze and thought to himself, "But where is that thing?" Then, Seito frowned as he recalled the information about the Milky Way Federation NGA that he had read before. The Himalayas, the legendary Kunlun, the heart of the North Pole. Soon, the names of the three places appeared in his mind. Then, Seito put away these useless thoughts and put away the Longina spear and prepared to return to the house to meditate. However, just as he turned around, his gaze once again fell on the main hall of the shrine where the four gods were worshipped. Thinking about it, could a shrine without worshipping the gods and without a main hall still be called shrine? Therefore, Seito immediately retracted his gaze and ignored the main hall that was protected by the Dunjia space-breaking array that could isolate the intrusion of the outside world. He turned around and went straight back to the room, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. But this time, Seito didn't immediately start comprehending the rules of time that he had already grasped. Instead, he recalled the gains he had gained from the previous two battles with Inari Kami. In this way, life once again temporarily returned to peace. He didn't know if those Ling Dai were still accepting the transformation of the gods, or if they were still performing miracles in their respective shrines and gathering believers. However, unlike Seito's initial imagination, the Ling Dai of the Tianjin god system madly broke into Akakarino City to find trouble with him. It's just that although they didn't come to find trouble with him, the Orion Empire spaceship that released monsters on time and according to the schedule finally crossed the ocean and arrived in the sky above Japan. Fortunately, after so many days of exploration and research, Little Spirit Dream had basically grasped some information about the stealth system of the Orion Empire spaceship, so as soon as he arrived, he was detected by Little Spirit Dream. "Sir, an alien spaceship has appeared in the sky above the island." Little Spirit Dream, who appeared from the gathered quantum particles, reported to Seito. Then, an alien spaceship that could roughly be seen appeared on the virtual optical screen summoned by Little Spirit Dream, opened the hatch, and projected a huge monster to the city below. Chapter 1526. P.S. Thanks to GK154, NXCX, and A Moment of Love for their tips. If it had been half a month ago, this group of monsters might have been able to cause a large-scale disaster in Japan. But now, although it would still cause an exaggerated disaster, there would not be a situation of human extinction. After all, those gods still needed believers. At the same time, they also needed to show more miracles to attract believers. So, the chosen Ling Dai, shamans, and priests would definitely rush to the front line to show the power of God to the ordinary people. And as expected, the figures of priests and shamans appeared all over Japan, intercepting the monsters that broke into the area under the control of their shrines. Little Ling Meng, the safety of the city is in your hands. If necessary, you can directly mobilize Tetrova and the artificial angel for defense. After staying at home for a few days, Seito, who saw that the monster resistance movement was on the right track, summoned Little Ling Meng and instructed her. "Yes, master, I promise to protect the city well." Little Ling Meng replied, loudly with a face full of confidence. Seito smiled and reached out to gently rub Little Ling Meng's head. Little Ling Meng closed her eyes, her face full of joy and enjoyment. Then, Seito withdrew his hand and disappeared from the room in a flash. "Kyoto Kokyo." Seito's figure appeared. Seeing Seito suddenly appear, Kyubi, who was sitting high on the throne, nodded slightly and greeted him. "I will be away for a few days. The exact time is uncertain. So, if something happens in Akazuko City, I will have to trouble you to take care of it." Seito said straightforwardly. "I understand." Kyubi nodded in agreement. "Thank you." Seito smiled and thanked her. Kyubi accepted without hesitation. Then, Ito paused. With a flip of his hand, he took out a stone of slaughter and threw it to Kyubi. Kyubi's expression changed when she suddenly felt a power that made her excited. She immediately sat up straight and reached out to grab the stone of slaughter. She brought it in front of her and lowered her head to examine it. "What is this?" Ninetails frowned. "Stone of slaughter." Ito chuckled. "Rock of slaughter." Ninetails repeated in a low voice. Ninetailed naturally knew what the slaughter stone was, but he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. "Is it useful to you?" Ito asked. "It's useful. With it, I can recover at least half of my strength." Kyubi raised her head and looked at Ito. "Are you sure you want to give it to me?" "Of course. I don't want you to become some god's puppet or be killed by someone when I return." Ito smiled. Kyubi looked deeply at Ito and nodded. "I will remember your kindness." Ito smiled. There was no response. Then he said goodbye and said, "Well, I'm leaving. See you later." After saying that, he did not wait for Kyubi's response and immediately activated teleport and disappeared from the palace. After quietly looking at the empty palace for a while, Kyubi waved a wrist. He tossed the stone of slaughter into the air, opened his mouth, and swallowed it into his body. Almost immediately after Kyubi swallowed the slaughter stone, a powerful negative energy erupted from Kyubi's body. It formed a blood-red spiritual energy beam that broke through the roof of the Kokyo and shot straight into the sky. But immediately, it was blocked by a transparent light shield that shrouded the entire Kokyo. It could not break through the shield. It shot into the sky. Waves of obscure energy waves began to appear on Kyubi's body. At the same time, Ito, who had left the Kokyo in Kyoto, arrived in France with the help of the Flying Thunder God. He then used teleport knot and telekinetic flight to enter the borders of the destroyed neighboring England. "It's really desolate." Ito, who was hovering in the air, sighed softly. What he saw at this time was an environment that was worse than the Gobi Desert. There were traces of destruction caused by energy weapons everywhere. There was no sign of life at all. Ito then withdrew his gaze and continued to fly in the direction of the Orion Empire's fleet. Report: a high-energy creature from Earth has been found. On a spaceship of the Orion Empire's fleet, a soldier of the Orion Empire reported loudly. As for the so-called high-energy creatures of the Earth, it was a generic term for cultivators like Ito say. "It's just an ant. Send 5 soldiers over and eliminate him." The temporary commander on duty casually glanced at the image displayed on the screen and casually ordered, "Yes." As the soldier responded, it did not take long for 5 soldiers of the Orion Empire, who were wearing strange combat uniforms, to step out of the battleship. They flew into the sky and greeted Ito. Moving at high speed, the two sides soon met. Seeing the enemy appear, Ito had a thought. He flipped his hand and summoned the divine saber, celestial clouds. He then activated instant transmission and appeared behind a soldier of the Orion Empire, slashing down with the saber. A pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the air as the blade slashed through the air. A spatial rift. Puff! An energy light shield appeared outside the body of the slash soldier, but it immediately broke under the cutting of the spatial rift, allowing celestial clouds' saber to smoothly fall on the body of the Orion Empire soldier. A wave of psionic energy drifted out from the wound on the Orion Empire soldier. Under the influence of the psionic energy, the Orion Empire's soldier's body immediately became blurry. Ito, who ignored the changes in the Orion Empire soldier's body, shook his wrist, and a blazing white lightning immediately burst out from the saber. The sudden impact directly blew the injured Orion Empire's soldier to pieces. Seeing one soldier die, the energy light in the eyes of the other 4 Orion Empire's soldiers immediately flickered. They took out energy weapons similar to lightsabers from Star Wars from their waists, unfolded them, and slashed at Ito. Ito used instant transmission again and appeared behind another Orion Empire soldier. He slashed down in the same way. Puff! An energy barrier appeared again, blocking Sei Ito's saber. But unlike before, the soldier, who already knew that he had instant transmission ability, quickly rushed forward and dodged the saber's slash by a hair's breadth. At this moment, the other three soldiers swung their energy lightsabers again. Sei Ito swung his saber horizontally, sweeping out a huge spatial rift and swallowing the three lightsabers. Crack! Crack! With a crisp sound, the three lightsabers cut through the spatial rift. They broke free from the spatial devouring effect. Boom! Then, with a muffled explosion, a large mass of thin photonic-like particles exploded from the hand of the Orion Empire soldier, who was the first to break free from the attack. Along with the cold wind blowing high in the sky, it spread to the surrounding area within a radius of more than a kilometer almost in the blink of an eye. At this time, Sei Ito clearly felt that his spatial senses were disrupted, and he could no longer perform instant transmission. Then, the four Orion Empire soldiers collectively rushed at Sei Ito. Sei Ito sneered in a low voice, and his body suddenly split into four. Each of them held the celestial clouds and met the Orion Empire's soldiers head-on. He fought with pure physical and saber techniques, coupled with powerful spatial forces and the occasional time attack. Under the attack of a four-dimensional character, in less than half a minute, the four Orion Empire soldiers died one after another in the hands of Sei Ito. Then, Sei Ito, who had recombined into one person, waved his arm. He collected the individual equipment left behind by the four Orion Empire soldiers into the Rubik's Cube world and handed it over to the personnel in the large laboratory for analysis. As for the bodies of the four soldiers, probably because they could no longer maintain their three-dimensional appearance after death, they disappeared one after another like a mirage. After dealing with the passers-by, Sei Ito's figure flashed and turned into a thunderbolt. With a boom, he continued to rush in the direction of the alien fleet. "Damn it! Shoot him down!" The temporary commander on duty ordered loudly, full of anger. "The enemy is too fast to lock on effectively," the soldier replied. "Then fire at him," the temporary commander ordered without hesitation. "Yes," as soon as the words fell. Several cannon barrels, which were small caliber for a battleship but large caliber for an Earth ship, emerged, charged, and fired at Sei Ito, who had turned into a thunderbolt. In an instant, several beams of light appeared in the sky in the form of a fan. Seeing this, Sei Ito's body immediately froze, leaving the thunderbolt state, and then used teleportation to avoid the attack range of the cannons. It couldn't be helped. Although the thunderbolt state was extremely fast, it was not concealed enough. Secondly, it could not deal with energy attacks. As long as he was hit in this state, although he would not die on the spot, he would definitely be seriously injured. Fortunately, after flying for a while, Sei Ito had already entered the place where the Orion Empire's fleet landed. Therefore, it only took 2 teleportations for Sei Ito to appear on the outer deck of the command ship, which was far superior to the other battleships, and then entered the Rubik's Cube world without hesitation. How long will it take to crack the functions of these equipment? Sei Ito, who appeared in the large laboratory, asked Erica. "About 3 to 4 days, Erica replied after thinking for a while. "Do it as soon as possible," Sei Ito nodded. Erica nodded, indicating that she understood, and then continued to work on cracking the functions of the individual equipment of the Orion Empire soldiers with the others. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not disturb her anymore. He left the large laboratory in a flash and returned home to accompany his family. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye as he spent time with his family and women. "Okay, the functions of the equipment you sent have been cracked. Come over and take a look." On this day, just as Sei Ito accompanied CC to wander the streets, Erica suddenly contacted him. "Got it. I'll be there later," Sei Ito replied. Then he cut off the contact and turned to look at CC, who was wearing a gorgeous black nun's dress that was as gorgeous as a formal dress. "Sorry, I can't accompany you again." CC glanced at Sei Ito indifferently and did not say anything, making it difficult for him to understand what she meant. How about this? When I come back, I'll personally cook you a feast. Seito smiled. 10 meals, CC countered without hesitation. Okay. Seito was speechless at first, but then he nodded and agreed. Then I'm leaving. Seeing that CC had nothing else to say, Seito disappeared and appeared in the large laboratory in the next second. I'm here, Seito greeted. Erica, who heard the greeting, turned around and nodded at him. After Seito walked to her side, he turned around and looked at the individual equipment of the Orion Empire on the long table in front of him. He introduced, I have to say, the aliens' technology is very advanced. There are so many functions hidden in such a thing that looks like underwear. First of all, the material of his clothes. The material analysis room is still analyzing the specific composition, but from the existing experimental data, it has 5 normal functions: cosmic radiation protection, antivirus, waterproof, fireproof, and thermal insulation. It also has the combat function of optical camouflage that can adapt to changes in the surrounding environment. If this function board is activated, it can also perform a limited quantum stealth effect. Having said that, Erica reached out and pointed to a horizontal board similar to a TV remote control on the left wrist of the clothes. Seito nodded and expressed his understanding. Let's talk about the helmet after the clothes. Erica reached out and took the helmet of the individual equipment. The helmet wasn't big, about the size of a normal human's head. The front of the helmet was made of a colored material similar to glass, while the back of the helmet was connected to the clothes. It was secured by something similar to a headband or forehead protector. The material of the mask is the same. The material analysis room is analyzing it. The basic functions are the same as the clothes. It has the effects of cosmic radiation protection, antivirus, waterproof, fireproof, and thermal insulation, but other than that, it is also a small display screen. Erica pressed a few buttons on the horizontal board of the clothes, making the screen of the helmet light up. It can display the information received by the detection system in the head. It generally has several functions, such as thermal sensing, energy detection, spatial fluctuation perception, and danger detection. As for whether there are more functions, due to insufficient data, we can't draw a conclusion for the time being. By the way, have you figured out the energy protection I mentioned before? Seito nodded slightly and asked. Look, Erica picked up the individual equipment of the Orion Empire soldier, opened it, and revealed a strange disc on the shoulder. There are dozens of such discs in the entire set of equipment, distributed on the shoulders, spine, waist, hips, knees, calves, both sides of the feet, the upper and lower arms, the knuckles of both hands, the neck, and the head. It's an energy-increasing prop. You mean the protective shield is emitted by the person using this equipment? Seito frowned. Yes, but this is only one of them. There are also some that come with a combat uniform, but they need to be charged in advance. Because in the previous analysis, it was found that there are traces of a large amount of energy consumption in the functional board, and its strength is about 10 quantum bodies. Erica explained. Chapter 1527. After some explanation, Seito roughly understood the functions of this set of Orion Empire's individual soldier equipment. Then, he took one of the 3 sets that were still in good condition, washed it with spirit water, sterilized it with high temperature, and cleaned it up with some other messy methods. After confirming that there were no problems, he put it on himself. It fits quite well. Seito, who moved his hands and feet, smiled. The material of this suit should also contain active telescopic adjustment function. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit so well. Erica speculated. It's time to sneak into the alien warship, Seito said. Then he leaned over and kissed Erica's lips and said goodbye. I'm leaving. After that, he disappeared from Erica's sight. Erica, who stood still, smiled softly, and once again devoted herself to the analysis of the remaining Orion Empire soldier equipment. On the other side, Seito, who flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world, activated the quantum stealth system of the individual soldier equipment and hid himself. Then, with the advantage of stealth, Ito quickly ran away from the deck of the warship, came to the edge of the warship, and jumped down. Ito silently landed on the ground. Ito looked around. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he pointed to the ground. Almost instantly, a small green seedling grew out of the ground. The seedling, in a posture that violated the laws of nature, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and became thicker. It grew in the form of a tree. In less than half a minute, a small tree appeared in front of Ito. Then, the surface of the small tree began to bulge, and the outstretched branches began to change. After a while, it turned into a human in clothes. Mo-Katan, wood clone technique. Looking at the wood clone in front of him, Ito smiled slightly and launched instant transmission, sending him to the sky dozens of kilometers away. A powerful energy fluctuation then erupted from the wood clone. Obviously, Ito intended to use the wood clone as bait. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a door to close. The Orion Empire warship, which didn't seem to have any signs of artificial construction, appeared, and a dozen fully armed Orion Empire soldiers rushed out from it. Looking at their posture, they were treating the wood clone thrown out by Ito as a strong enemy. However, Ito, who had no interest in the battle between the Orion Empire soldiers and his wood clone, did not hesitate. Regardless of whether he would be detected or not, he directly launched instant transmission, directly entered the Orion warship from the hatch that was not closed yet. In an instant, a metallic light was reflected in the eyes of Ito Sei, who appeared in the warship. After briefly glancing at the surrounding environment, Ito Sei casually chose a direction and walked out. Anyway, he was the inside the warship's warship. It was the same no matter where he went, as long as he could meet people. In this way, Ito finally saw one or two Orions after 10 minutes. It's just that what was strange was that the two were clearly moving their hands and shoulders. They seemed to be talking about something, but no sound came out. It was as if the two of them were mutes. Ito, who felt strange, carefully observed. Soon, Ito found some clues from the frequency similar to mental fluctuations vaguely emitted around the two of them. Mental communication? Or is it some kind of soul language? Ito thought to himself. But in any case, at least he knew how these aliens communicate. Then Ito did not hesitate. Under the cover of quantum invisibility, he flashed to the two Orions and pierced their minds with a powerful mental attack. Unsurprisingly, there was a temporary pause in the consciousness of the two Orions. Ito thought quickly and took the two Orions into the Rubik's Cube world. The whole process didn't even take a second. After another 2 or 3 seconds, the two Orions recovered from the dizziness. "Who are you?" After seeing Ito standing in front of them wearing the Empire's individual soldier equipment, they questioned loudly. "Don't you know that attacking first-class citizens is a felony? Let's go." In the process of questioning, violent mental waves spread from the Orion's head. Sure enough, it's direct mental communication. Ito, who almost instantly understood the meaning of the strange words of the other party, confirmed in his mind. Then he summoned a large piece of lead and used alchemy to refine it into a helmet and put on the head of one of the Orions. Sure enough, as soon as the helmet was put on, the two instantly lost the ability to communicate. "What do you want to do?" The Orion who was not wearing a helmet asked loudly. Ito summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, which was covered with dark space energy, and slashed the arm of the Orion without any explanation. Puff! In a muffled sound, the Orion's arm was separated from his body. "Ah!" The Orion screamed in pain. "It turns out that you also know pain." Ito, who smashed the Orion's severed arm with his ability, sneered. Yenin, the Orion on the side, whose head was covered by the lead helmet, opened his mouth and spat out a series of inexplicable words. Although Ito didn't understand, just from his drastically changing expression, he knew that it was not something good. Therefore, Ito directly cut off one of his arms. "Ah!" the Orion screamed. Now I ask and you answer. If you don't answer well, I will cut off a part of your body until you die. Ito put the tip of the blade on the body of the Orion, who was imprisoned by the power of the magic cube and couldn't escape at all, and transmitted his words with psychic force. Don't even think about it. The Orion replied firmly. Ito was also straightforward. He cut off some parts from his body, 4 fingers. Then, Ito moved the tip of the blade to the wrist of the other party, and then looked at the Orion. The result was the same, so Ito also cut off his palm. Then, he moved the tip of the blade to another place. In this way, the arm, the forearm, the fingers of the other hand, the palm, the forearm, the forefoot of the left leg, the ankle, the calf, the thigh, until there was not much left on the body. The light of the Orion's soul exploded and was annihilated by itself. Then a bright aura was absorbed by Aleia in the void and was swallowed by it. In an instant, a weak but clearly felt sense of progress was transmitted from Aleia to Ito's heart. I didn't expect that the spiritual aura of aliens has such a function. Ito was stunned, but then he recovered and pointed the tip of the blade at the other surviving Orion. Maybe he was frightened by Ito's previous means, or he noticed that his companion's aura failed to return to the upper dimension along the evolution network. But this Orion surprisingly cooperated with Ito. No matter what Ito asked, he answered happily. As for deceiving, in the most direct spiritual communication, any strange emotions will be discovered by the other party, not to mention deceptive behavior that can affect the mind and consciousness, so there was no need to worry at all. After some inquiries, Ito also learned some useful information. For example, the internal route map of the alien battleship outside, and the usage of some functional facilities, such as who the commander of the fleet is, such as the manufacturing of the monsters outside, such as the system of the Orion Empire, and so on. But Ito did not know the coordinates of the Armani Hall that he wanted to know the most. But thinking about it, the Armani Hall was such a confidential place. How could a small, low-level officer like him know about it? Even Ito suspected that the commander of the fleet might not know about it. I don't want to search for it myself. It must be a place in a dimensional mezzanine. After asking the questions he wanted to ask, Ito sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he summoned a large number of lead blocks again, refined them into a lead apron, and put it on the Orion's body. He then sent him to the biological laboratory for Emma to study. Then Ito once again activated the quantum cloaking system on his personal equipment, flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world, and began to move according to the route map obtained from the previous inquiry. This time, his target was very clear. It was the commander of the fleet, the guy named Salanikara. Under the cover of the quantum cloaking system, Ito smoothly arrived outside Salanikara's lounge, reached out, and pressed something like a doorbell. #Yin. #Yin soon. An impatient voice was heard. #Yin percent Ito who had no idea what the other party was talking about, repeated the sentence in Orion's language that he had specifically asked to learn when he was interrogating the Orion people. I have something important to report to you. #Yin percent #Yin #, the impatient voice said. Ito ignored it and just waited in the position of pressing the doorbell. After a short while, the closed metal door in front of the door became transparent like liquid in ripples. Ito did not hesitate and stepped through the door into Salanikara's room. In an instant, an Orion with a half-naked upper body, according to the habit of Earth, and an Orion with her head down and tidying up the equipment were reflected in Ito's eyes. Looking at the familiar situation in front of him, needless to say, it was probably a male and female alien who were about to do something inharmonious in the room before. Otherwise, Salanikara's tone would not have been so impatient. However, Ito was not in the mood to pay attention to the alien's affairs. He directly launched an attack when Salanikara was unprepared. Mental attack. Chapter 1528. Very smoothly, Sei Ito took down the Orion Empire fleet commander, Salana Akala, and his mistress, and brought them into the Rubik's Cube world for interrogation. The result was not good. Whether it was Salana Akala or his female Orion mistress, they were all very stubborn. Even after Sei Ito tortured them to death, he still could not find out the specific situation of the Armani Hall. As for using hypnotism or other mental control abilities to influence him, it was completely useless. After all, he was a proper four-dimensional life form and had a core system that could connect to the evolution network. Although he was not a god, his resistance to mental attacks was not weak at all. Are all Orion people so stubborn? Sei Ito, who temporarily suppressed the annoyance in his heart, was somewhat speechless. It seems that I can only go to the Milky Way Federation and try my luck with the serious people. Then, Sei Ito thought again. Thinking like this, Sei Ito flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world, turned on the quantum stealth system that was still carried on the individual equipment used by the Orion Empire soldiers, and walked toward the space fighter hangar. With the protection of the quantum stealth system, Sei Ito successfully sneaked into the space fighter hangar without alerting any Orion Empire soldiers. In the stealth mode, Sei Ito quickly glanced around. No one. Sei Ito, who was slightly happy, quickly moved to the nearest space fighter and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. The people of Orion Empire probably never thought that someone would sneak into their warship, let alone that someone would be able to sneak in without them noticing, without alerting anyone, without invading or destroying any facilities, stealing the space fighter. Therefore, in the case of a space fighter suddenly disappearing, it did not trigger any alarm system to sound the alarm. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately put the other space fighters into the Rubik's Cube world and threw 3 of them into the Archangel's warehouse near the big laboratory, so that the staff in the big laboratory could start studying them. Then, Sei Ito, who had ransacked a space fighter hangar, quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, left the spaceship, and appeared in France. Then, Sei Ito re-entered the Rubik's Cube world, summoned the Orion weakling who was being examined by Emma and the others in the biological laboratory with various instruments, and asked him about the space fighter piloting. The Orion Empire soldier, who had betrayed the Empire once, did not hide anything and simply told Sei Ito everything he wanted to know, one by one, so that Sei Ito could smoothly master the piloting the space fighter. Actually, this method of piloting was very simple. As long as you had individual equipment, you would be an idiot. With the equipment, the space fighter could barely fly. Because it was already equipped with an auxiliary intelligence system. Other than the most basic piloting, other functions such as firing and launching certain weapons could all be done by the auxiliary system. After understanding this, Sei Ito once again threw the Orion back into the biological laboratory, summoned a space fighter, and sat in the cockpit. Following the method taught by the Orion professor, he connected the individual system and the space fighter's auxiliary intelligence system together. Instantly, a series of alien text appeared on the helmet of Sei Ito's individual equipment. I forgot, the system here is the Orion system. Seeing the unfamiliar text, Sei Ito finally came back to his senses and sighed. But forget it, as long as it can fly, it's fine. As for the system, I'll let Serene and the others develop another one in the future. Done. Sei Ito put these thoughts aside and left the Rubik's Cube world in a flash. Then, Sei Ito, who appeared in France, flashed again and disappeared on the spot. Not long after, he appeared on an empty piece of land. Sei Ito had a thought and released the space fighter. Then, he jumped into the cockpit of the space fighter, closed the cockpit, and started the space fighter. The next moment, there was an almost undetectable buzzing sound, and the space fighter started running. With a huge inertia, it shot into the sky like a silver stream of light. Almost in the blink of an eye, it flew almost 10,000 meters away. Then, the space fighter continued to accelerate. In just 2 to 3 seconds, it reached a speed that was absolutely unachievable with the current technology on Earth. In less than a minute, the space combat jet penetrated the atmosphere and entered the darkness of space. Ito, who had seen the universe countless times, didn't want to miss it. He pulled the control stick, turned the space fighter around, and flew towards the moon. *yen% hashtag. After flying for a few minutes, when the space fighter that Ito was piloting was close to the moon, an alien text appeared on the soldier's mask. Ito, who didn't use the alien text at all, frowned. But according to common sense, this should be a communication message. After all, the space fighter that he was piloting belonged to the Orion Empire. Even if the Milky Way Federation had a few guts, they wouldn't dare to shoot him down. Thinking about this, Ito used Earth's English to send out a wide-area message. Reporting to your side, this is a human from Earth. We have something to ask to see Commander Alunium. At the same time, in the command ship of the Milky Way Federation fleet hidden near the moon, a virtual optical screen suddenly appeared in front of Commander Alunium, who was resting in his room. Commander, a suspected human from Earth, is piloting a military space fighter of the Orion Empire and approaching us. This is the message sent by the other party through the wide-area communication channel. On the screen, a serious soldier reported and then played the wide-area message sent by Ito. Reporting to your side, this is a human from Earth. We have something to ask to see Commander Alunium. A human from Earth? How does he have a military space fighter from the Orion Empire and can even pilot and use it? The serious commander named Alunium frowned and pondered. Conduct a wide-area anti-stealth reconnaissance. See if there are any Orion Empire warships hiding around, Alunium ordered. Yes. Then, after about a minute, the soldier's voice came from the screen again. Reporting to Commander, there are no Orion Empire warships in the surrounding 800 kilometers of the universe, the soldier reported. If that's the case, ask the other party to hand over the control authority of the space fighter and accept our guidance. Let him come over. Alunium thought for a while and realized that it was only one person. Even if the other party played tricks, it shouldn't be a threat to his safety, so he ordered. Yes. Oh, right. Remember to use Earth's language. Alunium reminded the soldier just as he was about to turn off the communication channel. Yes. After the soldier finished speaking, the virtual optical screen automatically closed. Then, a male voice came from the space fighter that Ito was piloting. This is the fleet of the Milky Way Federation. Please hand over the control authority of the space fighter and accept our air route guidance. Okay, Ito agreed. Then, he released the connection between the individual soldier system and the space fighter's auxiliary artificial intelligence system. Then, a bunch of new alien characters appeared, and the space fighter started moving on its own. It flew straight toward a warship in the center of the Milky Way Federation fleet. Then, when it was close to the warship, a channel that was separated by 2 laser beams and connected to an open hatch appeared, guiding the space fighter into the warship. The moment it entered the warship, all kinds of light beam scanning, power absorption systems, and other facilities were activated. This caused the space fighter to enter a state where it couldn't operate any energy. Ito only had to think for a moment to understand that there was something fishy about the space fighter and that it would cause an explosion in the warship. Corresponding to this preparation, Ito, who came out of the space fighter, was also semi-forced to undergo multiple layers of inspection to ensure that he didn't bring any dangerous items. After more than 10 minutes, Ito, who had changed into a bright yellow robe similar to an Egyptian pharaoh's robe, finally met the commander of the fleet, Alunium himself. Nice to meet you, visitor from Earth. Alunium stood up from his chair and walked in front of Ito. He imitated the way people from Earth extended their arms and smiled kindly. Me too, Commander Alunium Ito said as he shook hands with Alunium. The two of them shook hands briefly and then retracted their hands. Please, Alunium turned around and invited him. Thank you, Commander. Ito thanked him and sat down on a chair. Alunium walked up to a wall and pressed his hand against it. A small square opening appeared on the wall. After that, Alunium pressed a few more buttons, and 2 crystal cups of peach-colored drinks appeared in the small square with a flash of light. Hort picked up the cups and walked back to Sei Ito's side and handed one of the cups to him. This is asterisk asterisk asterisk, which means distant hometown in Earth's language. It's my favorite fruit wine. Try it and tell me how you like it. Hort turned around and sat down on a chair. After that, he put the cup in front of his mouth and took a sip. Sei Ito followed suit and took a sip. The moment the drink entered his mouth, Sei Ito felt his mind shake and was filled with a subtle sense of joy. Should I say, as expected of a four-dimensional creature's drink? The effect is really hard to describe. Sei Ito shook his head and thought, "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."